baby. I love you, baby. You make me cry. Laughter is not enough. I see true beauty because I see you. Thank you.
Oh baby.
No, baby, I see me in your eyes.
Okay, speaking about music, what has been happening with Jody for a while now? Talking about your musical journey, the musics you have there, the ones you're trying to remake, the evergreen one which still stayed for decades.
Yes.
Ah.
Well, I have more in store. I had a little break, trying to find myself, and now I'm back. I'm revisiting most of the songs I did in my debut album, like African Woman, Akmona Igbonu, and I'm live and, available for events. I'm just rediscovering myself and intensively pursuing my passion.
Is the intensity for me. Okay, so talking about music,
Yeah.
knowing very well, how long have you seen yourself being this person that you are today?
Well, I had my dream, but I just wasn't actualizing it until they say fire makes the gold shine. Until I went through my own form of fire. And it's in phases. We all experience fire to get to the next step, the next level. So having gone through certain, friction and all that, I think that gave me the boldness to step into what I had vaguely imagined me to be.
For guests at Iruka Towers, the evening was a blend of business, lifestyle, and entertainment. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. Good morning and welcome to the midweek edition of VOP this morning. Now, today is the first day of July 2026, the 7th month of the year. And in business, today is the beginning of H2. When I say H2, that is half of the year. The H1 is from January to June. H2 is from July to December. Well, we are here again to bring you good news. Good news, good news, and good news. Why I say good news is because most times you hear us give you bad news, but Jen and I are very lucky. We have a hope ambassador here. Anytime we are downcast, someone that tells us, don't worry, Nigeria is going to work. It's a good place to be and all of that. So we are lucky. I don't know if you are that lucky. If you are not lucky, then you have to follow us so that our hope ambassador will also give you hope. And I think, honestly, he's very optimistic that Nigeria will one day become a great country as it used to be. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, before I introduce the Hope Ambassador to you, let me take you through the important topics that we are discussing this morning. Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, declared non-existent by presidency, gets 1.3 billion naira allocation in 2026 budget as Femi Gbajabiamila faces 600 million naira bribery allegation. There is hope for this country. Well, away from that, NYSC unveils major reforms, specialized streams for course members. And finally, World Bank rewards 15 states with $27 million for health and education reforms. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning. But beyond that, we also have other interesting trending stories. And in case you didn't know, we are streaming live on SLTV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms here at VOP TV Live. Come along with us as we take you through our interesting world of stories this morning.
Good morning. Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. Okoro, you caught me there. I was literally giggling and wondering who the Hope Ambassador was until it clicked, and we know him.
Okay, it clicked.
It clicked.
Good morning, Moses Humphrey.
Sir?
The Hope Ambassador.
God is the hope of the hopeless.
Oh, okay.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
God is the hope of the hopeless. Well, the fact of the matter remains that you just have to have something to hold on to, or you'll float around in life. So let's hold on to the fact that things will one day get better. But it's not just about being hopeful. It's about putting in the work as well, holding our government accountable, us doing our own part to make Nigeria great. A few people came together some time back and did a song. The song said, "Let's lift Nigeria up." So I think we need that more than ever. We need that right now to lift Nigeria up. The people, it rests in the hands of the people. You and I, let's lift this country up. Let's hold our government accountable. Let's let them. The people of South Africa is holding their own government to account, making them do the bidding of the people. The people are saying, look, we want to take our country back. And they're doing it. And the government really cannot do anything. The president, keeps saying, stay calm, foreigners, stay calm. Nothing is going to happen to you. But we saw the protest on the 30th of June. We saw the protest. All right. And the people are saying, look, we want our country back. And yes, they will have it. They will have whatever it is that they have purported in their hearts to have. Whether it will be good or bad, well, we wait to see for them. So let's hold our government accountable. Anyway, away from all of that, talking about holding governments accountable still, this touches on that subject. The residents of several Lagos communities have recounted loss. They have counted their losses caused by flooding after persistent rainfall submerged homes and roads, displaced families, and disrupted businesses and schools. You can find some pictures on our screen right now. And in fact, I saw more pictures on social media. Pictures were heartbreaking. The affected areas are God Palace Way. We know that area usually have, I think there is a canal around there, and the streets get flooded more often than not. Okota Road, Amuwo Odofin, and Ilaje in Aja. Well, talking about Amuwo Odofin, I think Professor Chukwuma Okoro will give us his own experience in that area because he plies that road. Yes, he plies that road. And these areas had flood waters, leaving residents stranded. Some people were climbing onto their gates. I saw videos of people climbing onto the roof of their houses. And this is in Lagos, mega city. That's the most troubling aspect. It's not in some Taraba community or some Plateau community. It's in Lagos. Several communities in Isashi, Iba, local government council areas, Okokomaiko and Ojo were submerged following 3 days of rainfall. I don't want to call it torrential rainfall, but it was rainfall. Some people might say it was torrential, but we've seen worse rain. And properties have been destroyed. Cars will be condemned following this. But some affected residents have relocated temporarily to stay with relatives and friends as floodwaters inundated their houses. And let's hear what the Lagos State Governor is saying and doing about it. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has approved the immediate dredging and maintenance of 28 additional primary drainage channels across the state following the flooding that has affected several communities. Well, that's not proactive, if you ask me. That's majorly reactionary. And that's what we see more often. Oh my goodness, look at that Okada rider. What was he thinking?
What was he thinking?
What was he thinking?
And the flood has taken his motorbike.
Yes, it's going away. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Row, row, row your bike gently down the stream. Oh, well, it's not funny. You see cars, they're submerged. And it's not the first time this is happening in Lagos. We've seen this. This happened around 2011. Was it 2011, 2012?
2012, I think.
I think 2011.
Around that
period.
Period.
Around that period.
Houses were submerged. People lost loved ones. Children were taken away in, the current and all of that. A lot of things happen. Haven't we learned? And another thing you will observe from the video there is refuse floating on the water. We've been talking about how refuse have been packed at roadsides in front of houses for the longest time now. The PSP operators have failed to go and clear the refuse. Now the refuse are getting back into the drainage, blocking it, and the water is looking for its level. Like they say, water would always find its level.
Yes.
So, flushing refuse down the road. And government is trying to dredge 28 new channels. Yes, it's a good thing, but this should have been done way before now. In my area, the local government representing the councillor representing that area initiated a drainage work sometime last year, sometime around February last year. They came, they dredged the gutters, they said they were going to expand the road, and right after cutting off, breaking fences, cutting off roads, they left. From February up until March this year, February last year, 2025, up until March this year, before they came back and started work. And I just kept asking myself, why would you, if you had done that, and now we have a little bit of flood affecting the area, but all of this would have been sorted before now. Yes, when NIMET came out with the forecast that there will be flash floods and the rest, government said relocate to high ground. But how many people have the money to relocate? How many people have the resources to relocate? Is our government providing makeshift shelters for people in instances like this, or people just look for relatives to go live with? It's not good enough. It's not good enough. We can do better, especially in Lagos. Lagos is a mega city. We know that Lagos is below water level, and that's why government should prepare for things like this so it doesn't catch us by surprise.
Really, we need to do better, really. And you pretty much said everything, and I share your sentiment 100%. The government needs to do so much. We can't keep running a reactionary government, because year in, year out, this thing happens. Every year, NIMET brings out warnings and says so states, so areas will be prone to flooding and all of that. And yet the government does not put precautionary measures in place. While I do know that we the residents of Lagos, still play a role, cultural practices, environmental practices and all of that, we can't still dissociate that from the original role of the government. How can you be dredging canals in July, in the thick of flood, in the thick of torrential rainfall? It's almost akin to trying to stitch up the wound of someone on the hospital bed while he or she is still awake. I mean, it pretty much makes no sense. Why can't we always forecast? This is a mega city, like they say, but we do know that so many things have to be put in place if Lagos must actually live up to that billing, up to that name. Lagos is indeed dirty. I was journeying from, from Ekpe to the mainland over the weekend, and I kid you not, I was seeing heaps and heaps of refuse just by the roads, culverts there, and I saw Lagosians, still taking refuse from their homes and dumping it. The vehicle I was in, it was a bus, and two buses before me. You could see people throwing things. And Lagos is indeed dirty.
Lagos is dirty.
We don't have that. I don't think it is cleanliness culture or it's a mindset thing, because even if the government dredges these canals today, they will most times they still see them, the incinerator and all of that. They will still put the refuse by the side of the canal. And then when these rains come in, it goes back into people. They say we do environmental sanitation every Saturday. At the end of the day, these refuse are not even packed; they are not cleared. And then when rain comes, it goes back into the gutter. So I don't know. We really need to look inward and be more proactive. Lagos is actually below sea level. We've always known that, but all of this can be averted to a large extent if the drainages are cleared. Really, all of this won't happen. There's this conspiracy. There's this conspiracy theory. Some people are banding all over internet, and they are saying that the construction of the coastal road has contributed to the flooding. And I don't know I don't know the science behind all of that. But see, just imagine.
I mean, this is quite embarrassing, especially happening in a place like Lagos, where we believe it's a mega city. But now the question is Lagos really a mega city? Because it might be a mega city in terms of population, but in terms of infrastructure, does Lagos qualify, to be described as a mega city? Well,
I think it does in terms of concentration of companies. In terms of infrastructure, yes, we have quite the infrastructure.
Because I mean, what infrastructure takes care of this flooding? NIMET did give out alert warnings. They said some of the states will be flooded, and because we understand that Lagos is geographically below sea level, the Lagos state government should have also taken proactive measures, like the directive by the state governor that 28 new channels, will be opened up to take care of this. I mean, it's an afterthought.
It's an afterthought. Why don't you do
it should have been done when NIMET, gave out
Yeah.
the warning signal. That is when the state should have gone into action. But unfortunately, in the course of this, just 3 days when it wasn't even torrential. In the course of the 3 days when Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and all of that, it hasn't rained in my part today. And so what we see is flash floods everywhere in Ikoyi, Victoria Land, and talking about the Amuwo of Festac area, yesterday it was unpassable. And Moses, you talked about cars being destroyed. There's an auto shop, along the Amuwo Odofin area there. I'm not sure that company, I don't know what will happen to them, because, those vehicles were half, covered with water.
Yes.
With water. And vehicles, second-hand vehicles, like what we call Tukumbo here. So I wonder how
the owner of the auto shop will run into losses,
because he will
need to get a lot of money to fix those vehicles,
cars,
and maybe at the end of the day, just sell them
off and all of that. So it's a very big problem.
It is.
Lagos mega city, yes, in terms of population, but I like what the government is doing in terms of building infrastructure, road network, and all of that. But more needs to be done. When we were transiting from the Civil War, there was this designation that Lagos, Port Harcourt, and I think Kano or Kaduna will be federal capital territories, and so that they will get special attention and special emphasis from the federal government. We don't see all of that. I think it is not very good that a place like Lagos is left only, for the Lagos state government to manage. Federal government should at least give them some kind of effort, because it's cosmopolitan, it's metropolitan. They should go to Port Harcourt and do the same thing, and probably either Kano or Kaduna. That way they can get more funding, because as a matter of fact, I'm not sure that Lagos state government is able to take care of the kind of humongous infrastructure, to make life easy in Lagos in terms of railway, provision of railway, like this drainage system and all of that. And people too need to do their own part. We need to do our own part. Like if you look at the debris floating atop the water, you discover that, they were not properly disposed. If they had been, we wouldn't find all of that. So it is shared responsibility between the government and the people, and we keep moving on as a people. Anyway, I'm sure that we have hope, because the state government has said 28 new channels will be open so that this thing doesn't happen on us next time. And I just pray very hard that by next time, that is by this time this year, we wouldn't come back discussing this particular issue. Let's move away from that. Now, the federal government will phase out the policy separating junior secondary schools from senior secondary schools after data showed more than 20 million pupils dropped out before reaching the senior secondary level. Well, Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced the decision Tuesday in Abuja, that's yesterday, at the inauguration of the UBEC Ministerial Implementation and Monitoring Committee. Alausa said this articulation policy, which required JSS and SSS to operate separately with different principals and facilities, has not met its objective. The minister also said the imbalance has caused overcrowding in JSS facilities and left many senior secondary schools underutilized. Well, he cited Kaduna and other northern states as examples. He added that the proposal to abolish the policy will be tabled at the next meeting of the National Council on Education. Well, furthermore, he raised concerns over Nigeria's deepening learning crisis, revealing that about 3 out of every 4 children at the basic education level are unable to read and understand an age-appropriate text by the age of 10. That is disheartening. Now we are here again, policy somersault. But one thing that got me worried and curious is that, he's making this policy direction, policy initiative, and he's telling us that he's going to present the proposal to council next meeting. And so council has not deliberated on this.
And he's making
the policy statement. So what does that tell you? I'm confused at this point. Is it? How do we?
It's going the other way around.
It's going the other way around.
You should have laid the proposal
before council,
when it's approved, and then you come and tell the people. Not tell the people, oh, I will do this.
So, you just wake up from your bed, maybe you're on a good side, and you think that, well, Nigerians need to hear this, and you are telling us all of this.
Exactly.
Well, as council is considering all of this, let us also understand that the 6334 system was very well thought out.
Yes.
It was properly thought out.
Yes.
But its implementation is a problem, as you normally have. The idea was that at the JSS level, broad-based, you do both grammar, technical, and all of that. Then at the senior school level, you specialize. Either you do the grammar, science, or you go to vocational education. But the problem is, how many vocational education schools do we have in Nigeria? In terms of skills and vocation, we'll talk about carpentry, we'll talk about tiling, we'll talk about medicine and all of that. Do we have all of that? Up until today, educated people still shy away from taking up those jobs. And it tells you that our economy is still top heavy. If you don't wear a tie and suit to the office, people don't regard you. Unfortunately, we don't understand that a lot of blue-collar workers make more money than people that wear tie and suit to the office. The average driver, someone that drives Korokwe and all of that, goes home with a lot of money at the end of every month. And I do understand, too, that some graduates are involved in that business. But until we articulate it in such a form that, that job gains the dignity that it requires, we'll keep saying, well, skilled and unskilled laborers, there's no difference, because at the end of the day, everybody goes to the same market to buy. And I've seen people that didn't even go to school and they have made a lot of money, in their lifetime and all of that. So, well, council, as you are deliberating and discussing this, please just do know that the 3-3 system of education, that is junior and secondary, there is practically nothing wrong with it. It's all about implementation. So as you deliberate, understand that you need to go back, to the drawing board. This policy somersault takes away a lot of things from us, because, I was, shortly after I finished, that was when they brought in the 6334 system of education, and that's over 40 years ago. And so if we have to go back again to it after like more than 40 years, then it will take us probably another 30 years or so to say, oh, that system was good, let us bring it back. And in all of this, we are losing time. Other parts of the world are moving up. In Europe, Southeast Asia, and even in African countries, you will see countries that are making progress based on the fact that they properly educated their people. Because if you don't educate the people, there's no way you can make progress.
There's pretty much no way you can. I agree with you, and I think it's just treating the problem on the surface, because it's not just like you said, it's not just about setting up policies and all of that. There are deep-seated issues. Typically all around the world, in saner climes, as we always put it, the nursery level, that foundation years is very pivotal. But in Nigeria, I dare say that we don't really pay so much attention to that foundation years. You see emphasis on secondary school, but you see that primary school, that nursery school, that's the foundation of learning. Yes. But in Nigeria, we just breeze through it. And that's why you see a lot of half-baked secondary school graduates, university graduates who can't even put piece grammars together. But that's just aside it. We also have outdated curriculum. Have you seen the primary school curriculum? It's really, really outdated. It's not up to date with what is. These are changing times. You also have to move with the changing times. And then you see the teachers. You need to see teachers in primary schools, nursery schools, public primary schools, and and nursery schools. You know, they need to be paid well. They need better welfare. You also need to retrain them because a lot of them are still stuck in that past curriculum. We really need to move, you know, move with the times. If indeed we want to, you know, hold that toga as shining light in Africa, beacon of hope and all of that, we need to do the right thing, really. And that's just by going back to basics. It's not just by making those policies. If you have those grandiose policies and then the foundation, the root cause is not addressed or the root issues are not solved, then we're just pretty much going round in circles. That's just my thoughts, really.
All right. I wonder why they changed, why they separated JSS from SSS. Yeah. Giving them two different principles, some of them still within the same compound. Yes. I wonder why they did that. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. But now that the minister is proposing a return to what it was, let's see how this one passes through council and if it will be approved. Well, like you have said, let's invest in the teachers.
Yes.
In fact, let's invest in the economy.
Honestly.
If the economy is better, we will have teachers come from places like Ghana, come teachers. I mean, I was taught at my kindergarten level, primary school level by Ghanaians.
Yeah.
You know, and these things, they have a way of impacting on your articulation of words. But when you have somebody, I mean, I'm not trying to shade anybody here, but when you have somebody with deep affectation teaching children, you would have those children, you know, not articulating words properly. And more often than not, if you cannot articulate properly, you can't even spell the words properly.
You can't. Really.
It affects one way or another. And of course, if the economy is right, parents will be able to keep their children in schools. They will be able to afford it. A lot of what we see happen why children drop out of school, failing to proceed into from JSS into SSS, is because their parents are unable to cater to their education. A lot of them leave school and hawk for their parents just to be able to feed. So if the economy is, you know, taken care of, education will be taken care of, health will be taken care of, everything will be sorted properly. There's another story, but we probably will touch on it much later.
Yeah. Sorry, Moses, before you leave, you talked about being taught by Ghanaians. I had Indians in my school that taught me. I had Canadians.
So it went from Indians, Canadians to Ghanaians to
what?
Say it now. But we don't have all of those things because at that point, teaching was still
noble.
Had some form of attraction. Yeah. You know, some of us that had teachers, our parents, you know, we were dignified. His father is a teacher, his mother is a teacher.
But we still have Indians in Nigeria teaching.
Indians
in highbrow schools.
But in private schools.
Yes.
In highbrow schools.
We still have Ghanaians.
In private schools.
We still have them.
Yes.
But in private schools.
But I didn't attend a private school like that. A private school like that.
Okay.
You know? So, but I mean, that tells you, it shows you how low we have gone. We need to reinvent ourselves. Nigeria is a great country. We have what it takes to lead the black nation in the world. But I mean, we are lagging in all of this.
Lagging. There was a video I saw yesterday that almost moved me to tears. It was one of these videos, the numerous videos of these xenophobic protests in South Africa. And a South African woman, you could see her, you know, vent with so much passion. You know what she said? She said, we need to send Nigerians out of South Africa because Nigerians are the ones spoiling our country. In their own country, their country is what was the word she used? I can't remember, but what she meant was Nigeria was scattering, was breaking up. That in their country, you have little children, behead little children. In their country, you see fathers kill their children for money. And I was almost close to tears because these are narratives that have been brought about by the media to an extent. And even the movie industry, a lot of them are still stuck in that past mentality. We really need to reclaim our glory because really, I don't see what South Africans have
in as much as the narrative, from our movies, on social media.
Even Nigerians in South Africa, some of them.
Yes, I understand it's not doing justice to us, but South Africans should not be saying this because they are the ones that are involved in armed robbery and the rest. They're the ones that hijack Ubers, car owners, and the rest of them. They are the ones that shoot
as
people.
much as I don't agree with them, but I think that's a reflection of our reality.
Well,
yes.
Well, yes. I don't agree with them either, but then let's just do better. Well, let's run to the papers now. The Guardian has these headlines. The big story there. Coastal states wary as floods disrupt Lagos economy amid disease fears. NDC granted access to INEC portal for uploads. Switzerland returns 23 cultural artifacts to Nigeria. Terrorists recruit, raise funds online. Army warns. All right then. And we have ASU chapters threaten strike over unimplemented pact. Atiku asks Tinubu to suspend, probe Gbajabiamila as group cautions. Violence, tension in South Africa as FG evacuates 271, seeks compensation for Nigerians. There you go. That's what I've been talking about. And I hope this is followed through. INEC worries over vote buying ahead of Osun polls. INEC registers 1.57 million Nigerians in CVR exercise. Tech Fund charges Nigerians scientists to develop Lassa fever vaccine. Tech Fund charges Nigerian scientists to develop Lassa fever vaccine. Well, there you go. Those are the headlines from the Guardian newspaper.
Let's move over to the Punch newspaper. Nigerian embassy packed, 269 return as South Africa protests rise. Fear hunger as Nigerians take shelter in embassies and churches. Returnees arrive Lagos. Federal government insists evacuation ongoing amid anti-migrant protests. Nigerians in South Africa, ex-envoys push for diplomatic dialogue. Borno abduction, parents list 36 missing children as youths protest. NDC uploads Obi Dixon as INEC restores portal access. Wabara BOT 6 INEC recognition for Turaki PDP. I never rubber-stamped foreign loans as Senate President. That's Saraki speaking. Flood waters submerge homes, disrupt power supply in Lagos. 79,323 killed, abducted in Nigeria in 6 years. This is according to a report. Discos earn 80 billion naira despite persistent blackouts. Marketers reject fuel pricing. Curbs threaten showdown. Those are the lead stories from the Punch newspaper.
And that will be it on newspaper headlines. We'll return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper stories, headline and inside stories. Now we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council declared non-existent by presidency gets 1.3 billion naira allocation in 2026 budget, as Femi Gbajabiamila faces 600 million naira bribery allegation. Join us again. We'll be right back.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers.
And welcome back. This is VOP This Morning, in case you are just joining us. Well, a fresh controversy has emerged over the existence of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, after the council received a 1.3 billion naira allocation in the 2026 Appropriation Act, despite the presidency insisting that the council does not exist. Interesting. Well, on June 11, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, publicly described the organization as a non-existent entity and urged foreign missions, development partners, financial institutions, and the public to disregard any claims linking the council to the presidency. However, the 2026 federal government's budget expressly lists the Presidential Economic Advisory Council / Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council under the presidency with a total allocation of 1,302,978,784 naira. Meanwhile, Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi, the Director General of the PFIPC, has alleged that the Chief of Staff to the President, talking about Femi Gbajabiamila, received 400 million naira through a proxy and demanded an additional 200 million naira to secure his appointment. Well, Mr. Adeyemi alleged in a recent news conference that Mr. Gbajabiamila also demanded 48% of the PFIPC's 27.4 billion naira takeoff grant, a request he said he rejected. Well, according to him, the non-existent agency has operated for over a year, has a space at the Federal Secretariat, a domiciliary account, a pounds account, and a treasury single account, all of which are domiciled with the Central Bank of Nigeria. Mr. Adeyemi also questioned why Mr. Gbajabiamila issued a disclaimer instead of President Tinubu's media aids and challenged him to make available documents and communication trails from the president's office for examination. He further alleged that he survived an assassination attempt along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway on September 7, 2025, during which he said vital documents and his phones were carted away. Urged the president to set up an investigation panel to probe the alleged assassination attempt and the death of Babatunde Tanimola, whom he said was an intermediary between him and Mr. Gbajabiamila, even though the police claimed he died through fire accident at a hotel in Otako, Abuja, on the 22nd day of October, 2025. Now, this is getting very interesting. We have in the studio here to help us make sense of this Mr. Darlington Agumwa. Mr. Agumwa is a lawyer, but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Agumwa, and thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
We'll be joined by other guests in the course of the program. In the meantime, let's stay with Barrister here. Mr. Agumwa, you heard the story. How do you react to this?
In fact, it shows one thing and one thing only. Incompetent personnel is running the government of Nigeria as at today. Tinubu is not in charge. This is just the only thing I can deduce from what is going on. Tinubu is not in charge of his government because look at the story. Daily Trust this morning telling us that agency was captured in the 2026 budget, page 51 and 52. That means the agency exists, but Tinubu does not know. Apparently, Gbajabiamila railroaded the Tinubu to sign it into law. And because of this thing he demanded, and this guy could not budge, that is what exposed everybody. Unfortunately, Gbajabiamila does not even know how to manage a problem. Because he was the one that went on the 11th of June to expose this guy, telling everybody to disclaim him, forgetting that he was the one that set up that agency. He knew about that agency. That is how God works. Now that he has exposed himself, I want to see how he will wriggle out of it. Yes, I want to see how Tinubu will not investigate this man. Because from the inception, I was opposed to this man's appointment as the chief of staff to the president. Because from US, where he came from, he was practicing law in US. And he was indicted there. He was indicted. In fact, one of the newspapers, I think Vanguard, published court proceedings from the US concerning this Gbajabiamila.
Okay.
He published it. It was there. Okay. That's why he cannot step into US today.
Okay, we'll talk about Femi in a bit, but Mr. Agumwa, you said that the president doesn't know about the existence of this particular agency.
He doesn't.
In fact, the president, no. There are 541 federal government agencies and parastatals. And of these 541, 231 of them belong to the executive branch. In all honesty, should the president know about the 541 of them?
That is why you should have an intelligent president in office. A president who can reach. A president who will just, at the press of a button, he will know what is where.
Well, our president can read. He's literate, yes, he can read. He can read, he speaks good English. But my question is straightforward. Do you think that there's a possibility that a president, not just Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that a president will know the 541 agencies?
Nobody should give excuse for anybody. As long as those agencies are under your purview, you should know them. That is it. That is what the office of a president entails. You should know them. Look at the volume of textbooks you read in the university for you to graduate. Those textbooks and other books that you have read, are they lesser than the budget and the agencies under you? If you can read all those things and pass as a first class graduate, why can't you read your agencies? Know which agency is under you and which one is not under you. You should know them. There is no excuse for it, because if he had known, I don't think he would have signed that agency into law. Apparently, Gbajabiamila created that agency. He was the one that created it. Because if it is not, it is the presidency under Bayo Ononuga's spokesmanship should have been the one to disclaim this agency, not Gbajabiamila.
Okay.
Yes, it should have been the government should have been the one to say we are not aware of this agency.
Okay, there are so many controversies surrounding Femi, you know, and especially as far as this issue is concerned. We'll come back to that. But in the meantime, let's quickly run to Oka, who we have been joined by Engineer Ben Aka. He appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Engineer, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning, my brother. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now, I'm sure you have...
Are you seeing me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
But you're not seeing me. Why?
No, you need to turn on your video. You need to turn on your video so that I can get the feed. As you are trying to do that, you have followed the conversation. Am I correct?
Yeah, I followed the conversation very, very well.
Okay, now beautiful. How do you react to this, especially the fact that this particular agency had about 1.34 billion, I hope I'm correct and exact on that, provided earmark for it in the 2026 budget. This particular agency has existed for 1 year with full paraphernalia of office, a director, director general, other directors, staff of this agency in the Federal Secretariat in Abuja. And suddenly we hear from the Chief of Staff that this agency is non-existent. How do you react to this development?
Yes, to my mind, this is a very unfortunate thing happening to Nigeria, and is coming to the open so that Nigerians will know exactly what goes on within the government. Now, my interpretation of this is that there are very, very many places where during the budgeting process, the stealing is crafted in such a way that it goes clean. In other words, they create budget items which they don't intend to implement, but which will be funded and from where they draw cash for other purposes. One of them could be to fund political parties. One of them could be to fund elections and all that. And you know, Gbajabiamila sits in a peculiar place where he controls things that happens in the office of the president. Not in the government, in the office of the president. So, I expect, and it's natural, that he will be the pivot of collection of money and other things for propagation of the administration's political agenda, one of which is 2027. That is what is occurring to me. Unfortunately, Adeniyi Adeyemi, who tells us he was appointed to head FITPC, fell out with Gbajabiamila. Both of them are in the same shoes. If he could pay so much money for the appointment in his own confession, and then more was being expected from him. So he got to a point where he said, no, I cannot pay more. And then he fell out with Gbajabiamila. I don't sympathize with him because he had no business in the first place buying that appointment.
Engineer Aka, are you by in any way suggesting that when you talk about Femi being the one collecting the money and linking it to 2027 project, political project, are you suggesting that the president might be in the know of what is going on?
The president, to my mind, may not know the details, but he knows that he is his point man who must deliver A, B, C, D. How he delivers it and the details of how he does it may not be fully known to him. And let me tell you something. When you send a child to go and steal for you, he doesn't steal for you alone. He steals for you and for himself. Yeah. And what he may steal for himself might even be more than what you have sent him to bring. So the whole thing is a cesspool as far as I'm concerned. Adeniyi Adeyemi says he was appointed the head. I don't doubt him. But he has not shown us any appointment letter. which I think he should make public to confirm he was duly appointed. It is also possible he gave the money to Gbajabiamila and he said, walk into the office and start being there. 2, with all this controversy, will Tinubu probe Gbajabiamila? My perception is no, because I know the government of Tinubu talks of loyalty, not of competence, not of transparency, not of cleanliness. And as far as we can see, Gbajabiamila is wholly 100% loyal to Tinubu. So he qualifies to remain there. And I don't see him being probed at all.
All right, engineer, what does this scandal really say about our National Assembly and how they pass some of these budgets? Because the monies for this so-called agency did pass through, they did approve it. So what does this say about that?
My dear, we all know that we don't have a National Assembly as another arm of government. That as far as we are concerned, in this APC government of President Ahmed Tinubu, it is one government. The legislature, the executive, and probably the judiciary, that they are one government. That's my perception. So why are you talking of National Assembly? We can't be discussing National Assembly.
All right. I wanted to ask, there's a question I wanted to ask, but you already touched on it. But you're talking about whether or not the president will authorize a probe of Gbajabiamila. Well, should the president be the one to authorize a probe on Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila? Don't we have the EFCC? Don't we have the ICPC? Shouldn't they swing into action and go ahead and probe where they feel we've had some impropriety? Now, that's on one side. And talking about loyalty, who should be pushing for the sack, as it were, of the president's chief of staff, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, seeing that there have been allegations of financial impropriety against him from his time in the United States, where he was accused of about $25,000, collecting $25,000 from a client, which he later paid back after much, allegations and all. In 2016, there was the allegation of budget padding, one that he denied, and then asked that the police that he be investigated. Was he investigated? What came out of the investigation? We weren't told. That was 2016. In 2019, the issue of speakership, when he was to be Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, there was a pushback, because those that pushed back cited the $25,000 allegation against him, bribery allegation against him. But that didn't hold water. He went ahead, became the Speaker. In 2021, the Petroleum Industry Act lobbying allegations also came forth, where Nigerians were told that he was collecting monies from people who were lobbying to get into positions, and he was collecting monies. And the president said that, look, that is his chief of staff. Whatever he does, he supports. What does that say about the person of the president? Somebody in the studio, the guest in the studio here, said the president may not have been aware. You also say the president may not have been aware of the full issue. But what does it say about the person of the president? One that has been touted as identifying talent in those that he appoints into positions.
Oh, yes, I don't know about identifying talents. I know about identifying loyalty to his person, not loyalty to the cause of the nation. That is the way I see it. And I have said it very clearly that Femi Gbajabiamila, his track record was known. What he did in the US was known even before he contested the first election in Nigeria. It was known. It was in the public domain. But he was that all those were ignored by those who were pushing him. And he's been a Tinubu boy all his life. Everything he has done, he has achieved, he has been with the blessing of Tinubu. And I don't believe that Tinubu is unaware of his presidents. I don't believe that. In any case, all that has been happening has been true to his character. He's never been convicted in Nigeria. He's never been tried. He's never been probed, to the best of my knowledge. Why is he not being probed in spite of all the accusations that have come forward? That question only can be answered by the president.
All right, then.
Nobody else.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Engineer Ben. We'll stay with you and we'll come back in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's come back to the studio here. Now, Mr. Gomo, now I want us to expand the discussion around Femi Gbajabiamila. Do you think that if he's doing the president's bidding, I mean, the chief of staff is actually supposed to be a personal staff of the president. I'm not sure is there a constitutional provision for that office? I'm not sure there is.
For chief of staff?
Yes, chief of staff. He's a personal staff of the president. He doesn't get confirmation in the Senate, National Assembly, and all of that. He doesn't. So he's a personal staff of the president. Now, if he's delivering, the president's duties, if he's doing well by the president, should there be a line between, should we have a line between loyalty and patriotism in the discharge of his responsibilities?
It is said that birds of the same feather flock together. A Tinubu that I know cannot employ somebody who is too decent. It can never happen. Look at all the people around him, all the so-called loyalists. Ensu Oluomo included, Ensu Oluomo, who flagrantly defied the court order. An appeal court order, judgment against him. And he told her that until Tinubu tells him he will not obey that court order. And Tinubu had it and kept quiet. That will tell you the person of Tinubu. Seriously. Because people keep telling us that he don't like Tinubu, he don't like APC. What is that thing that I should like about him? Look at what is going on here. By now, Femi should have been in the custody answering questions. But
most of these allegations,
sorry?
Most of the allegations were leveled against him before the president came into office. Why didn't we see trial go on? Should we be holding the president accountable for that now?
Somebody was behind him. And even as of today, somebody is still behind him. That's why those things never saw the light of
day. The only allegation that saw trial was in the United States. What does it say about our own agencies here? Talking about the EFCC, ICPC, and the rest of them.
Moses, the same way Ensu Oluomo is disobeying court order, who is behind him? No, tell me. Is he doing it on his own? Somebody who has been behind him all along. And so I don't think EFCC cannot even call him.
Is it about somebody being behind him, or is it about weak institutions? Well, because like Moses just pointed out, all of these things even happened. Some of these allegations happened before Tinubu became the president. Why was he not tried then? Was it Tinubu that was also behind all of those when he was, angling to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives?
Yes.
Tinubu was the one behind all of that.
Yes. He was the one that made sure that he became the Speaker. He was the one. Seriously, he was the one. He was being positioned for that office. That is the truth. So the institution you are talking about, is it not a human being that creates those institutions? Is it not a human being that makes the institution strong? It is a human being. Every institution is controlled by a human being. Institutions do not control themselves. So if you have made it impossible for the institution to be, then whom are you blaming?
Okay, all right, Mr. Gomo, you are a lawyer now. Let's look at the legal angle to it. Now, this is still within the realm of accusation. It's an allegation. He's been accused. Adeniyi is accusing. In the meantime, the guy from Waka said, well, both of them, it takes two to tango. If he didn't give 400 million, Femi wouldn't have received. And so in terms of liability and culpability, as a lawyer, tell us, if you are given this case to handle, what will be your next step of action? What will you do?
I will start from the beginning. I will start from the genesis of that agency. Who created it? How did it come about? That is where the problem started. This other thing you are talking about now, they are secondary. The agency that was in our budget, how did it come to that place that Femi had to denounce it and deny it? And so how did it come into our national budget? Who put it there? Who created it?
No, if that agency did not exist, do you think that the National Assembly will make appropriation for it?
Oh God. From the facts available to you and I now, and from what Femi said, that the agency does not exist. So how come it was captured in our national budget?
That's the question we're asking.
So that will tell you that is where I will start. You ask me how will I do it, so that I will not know who is culpable here. Yes, I will start from there. Who put this agency in our national budget? Who is that person? From there, you don't know who is guilty here.
How much responsibility should the National Assembly take?
Do you have one?
Don't we?
Oh, you have, Abi?
We have
a National Assembly that told you that whatever the president will be, they will stamp it. Without even reading it, they will just stamp it and say, go take it back to the president. Is that not what Agbabio told us?
Okay, so these two came from the president.
Of course. When Agbabio was appointed from the villa, what were you thinking? Did Agbabio even win an election? No, tell me. How did Agbabio become your Senate president? You cannot start from there, Abi.
Well, he was declared the winner by
No, he was not.
Let's go by
the two professors that enabled his victim. They are serving jail time now. One of them is in fact, the other one is not serving. Two of them. What does that tell you? You benefited from a criminal act, and you are telling me you are clean. Please, how does that? Which rational human being will believe that?
Barrister Agomo, what should happen next? Can the ICPC or the EFCC investigate the chief of staff without? Can they investigate the chief of staff without clearance from the president? That's the first question. Then number two, this so-called agency has been operating for over a year.
Yes.
So what exactly have they been doing? Where have the funds been earmarked to? How can we? Just oppose all of this.
From what you're asking me now, Tinubu will not allow this. You are forgetting the position of the chief of staff to the president. In fact, wherever you see the president, you must see the chief of staff. That is how close. So, probably Gbajabi Amila will drag Tinubu out. And so he wouldn't want that. After all, worse things has happened and nothing came out of it. Worse things. The higher they can do is to keep quiet and let this matter die down. Nothing. The probe of financial infractions, what came out of it? All the financial infractions, anything. In fact, the APC chairman, the one that said that 210 trillion, the matter is on Tinubu's table. And that he said he will do something about it. He do so for 4 times now. And so that's how this matter is going to die down. Nothing will come out of it. Because previous ones, nothing came out of it. That is it. This one that is directly in the office of Tinubu, no. You'll be asking too much for us to probe. You'll be asking too much. I pray that Adeniyi, I pray that he survived from what he told us now. That means disappearances will just start all overnight. People will just disappear. Look at that. That is heavy allegation. And that is what you want to prove, Abi.
All right, then let's go back to we do have with us engineer Ben Aka. Okay, so let's go back to engineer Ben Aka, talking about moving forward now. What would you like to see happen in the case of these allegations against the president's chief of staff? What would you want to see happen?
Taking Gbajabi Amila's case in isolation, because just like Trump will say, let's get in and clean the swamp, because we're in a cesspool completely from beginning to end. There is no honesty, there is no truth, there's no transparency, there is nothing. What I would love to see happen as a Nigerian who loves Nigeria, who cannot live abroad, and whose life depends on this country, and who will live and die in this country. What I want to see is clearance of this whole mess, from the president to Gbajabiamila to everything called APC. It's been a disappointment. It's been a terrible, terrible mess. I mean, what are we talking about? Do we talk about how they enter the offices? People who didn't even contest the primaries as senators come up to become Senate presidents and all that. People who didn't even contest elections get installed in offices. If you come in by a corrupt method, your loyalty is to your master that put you there. And therefore, whatever he desires or wishes, that's what you're going to do, not what the people want. Of course, you're not there because the people want you there. So you're not looking at the people for anything. So we don't have a government that can deliver anything in the interest of Nigerians because they don't owe their loyalty to anybody in Nigeria except one person. You talked before about Gbajabiamila. How was he there before Tinubu became president? From day one, Gbajabiamila came into politics. It had been Tinubu pushing him right from Surulere to become a member of the House of Representatives and to be this. And he always had that godfather. And his reach was all over the place. Even in Buhari's regime, his reach was there. Tinubu himself told you that his government is a continuation of Buhari's government and that he was in that government. So what are we talking about? So he's been in power for more than 12 years now, or for up to 12 years. So everything we are doing, we put it right on his table. Every infraction.
Will this affect this information being out there now, and what the world may know about this individual talking about Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila? Will it affect? How does it affect Nigeria's the perception of the president, and by extension, Nigeria, in the eyes of the international community? Because basically, he represents the president. And,
the entire world knows that Nigeria is in a terrible mess. And Femi Gbajabiamila has, by his denial, alerted all diplomatic missions, and they see through all these things. It affects you and me. It affects the country as a whole. And the only thing we can do, my brother, to clear this mess is not to wait on Tinubu to put a probe on Gbajabiamila, because that's not going to happen. I don't see it as happening. The only thing we can do is to make up our minds to get away from the mess and to look for other people who can steer the ship of state better than is being steered now. Personally, I'm looking at 2027. And I will put in all efforts possible to get this whole motley crowd out of governance.
All right,
look for whoever can be better.
Looking at
that is my solution to this problem.
All right, looking at 2027, some will say all the monies we see flying around is all geared towards 2027 as well. And oh well, Nigerians are being called upon to do what they can at the polls. And well, let's state it clearly that right here in Nigeria, Femi Gbajabiamila has not been tried or found guilty on any of these allegations against him. And so until that happens, he's still an innocent man. Well, let's move away. That's my view too. Yeah. Well, let's move away from this conversation. World Bank rewards 15 states with $27 million for health and education reforms. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and content. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back. The Federal Executive Council has approved sweeping reforms for the NYSC aimed at improving the efficiency and relevance of the scheme. The Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Oluwande, disclosed that the council retained the one-year duration of the scheme but approved 7 major reforms, including digitalization, a change in leadership structure from military to civilian role, and a redesigned NYSC uniform. Speaking on the reforms, the Special Advisor to the President on Policy Coordination, Hadiza Bala Usman, said the new structure was designed to better prepare core members for national service and future careers. According to her, the first 2 weeks of orientation will focus on civic responsibility, national values, leadership development, and nation building. She added that the second phase will center on career mapping, financial literacy, business planning, entrepreneurship, and access to finance. During the final 2 weeks, core members will undergo specialized training aligned with their chosen career paths. Also, orientation camp has been increased to 6 weeks from 21 days. The move has been met with criticism by many Nigerian youths who argue that the system should have been totally scrapped rather than these new reforms. Joining us to discuss this issue, we have Mr. Somi Oranta. He's an author, entrepreneur, and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Oranta.
Good morning.
Let's examine this from 2 weeks to 6 weeks. And then the leadership has been moved from military, the proposed leadership will move from military to civilian. Is this a worthy cause? Because some people, including Okoro here, says that the NYSC has outlived its usefulness. Do you buy into these views?
Well, I think first and foremost, I would have preferred it scrapped. But if it was to continue, the direction I was expecting that it goes would have been for the, at least not for a civilian to handle it, to be at the helm of affairs, but I still prefer the military person. Then I would have wanted them to, instill serious military training. Because with the kind of security situation we have in Nigeria, the NYSC, should have been a place where they train Nigerian youths, the graduates, in military tactics and all that, for self-defense and all that. Because like in Israel, I think everybody there, is, prepared for any eventuality. And Nigeria is getting to that point, where you are not sure of anything. So that's what I expected. Then, apart from the military aspect of it, I was also thinking that they will instill some more technical training, skill acquisition, thorough one, not just papering over it. I want a situation where when you go to the camp, you should be able to, depending on your area of interest, be trained practically so that you bring all that you have learned in school and all that to bring it to bear on a particular skill that will give you food when you leave the camp after the NYSC.
And that's what they're introducing.
For how many weeks?
Oh, well, you'll spend part of the 6 weeks learning all of that.
6 weeks?
Yes. You could learn sewing.
ICT. And in 6 weeks.
Entrepreneurship.
The entire 6 weeks.
Okay,
is not
you don't think that's enough
that.
time? You don't think that's enough time to learn something?
At all. At least 6 months on training someone on a life skill, something you use to earn a living. Because the way I see this government, if we continue this way, there's not going to be any change. Even though the APC slogan when they came was the broom as symbol and then change as the slogan. But that is nowhere to be found. Okay, even if there is change, maybe not the kind of change Nigerians, we're asking for. So it will pay us for us to have NYSC as a place, an institution that will be training youth on how to earn a living.
I'm sorry, Somi. I'm sorry to take us back.
Yeah.
Let's go back a bit. In your intervening statement, your opening speech, you said that left for you had wanted it scrapped. Why do you want the NYSC scrapped?
I would have wanted it scrapped because, they are putting the lives of our youth in harm's way. For example, when you take somebody away from here and you send him to the north, which was the original idea, to mix up and kind of cultural exchange and what have you. And with this security that is going on, how many NYSC members that have been killed during elections, during moving from one point to the other, kidnappers will kidnap them and they start. And the government is very, very unresponding about the whole thing. So that's why I feel that they should have scrapped it. But if they are not scrapping it, let's make it effective. Because it's not effective. It's just for the sake of it. So let there be training. If part of the 6 months is taken to, it's 1 year generally. If they use 6 months to train them in military tactics, self-defense and all that, how to handle arms and all that.
They should train them on how to handle arms.
Yes, everything about it. Yes, so it's very important because it will get to that in Nigeria. Because people are planning and are working very assiduously to ensure that we all get Islamized. You either take my religion or you are killed.
All right, but now we're stepping down on the militarization of the NYSC. Asking the military.
It's a wrong move.
You think that's a wrong move?
It's a wrong move, yes.
How much, in all the years, in the 53 years that the NYSC has operated like this, and they've been trained by the military, and how has that impacted
They have not actually, the training has not gone the way it ought to go. The military training should be a very serious one. And then, like I said, entrepreneurial skill acquisition will also, those two things are the areas they would have focused on, and not to go and be sweeping or doing all those funny things they do.
Okay. Now the reason you gave, the first reason you gave why you say it should be scrapped is probably because some lives have been lost in the course of national service.
Yes.
So many Nigerians share that idea. But now that they are reforming, and so to stem that tide of the loss of lives, what proposals, assuming there's a public hearing on that, what proposals will you make in terms of posting, and all of that to ensure, that the reform is comprehensive?
In terms of posting, I would think that the whole idea of, cultural exchange, move people from this side to the other side and all that, is not actually a bad idea. But with this security, that's why I'm insisting on military training. let them know how to defend themselves. Because you have to defend yourself in Nigeria because the government is not going to defend you.
Should they carry arms?
They don't need to carry arms, but at least let
what,
them have an idea.
What level of self-defense would that be? I mean, you are going to defend yourself against someone who has an assault rifle. What
At
level
least
of defense can you put up?
An idea of self-defense, ingrained in you will help you. Because if someone has no training at all and the person is kidnapped, to even survive the rigors of marching into the forest for hours and staying in the forest.
Mr. Ranta, 8 generals in the past 3 months, 8 generals, very well trained in West Point, where again in UK, what's the name of that school in UK and all of that? Sandhurst and all of that. Soldiers have been killed. These assailants, terrorists have attacked military formations in Nigeria and killed, soldiers that are armed. So how much of training without arms, will make NYC members, corps members, be able to defend themselves?
When you talk about what's happening to our military, it's an in-house job. That is why we keep complaining that the government have not shown sign that they really need to, that they want this insecurity tackled. Because when you bring in people who assume that they are not killed, they are arrested at the battle front, and you bring them, they now bring up a policy of de-radicalization and then reintegration. Those kind of things are the things that you bring in people who are your enemies into your camp, and they'll be feeding information to the other people, wherever they are in the bush. So those are the situations there. But for the NYSC, look, it is still better that you teach them, how to handle these arms, how to defend themselves and all that. Haven't you seen someone with arms? Even some villagers do it. They disarm them and you collect the gun. If you don't know about it, how can you even operate it?
All right.
And if it gets to push, gets to shove, you can now, if perchance they come in contact with arms, they can defend themselves. And if Nigeria needs to get a crop of youths that can defend the nation, they can get them from the NYSC.
All right, all right. Thank you very much, Somi Uranta. Let's go to Engineer Ben Aka, who joins us from Oka. Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Talking about the training, yes, when I saw these reforms, I was of the opinion that they should be given some military training. But now I'm having a rethink. Just listening to Somi here, you talk about, I'm having a rethink because I'm thinking, are our youths mentally strong enough to be trained in handling weapons? We see, we are still dealing with the issue of cultism here. We're dealing with other issues. We're dealing with the issues of youth kidnapping other youth to make money. So training at the NYSC level, will that sort of militarized training, will that help or worsen the situation? Some people have asked that Nigeria trains its youths the way Israel trains their 18-year-olds, because Israel, once you're 18, some people are trained in the military pattern in Israel. But can we achieve a similar thing here, going by the level of insecurity that we are facing, both from insurgents and within? Engineer Ben, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. The reality of today is that we all need military training. We all need to know how to handle weapons. We all need to know and understand combat. That is the reality of the situation today, and it is not going to get better tomorrow. Insurgency, rascality has come to stay. Before insurgency, the rascality and the violence was limited to the electoral space. People win elections because they arm touts that have guns and use that to intimidate others, carry ballots to go to the collation centers, write the results, and defend it with arms and chase away everybody. It is important that these NYSC people are people who have gone through tertiary education. They are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the people who will defend this country with their youth, the brains they have, and the knowledge they've acquired in tertiary institutions. They are the people who enter the officer corps in the military, all arms of the military and even security agencies. So I am 1000% for their being given military education, for their being deployed in military training throughout the 1 year. They must know how to use weapons, even if they don't have the weapons themselves. Because at the way we are going, every Nigerian has to acquire a weapon for self-defense. We have already said the government has moved in the right direction, state police. But we will get to local government police. We will get to city police. And we will get to each individual being armed so that those bandits or those robbers will think twice before they operate. Because the next person there can shoot them down.
If you look at a similar thing playing out in the United States where, anybody can own a weapon, they are struggling with the proliferation of arms and killings, high school killings, people losing their minds, taking guns and going into crowded places and killing people. Don't you think if every Nigerian is encouraged to own a gun, a weapon, such as a gun, we will not be walking ourselves into such a situation whereby people will just, when they feel depressed, might just pick up the gun and kill people?
It depends on how we operate our licensing for the guns. I know in America, what you are trying to say pertains to children who legally shouldn't even have access to the weapons to start with. So it depends on our gun control measures. I don't want you to compare it to the US because the people that sell guns in the US have a very strong lobby group.
But they still have the issues that they have. It's all gun control. The gun control issues in the US is going downhill. That's why Congress is, they've been looking at it, looking to find a solution to it.
Yeah, but it has never been able to sail through the Congress because the gun control, the gun vendors have such a lobby, is a strong lobby group that they wouldn't be able to accept gun control. It impinges on their finances and every other influence they have. That's not the model we are going to adopt here. When you have people, we have Nigerians, we have eggheads who can craft something that will be watertight and effective. But the problem is, will they be used? Even if they give those ideas, we will be dedicated, we will have fidelity to those ideas. The answer is no. We have good ideas, we have good programs, but the implementation is always shoddy because somehow, somewhere, the people in power get interested differently from what the truth and the right things should be. That is the crux of the matter. Not that people shouldn't have guns. People must have guns. In fact, we can't run away from it. Give yourself another 10 years, everybody in Nigeria will have a gun. You must license people to have guns. People cannot stay in their homes and be slaughtered. Villagers cannot stay in their villages and be slaughtered without offering a resistance. And we are saying it is better for them to be slaughtered than to arm them
No, that's
for
not what we're
self-defense.
saying. That's not what we're saying.
That's what we're saying. They shouldn't be armed because one of them can run amok and kill two people. And that one can run amok and kill other people. But the damage being done by terrorism is unimaginable. It destroys human beings. It destroys the economy. It destroys the country. It destroys everything that we live for.
All right, engineer.
We have to check which evil is bigger than the other.
All right, engineer. I just want to ask, how do we curb racketeering, which is the mainstay of many industries, many sectors in Nigeria. This is what I mean. You know, with the new policy, the proposed policy, youth corps members are going to be segmented into specialized streams. You have the premium streams and you have the a little lesser streams. So how do we ensure that some certain set of NYSC students don't get sent to the premium scheme, and then maybe the ones from rural universities don't get sent to a lesser stream, in quotes. And then the proposal also is saying that they will give them grants, business grants, after they are done with NYSC. How are we sure that these monies will get to the right people? I mean, presidents and all of that.
See, these are all speculations to start with.
Okay.
The only way you can make sure that any program of government gets implemented faithfully and honestly is having the right people in government. That is the only way I can see you can make sure. There are people in this country who are bent on doing the right things. And until we can get them to be the people ruling us, then we will never be there. I like the program they've made, even though it's just a step forward. It will not achieve much, but it's a step forward. 2 weeks of training in one program, 2 weeks of training in another program, 2 weeks of training in another program, 6 weeks will not give anybody any competence. Go and mark my word for it. But again, at least people are thinking differently, which is important.
All right. Well, let's
but
bring
into my mind,
okay.
The major problem is what is the character of the people who are in government and making political decisions. That is, those who are accountable for the implementation of the policies. Until the right people are there, Nigerians must wake up and insist on the right people being there.
All right, then.
All we've been doing in the past with these politicians has been hogwash. I tell you that.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Engineer Benaka. Let's bring you back to Somi here in the studio. Yes, I understand your position. You prefer militarized training, but that's not what it is. So let's look at what we have on ground now. Now, we've been told that there will be some sort of concentration to ensure that when corps members leave camp after the 6 weeks that they will spend in camp now, they will be sent to the primary centers that they will be sent to, will be in line with what they studied in school, as against what we have, where some people who probably read medicine will be sent to, work in a primary school somewhere teaching English or mathematics and the rest of them, making them spend the 1 year doing something that is aligned to what they read in school. And then the issue of insecurity, sending people to certain areas, should that be stopped? Government has said they will look at security in areas before, they deploy corps members to such areas. How can they do this better? Because some parents are already saying that, look, they will not encourage their children and they will not allow their children to go to areas where we have insecurity holding sway. Some parts of the north.
I have made my position known that I would have preferred the situation where the NYSC.
Yes, but what you prefer is not what we have on ground. So let's talk about what we have on ground.
If we want to manage what we have, I would think that there is no point under the present situation, as precarious as it is, we can't be sending people to, say you want to send to, from here, you send someone to the northeast and all that. You need to be alive to be able to get a job and use your certificates.
Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of cultural integration? that the NYSC was meant to promote in the first instance?
You see, in the first place, the situation that was on ground at the time when NYSC was initiated, the idea was muted and adopted, is different now. The people who have in authority for the past how many years now have bastardized everything. So it becomes very, very risky to send someone to some certain parts of Nigeria. And those parts of Nigeria where there is insecurity, there are so many now. That's why I keep saying that this plan, this reform on NYSC is just like one of those reforms we've been hearing in recent time that means no reform at all. Because how will you send someone here to go to, say, Borno or to Niger?
Well, they said they will assess the areas that commonwealths would be sent to.
Even Ibadan here. So the situation, things has gone so badly that you don't raise the life of people on national service when you don't train them. You don't train them. And what the issue of wanting to also send them after training, they go to the area of their core area of studies and all that. I even heard about giving some funding and
uniform change and all of that. A few other things.
These are just ways to spend money. There's so much money that I think the problem is how to spend it. That is what I'm seeing. Because what happened to the uniform they are using? You know how many billions will go into this uniform change? Okay, what's the idea behind the uniform change?
Money goes into the uniform that they use already. It's just a change of uniform.
Planning a new one is going to be, the cost will be quite humongous, but nothing we can do. We can just
Mr. Somi, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that it could be more jobs for the boys or what? Is that
of course, you just said it.
No, I mean, okay. Because you said,
I agree.
You asked the question, why is there need for
more jobs for the boys? Because why are you changing the uniform? Why are you changing the uniform? So even when they want to say they want to give out.
The probable reason would be to make it look less
like the military.
Like a military uniform.
More like
because the uniform looks like a military gear.
But the truth is that it ought to look more like military.
But now that they are...
So they are doing the opposite, which shows that the reform is no reform at all. That's the issue.
Now, Somi, what's the essence of... Do you agree with the fact that they want to remove the military commander as head of NYSC and put a civilian person? What effect, what impact would that be, in trying to remove that military toga, from... Looks like there's a confusion. You want it militarized, but the government is saying, well, we want to remove the military head and put a civilian head there.
Let the government give us the reasons behind their actions. When you want to carry out a reform, you have to think out with the people. I was on a program and somebody said in one of these East African countries where they have wildlife, and some people in government say, look, let's go to some place where they have wildlife, let's build schools and let's build hospitals for them. Somebody amongst them say, look, let's go and ask the people, what do they want? And they went to ask the people. People say, look, we have a lot of white people coming here to, hunt for games and all that. Say, what we need is an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And they say, why? Finally, they agreed that let's do what they want. One of the people in government said, let's do what they want. And they built it. Those guys now constructed shops around the swimming pool. And the whites, they come there to swim, they enjoy themselves, spend money. They were able to make money. Indigenous were able to make money and build hospitals and schools and run it properly. So you don't ask people what they want. You just one day, just wake up, say what they want. Build them hospital, which you will not maintain. Build them this. Did you ask them? Why do you arrogate divine honors unto yourself to know what they are thinking? You should ask people for their need. The reform is a wrong one, just like many other reforms. Is it the reform on petroleum products? Is it the forest reform? And all of them, none of them has worked. Because you don't get the people's input. And it's not meant to even... I don't know if they have the plan to make it work in the first instance. That's the issue.
All right, then. Well, let's get into another conversation now. 5 states will receive a combined $15 million in performance-based incentive under the World Bank-supported Hope Governance Program after emerging as the best performing states in the implementation of key education and healthcare reforms. Now, this was contained in a statement issued on Tuesday by the communications officer of the Hope Governance Program, Joe Muta. The program, domiciled in the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, approved a total of $27 million in incentives for states that successfully achieved the year zero disbursement linked results under the program. Bayelsa, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, and Yobe states emerged as the biggest beneficiaries and will receive $1.5 million each for focusing on the adoption of comprehensive guidelines for the preparation and submission of consolidated work plans for states' basic education budget. Abia, Bayelsa, Borno, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Imo, Jigawa, Kano, Kebbi, Kogi, Nasarawa, Ondo, Plateau, and Yobe will each receive $500,000 for their publication of the 2025 Citizens Budget for Basic Education and Primary Healthcare by February 28, 2025. 15 states qualified for the incentive, and there you have it. But quickly, let me go to Engineer Ben Aka now. Your reaction to this. Now, do you think rewarding states based on performance will produce better governance outcome than just sharing, the funds equally among all states?
My dear, I read through that thing. I didn't see any performance. I saw rendering a program in a particular way that the Hope agenda wants it rendered. In other words, this is a clerical function by the governments of those states saying, this is our plan, this is how we will report it. That's what they are rewarding. They're not rewarding delivery of anything to the public. I would have wanted a situation where they reward states that have delivered good medical services, good educational services, not those who have come in to put themselves in the reporting system that you have said. That's what they're rewarding. So there's really nothing substantial, nothing you can hold on to that is being rewarded. It's like rewarding somebody for a plan. I plan to build 200 schools, and you give him a reward for that. Has he built the schools? What is it that these states have done to merit the reward? And we are told that this program is a Hope Agenda program, domiciled. That's you say it's supported by World Bank. I don't know what they mean by supported by World Bank. They should tell us whether World Bank is financing the money they are going to give to these states or no. There's a lot that we are not being told. And like I said, our government is based on falsehood, deceit, and whitewashing issues. So I don't see any real thing. If you saw any real thing that is being rewarded, please tell me. Maybe I didn't read properly.
All right, Somi, your thoughts on this now?
You see Nigeria. You see, every time I suppose the money is from World Bank. Yes. They're giving Nigeria that money.
According to the report.
But you see, every time you go cap in hand begging, you allow people, extraneous forces, to surreptitiously infuse some corruptive element into your system. Nothing goes for nothing. In international circle, is dog eat dog. Nobody comes to, look, World Bank, why they go and give it to, there are other countries that are poor. They are giving, everybody that is giving a gift has a reason. That is how they allowed GMO products, into Nigeria. That's how Bill Gates, Monsanto organization, shipped into this country, they corrupted a lot of our seedlings here. That's the way the education, everything. So this country that is so rich, and it's a shame that these people who are running our affairs, superintending over the affairs of this nation, cannot optimize the capabilities and possibilities which the universe has bestowed the nation with. Cannot do that. So we go about this and give us this and we are happy. Say, who is dashing who? You pay for it. There is no free lunch, not even in Freetown. So Nigeria, if we want to get serious, we should have our national policy on health and we'll follow it through. We have the money to do it. If we can stop the ones we are looting into private pockets, is it education that we cannot fund? First and foremost, let Nigerians make sure that whoever is coming to, we are going to vote for, should be able to utilize, the services in Nigeria, health and education. Their children, you cannot be here as a minister or a government worker, and then you are using taxpayers' money or resources from this country to train your children abroad, to attend medical treatment and check-up abroad. They will never care for what we have here. So that's the problem. We must face the real problem. It's not all these things that are dashing you. They dash you, they give you one thing, and they take 5. You wouldn't know. It happens, it's a subtle arrangement. But the more you want to take, all those kind of free lunch, as they say, I will the wrong belly.
All right, then that'll be a good place. Now, let's quickly get your concluding thoughts in 1 minute. All the conversation, what do you think? Concluding thoughts.
Yes, what I will say is that it's important that our government, those men and women should be turning over the affairs of this nation, they should put on their thinking cap. And for once, think of the people, not themselves, not what they want. Think of the people. And formulate policies that will benefit, the people, real time. And not all this, think of what you want to. You want to settle the boys, you just create one policy that will not get to the downtrodden. Because those are the people. Every law or policy that is not of the people or for the people cannot be good for the people. So ask the people what they want and do it. And our country will be nice and good.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Engineer Ben Aka, your concluding thoughts in 1 minute, please.
Yes, I urge all Nigerians to know that our problem is real and will continue for as long as we succumb to the process of choosing the worst of us to lead us. That is what has become our problem. And what we are discussing is one aspect of the problem. It's not even the tip of the iceberg. And we are bringing the problem on ourselves. This is self-inflicted because every Nigerian has been so commercialized that all we look for at the election is the cash we put in hand, and we bring in the worst to destroy us. At the end of the day, we start crying and saying, oh, okay, it's only 4 years, he will go. But the person coming will become worse. The one coming after him will become worse. So what we need in Nigeria is education. People need to understand the consequences of whatever action they take, especially on the political space. We need to choose the right leaders. That is where our problem solution starts.
All right, then. Choosing the right leaders.
We have another chance in 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ben Aka is social critic and crusader, public affairs commentator, and community leader. Thank you for your time on the program. And also, Somi Uranta, an author and a public affairs commentator. Thank you for your time as well on the program. This is where we draw the curtains on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next, and we'll have the analyst making sense of the stories from the dailies at 10 o'clock. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you again at 10.
Thank you for watching. I'm Jane Ogoye.
I am Shukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota, this is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, Dissecting the news without fear or favor. Through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality?
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm Chukwu Makoro. Good to have you join us again.
And yes, we do have the analyst with us. Dele Fanimo joins the conversation as a reporter and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you join us.
Good morning. You didn't put a retiree?
We also have Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and, of course, a public affairs analyst. Good to have you join us as well.
My pleasure.
All right, then. So let's dive into it. Coastal states wary as floods disrupt Lagos economy amid disease fears. We played some of the videos earlier in the day. It would be good to have those videos again. Now, this is from the Guardian newspaper, and then you would see the picture there showing floods. There you have it. This is even scary. That's like an electrical point in that building. Oh, well. The writers to the story, health experts warn as cholera, malaria, typhoid outbreaks. They warn of cholera, malaria, typhoid outbreaks. NIMET forecasts more heavy rain, flash floods across Lagos, coastal states today. Lagos spent over 106 billion naira on drainage despite recurring floods. Experts project up to 500 billion naira economic losses from flooding. Homeowners, businesses face mounting repair bills, property value decline. Sanwo-Olu orders dredging of 28 more drainage channels. Atiku sympathizes with victims, urges solidarity. Doherty seeks compensation, probe of environmental safeguards. Floods kill 25 in Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, as storms batter West Africa. There you have it. Those are the riders to the headline there. Let me come to you, Dele, please.
See, that's plethora of reasons for these flood mismanagement in Nigeria, and it has a history. We are even talking about Lagos now. 2 years after Alaoji Dam, we have not done anything about it in the north. And that overflow gets as far as Lokoja. I know that it's likely to happen this year. Despite,
that's allowed down.
Yes. Despite then Ikorodu flashpoint is still waiting to happen. Because nothing has been done against some of these. These are natural disasters that we need to plan ahead to make sure that we get to the root of it and find safe havens for those around those places. They are lowlands. You cannot do anything otherwise about it. The only thing you can do is to make sure that you ensure that property and human lives are saved. Now, just about 2-3 days torrential rain in Lagos. See what we are looking at. I'm sure if the reporter had captured areas like Lekki, Axis, it will be more horrendous than what we have seen here. And we have not even heard of any case of death or missing person. Now, the first thing that to consider is how a lot of people build on the right of way of this massive water that flows through certain areas. Canal had been bastardized by developers who built on canal. There was a particular incident last year. This particular incident was that there was perennial flood in a certain street in Lekki. And when government came, there was somebody who built a house, a massive building, on the right of way, on the channel through which this water flows back to the ocean. And because he's a big man in Nigerian parlance, up till now, I doubt if they have told that man to remove his edifice from that point. And so, year in, year out, you see some of these things happening. And then, when you say people should relocate to save land, what are the safeguards? What are the provisions for the period of the rainy season, which is just about 3 months? I told you of a story When I went to Bangladesh, those places where you have refugees from Myanmar, before rain started, I spent 2 weeks. Before rain started, they started moving these people to upland. So by the time the rain starts, what that rain will be contending with was the natural thing that will happen any year. So they get prepared for it. Until that water recedes, those people are not brought back to that settlement. But here in Nigeria, you are telling the Korodu people to move. Move to where? Are they going to move to under bridge or where? You have not made adequate provision.
Oh my.
So what they rely on?
The picture on the screen there shows water flowing in from the window.
From the window.
And that's
so
in Lekki
in no
area.
time, in
That's
no time, this room will be submerged. So what are the safeguards? It's just not about palliative measure. There must be something concrete to make sure that this does not occur next year. Next year, you still see the same picture happening again. Then, when you talk about diseases, some of the sewages, unscrupulous Nigerians, some of them, they would open their sewages to go along with the flood. One day, myself and Chukuma went to repair my car at Ladipo, and somebody told us there was rain. Did you know that some companies around that place opened their sewage and it was just moving? Now, at that point, there is nothing to safeguard anybody from disease. And unfortunately, a lot of people around that place, they don't even know that is the open sewage because the water was dark, black. And so it's not the normal flood. It's not the normal water you see. So in that case, typhoid will come in, malaria will come in, and other diseases. And that will also put pressure on the scarce resources that you need to take care of yourself. Imagine a whole family having typhoid in this time and age. Your salary cannot take care of that typhoid for that month. That means that family is already displaced, dislocated somehow. So when we have some of these things, the recourse is to blame government. Because government has the responsibility. Look at on a road, you now use canoe to move car.
Is
it not outrageous? These are roads, so
this is in Lagos.
Is this Lagos?
Is this Lagos?
This is Lagos.
No, we need to be certain.
No, we need to be certain.
Is this Lagos?
Chukuma, I'm aware.
Lagos.
It could be AI, I don't know.
This one is not AI.
But I can assure you that
we are being told that this is Lagos actually.
It is Lagos.
But no, if you look at the plate number plate or plate number, what do you call it? It doesn't look like it's Nigeria.
No, it's Nigeria.
If you look closely,
Chukuma, let us even agree that this is not Lagos. But wherever this is, it is in Africa. It could be Ghana. But what we are saying is, what is the function of government in ensuring that this thing does not get to this point? And if it gets to this point, there should be alternative means of survival, not allowing people to go through this. About 2 or 3 years ago, they were killing pythons in homes.
Yeah.
As a result of flooding. Now, just imagine yourself waking up.
No, this looks like AI actually.
No, this is not Lagos.
This looks like AI.
Yeah, it could be AI.
And because if you look at the distance between the bridge, the flyover, and the flood, you discover that no, this is
the last person paddling at the back is not paddling the right way. It looks like AI.
Yes, it could be AI.
Yes,
but,
like AI.
But it's also instructive that I know that in Lekki, there was a particular year they were using boats to ferry people from their homes.
Yes,
to save
lives.
lives.
That's a lot in Lekki, Ajah.
That's what I'm saying.
Use boats to ferry people, but what I don't understand is that
using boats to ferry cars.
I mean, except those things are ponti. You know what they call ponti? That we used in those days.
Yes.
You know, to cross from one end of my community to the other, when we didn't have a bridge across that river.
You know. So, but in all of this, government has its own share of the blame. Unscrupulous elements also have their own share of the blame.
Now, Dele, when you talk about government, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has ordered, in fact, he has said that 28 channels.
Should they wait for till now
is the point.
To do that when the damage has already started happening?
Now he's doing damage control.
No. See, when we were coming this morning, I was mentioning to you that you have desilted this drainage, but you have not evacuated.
All right, so but we don't need to know
2 days of rain.
We don't need to know you come together.
Yes.
That's too much information.
Sorry, maybe I was just carried away
then.
by saying that. But you see, when you distill drainage system, the effective thing to do is to evacuate those debris immediately, because over a period of time, those debris will still find their way back to the drainage. And so you continue to distill, you continue to evacuate, and at the end of the day, it's just like running without motion. These are things, why would the governor, who knows that we are under below sea level in Lagos, most part of Lagos is below sea level, why would he wait until rain starts before you start the silting? Why would you wait before you now begin to clear channels? Why would you wait to stop people who build houses on this drainage system?
Dele, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Why will the governor wait? Now, I want us to talk about delegation of duties and responsibilities. We have a governor, who has commissioners. He has commissioner for environment and all of that. I know you will tell me that he appointed them and should take responsibility. Now, should we expect the governor, to work all round to ensure that something as little as opening drainages, is carried out? In the morning, on the morning show, we had an issue. A new agency, that came in, the controversy, Majabiamila and all of that. There are 541 agencies of the federal government, and out of those 541, 261 of them are directly under the executive. Do we expect the president and the governor to know all the agencies of the government and their operations at the same time? What happens to delegation of responsibilities and all of that?
Chukwuman, the answer to this is, those days in the newsroom, if you deliberately engage a reporter that you know is deficient, you end up doing the job of that reporter along with your own responsibility. So if you have positions that you want to fill, the ideal thing is to look for people that will not give you problem, that they will still come back to you and say, look at what is happening in this sector.
Okay.
Get somebody who you know that just with minimal supervision.
In our climb here, people that were recommended for you, political patronage, well, you have to make this person commissioner of this, commissioner of that.
That's what I'm saying. I was reading something this morning. Somebody was saying that at least there are people who are knowledgeable in this sector, they should appoint them. And at the end of the day, they appointed political cronies and all that. I said, the point is, you also are not helping matters. If somebody is appointed to a position, if you appoint a bricklayer to go and do the job of a doctor, at that point, people should shout and say, look, this person is not qualified to do this job. How can you employ a doctor to come and do the work of an engineer? There's no way it will work.
All right. Barrister Darlington, let's get your thoughts in.
Yes. They say charity begins at home. And I will start from Lagos before we can now talk of other states.
And countries.
And countries, yes. If you look very well, this particular state is the commercial hub of Nigeria. And in fact, by implication, the whole of West Africa. And so, my thinking is that whenever things like this is to be done, you want to erect a structure, there should be environmental impact assessment, knowing fully well the topography of Lagos. You are sitting below sea level. You don't just construct anywhere and anyhow.
What kind of structure are you talking about?
Buildings.
Buildings, okay.
Buildings. Because the greatest problem of Lagos today is unauthorized buildings erected by big men in an unauthorized environment. Take, for example, Parkview. That place was built by the white man. Ikoyi was built by the white man. And they provided all these recreational parks. Please, somebody go there now. Go and see the type of building in that place. That recreational bar was to be a wetland where flood should move into the sea. Some people went there to erect buildings. And then two, this Atlantic City, I cannot fathom the reason for that city. I don't know why somebody decided to fill an ocean just to build a house.
But people do it in other parts of the world.
Please. When you want to do your own, you do it like those people over there. Okay. You don't just emulate things that are not comparable. When they were filling that thing, was it properly done? The answer is capital no. It was done out of selfish interest. You sanfilled an area that is elevated so that no water will come towards your own end, but the water can go to anybody's and flow to anybody's area. Is that how to do things? Go and check that place, because I listened to some people, even engineers, who were complaining. In fact, the demolition man, Wahab, he was even regretting that place. I said, now you want to talk, Abi? But when it was being erected, what did any of you do? Nothing was done to checkmate, do environmental assessment so that this thing will not cause problem later. I have always told you people here that 90% of our problems are man-made. Most is man-made. We create problem unnecessarily. That is why South Africa called Lagos a swamp and the whole of Nigeria a refugee camp. Because this thing happened about 2 or 3 years ago when South Africa made this comment. And Nigerian government had to ask them to retrace it. So why is it that whenever I want to do so, we do it as if nobody is here, nobody is thinking here? This flood now, look at how bad it has become, all because of an environment that is prone to flood. Moses, you went there and erect Atlantic City. You went there to erect Dangote refinery. You went there to erect a seaport. You went there to erect a coastal highway. All these things was not even considered when you were putting all those things there. So where will the water flow? A place that is prone to flood. You did not even do proper channeling and look at that environment now, littered with high intensity structures. And you call it development. You call it rebuilding. No, please. We should not blame nature here. You are the one that will cause the problem. So nature must find its way, whether you like it or not. I think that by next year, it may be worse.
Now, the unfortunate thing in all of this is that the rains are just beginning.
Just beginning.
This is beginning.
NIMET already told you that the worst is yet to come.
Yes. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? SUVs
submerged. You wait for it. Yes, you did it.
SUVs submerged.
Well, you did it. You did it deliberately. You were building
Another
and building
one
and
we
building
saw
without
just
thinking.
now.
Without thinking.
Another one we just saw now is vehicles, commercial vehicles and refuse floating on the water. Refuse floating everywhere. These are people on the roof. Yes, I think I saw that other video. The lady trying to say this one, very horrible.
I think the lady is apparently asking for Noah's number. Noah that built the ark. So please, who can give me Noah's number?
He's in Ghana.
So that I could consult him.
No, but Lagosians are dirty, really.
Look
at this. Refuse now.
Moses,
plastic waste.
Now, this is a channel.
Do you know the impact
Yes.
it would have made to the whole world if they come and see that with all this rain, Lagos is free from flood? Is that not something to emulate? Japan is an earthquake-prone environment. Go and look at their buildings. Resistant to earthquake. From the beginning, they knew that their environment is earthquake-prone, and they started like that. Venice is a city built on water. It's Venice. Have you heard that there was flood there? Or rain don't fall there?
No, so we shouldn't actually have a problem with the Atlantic City. The problem should be, did we do it right?
That's the problem now. When you were doing it, you did it right. You didn't.
And so, not that I mean it was ill-conceived. It was well-intentioned, but apparently the fact that...
Well-intentioned for who? For who? Can you buy a property there?
But some people can. Some people can, as a matter of fact. Nigerians, even foreigners.
So that what will happen?
Well, I think the thing is, the lesson in all of this is that going forward, but one big challenge I have is that we will talk, other people will talk, other stations, TV, radio, newspaper, every other person. In fact, government is going to call for policy meetings and all of that. And after like 2-3 weeks, we'll go back to where we are coming from. When the Alao Dam incident happened, I think over 17 billion naira, you know.
That was the money donated. Apart from government.
That was not used, though. That was not used.
You understand?
That was not used.
And so, I will not be surprised if we come back to this next time. So it speaks to the fact that government is not hands-on. Government waits for problems to happen. We have a Ministry of Environment. We have Ministry of Water Resources. We have Ministry of this and that. So if this thing has happened this year, why don't we just say, okay, now let's remediate it for this year, you know. Let's look for remedies and all of that. But going forward, we should start planning during the dry season that as the rainy season approaches, we should do right by ourselves so that we don't get into this mess again. We are not talking about we are just discussing vehicles and all of that. A lot of people will lose their life in the course of this. We don't have the numbers of people that have been swept away by the flood and all of that.
You know the danger I also envisage is those manholes you see that are open. If anybody falls inside, it's straight to the ocean.
That's it. The person is gone. Unfortunately,
that person is gone. And you cannot imagine the number of manholes around streets in Lagos that people take for granted. That those manholes are potential dangers.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's advised that when it starts to rain and you see the flash floods coming, you park your vehicle. Stay in a place and wait for...
Your vehicle is not safe in your home. It's not safe in your home. Flood will meet in there.
I'm talking about falling into manholes and the rest of
Moses,
gutters.
Let me now tell you something. Did you know that since 2003 or thereabout, all SUVs have a sensor that once water gets to a particular threshold, all the windows come down automatically. Go and find out.
No, there is.
And now imagine that house that water is seeping from the window. If a car is parked outside, that means the threshold,
the window will come down and then water will just...
And then water will seep.
The makers did it to prevent you
so that you
drowning.
You are not locked in.
Yes, so that you can escape.
Yes, you're not drowning.
Because the door may jam.
But then we've brought those cars here and we have a different problem here.
From Nigeria.
Even the brake bus, you need to work on it before you can use it again. You can use it again.
Look at this.
So to even buttress my point, Moses, some years ago, something happened at this Magodo. You know Magodo GRA? At the back is a wetland. That reserve for, forest reserve where you can see animals and all that. Somebody went there to clear it to build. The result of that, they came on television and radio. I saw it, I heard it. Complaining and lamenting. But because of the person involved, nobody could do anything. You can see. Nobody could do anything. One of the
so should we be holding the building agencies, the officials of the agencies accountable, or individuals that flout the law? Because these agencies, they were given authorization to build. Authorization is sought to build. Or would people just build houses without getting authorization?
Yes. Approvals made.
Or people build without
90% of the problem is selectivity. I had Wahab demolishing houses. Is that not true? These other buildings that are causing problem in Lekki and all that, what has he done about it? Are they not owned by human beings or is not aware? These are issues now.
What is the Ministry of Environment doing? The commissioner?
I said there are things that are above him. He cannot do it.
What are they doing? Estate planning? What are they doing?
He cannot clear drainages or what?
Is that?
Ministry of Environment.
The buildings that are obstructing free flow of drainage.
No, but those drainages that are not covered with buildings.
The ones
why can't we open them?
Why can't we open those channels?
The channels, like the governor said, 28 channels to be opened up.
Why is he doing it now?
Why is waiting now?
Because it's predictable. Every year, this thing happens just around this time.
You recall that last year when we were discussing this thing, they said we will still come back to this table to discuss
exactly what
and where we are today. So which means by next year we will still come back and discuss it.
And so how long will it take us to put our acts together as a people?
Until Christ come back. Until Christ come back.
When is
no, that's a hopeless situation.
No, hoping against hope.
No, it's not hoping against hope. I mean, we can do this. People that we started out with, are all far ahead of us. Talk about, I'm sorry, Barrister, countries like Vietnam, countries like Malaysia, countries like Singapore, and back to Africa, even Rwanda, that had, the Rwandan genocide, everybody understands it. Look at a country like Seychelles, small country, small island. Look at a country like Botswana. These people have gone far, far, far ahead of us. They don't even have 1/3 of the resources that we have. They don't even have the kind of human capital that we have. They don't even have the kind of active, youthful asset, youthful population that is an asset that is turning around things in other parts of the world. At last count, Nigerians account for the highest educated diaspora community in Europe, in US,
America,
and in Canada. And so why are we not taking advantage of those youthful assets, that active population, to turn around things for ourselves? Look at what is happening to us. 269 people. I'm sure you want to talk about that, moving from South Africa.
Yes.
And we hear that our embassy is already packed with people wanting to come back home. And when they come back, what is their fate?
Not even that. People are even complaining. People are complaining that they are asked to pay money before they put their names.
So now we're going into...
When we have a leader...
It's a Nigerian thing.
Moses, when we have a leader, all these things will be taken care of. We don't have any yet.
Okay, let's put this the trajectory of the conversation now in proper perspective. We'll take the headlines there. Let's take from the Punch, talking about xenophobia.
Nigerian embassy packed. 269 return as South Africa protests rise. Returnees arrive Lagos. Federal government insists evacuation ongoing amid anti-migrant protests. Nigerians in South Africa, ex-envoys push for diplomatic dialogue. I don't think that will work at this time.
And from The Guardian, we have violence, tension in South Africa as FG evacuates 271. Seeks compensation for Nigerians. Now, that aspect of seeking compensation is one aspect that I have been talking about, and I hope it will be done properly, and these Nigerians will be compensated. If they are compensated for the properties that they are leaving behind in South Africa, they can have something to start life with right here in Nigeria, or maybe relocate elsewhere if they so please. And the writers here, SA government sets aside 600 million rand for police protection of protest hotspots. Let me take that one again. South African government sets aside 600 million rand for police protection of protest hotspots. The same police that have killed some Nigerians, some foreigners in South Africa. KZN police arrest 7 for break-ins, robberies of foreigners' shops. Embattled Chidima Adesina faces deportation to Nigeria. You remember her?
Yeah,
the
that's
beauty pageant.
Yeah, Black Beauty pageant.
The beauty queen. Faces deportation to Nigeria. Was she born there?
She came back to Nigeria.
No, I think she was born
The
there.
mother is South African.
The mother
by naturalization, she's in Mozambique.
No, they said the papers were not correct.
The mom is Mozambique.
But
naturalized in South Africa.
So she's South African?
Yes. But at the thick of the crisis, the scandal, South African government said the mother took on the identity of a South African. It was a stolen identity.
So it was forgery.
That's why I said the paper was not correct.
Yes.
Moses.
So now they want to bring
that word compensation is what I'm quarreling with.
Why?
If
Ghana
you
is
tell
doing
me
it. Ghana is
support,
proposing it.
If you tell me support.
No, but Ghana is doing it.
If Ghana is doing it, it doesn't mean that it will sit with
If you use the word compensation, it should be the South African government that is
that is
no,
it.
Nigeria will seek the compensation.
Okay, so the compensation will come naturally.
No, I thought you said
come from South Africa.
that government should give compensation
What
to
Ghanaians
those
are
returnees.
doing, what Ghanaians are doing is ensure that
you get compensation for your
you get
national.
compensated for the properties you have left behind
from South Africa.
From South Africa.
Good.
So they will get
It's
the
not the same
compensation.
thing as what you read about Nigeria.
Well, it's about the same thing. Where is that rider?
I think it's
Seeks compensation. Seeks compensations for Nigerians. So they are seeking it From South Africa.
Okay, that is right. I thought you said that Nigeria should pay compensation.
No. They are seeking compensation.
Okay. Again, there are legal issues involved. You don't just compensate willy-nilly. No. If you have a business in South Africa that is registered under the South African law.
Of course, you provide the papers.
Good. So let us not just believe that everybody will be compensated. It's not possible because
There's something should be given to everybody to start out with.
That is the price.
And then those that have businesses that they left behind will be compensated.
We did it to Ghana and we didn't compensate them. Did you?
Did they seek?
Oh, really? Did they seek? But you did it. I mean,
interestingly, you know, I am on both sides. I'm on both sides. Interestingly, I'm here and there at the same time. But if you talk about Nigeria doing it to Ghana, remember that Ghana did it to Nigeria first.
So at what point will it end?
Were Nigerians compensated when they were asked to leave Ghana in the 70s? Were they compensated? No. And then when it became the turn of Nigeria asking Ghanaians to leave, now you are saying Ghanaians should have been compensated.
Look,
come on.
The world has moved on. I hope you know.
From what to what now?
Yes, the international community have changed the laws governing ownership of property, especially property that are operating in your country. You can't just seize it willingly. After who did it? Moritala nationalized the British Petroleum here. You saw the hoopla it cost. You saw it, and so they look into this thing. You can no longer hijack another country's business or someone's business in your country for whatever reason. No, it's a legal entity.
No, it's a legal entity. But the issue is that how much of international law gets enforced?
Sorry?
How much of international law gets enforced?
Good. If you are weak, that is when you are now, you know that there is an international law. But when you are strong, like Israel and America, how many times has the UN imposed a sanction about what they are doing in Iran and Lebanon? Did anybody listen to them? Netanyahu is now a wanted war criminal. But the man is moving about as if nothing happened.
Now, you have gone back to the point I raised. How much of international law gets enforced?
I said when you are strong, you get your way. When you are strong. But when you are not strong,
no, I mean, you are not saying that. You are not saying that might is right in international politics.
Of course.
Okay, so if might is right in international politics, it then rubbishes the essence of international law. Because, I mean, it's not enforceable. We have exactly the point that you made now.
Cross the line and see whether they will not enforce it on you. Cross the line.
No, Mr. Agumo, we are talking about enforcing compensation.
There is no morality here.
We are talking about enforcing compensation. If the Nigerian government says, well, we want to compel South Africa, to compensate our people. And so at the bilateral table, in terms of bilateral agreement, the treaty and all of that for compensation, South Africa will sign, Nigeria will sign, they will go back. Now, how do you enforce that?
When they have agreed mutually now, there are people that need to be compensated. Definitely there are. But when you have changed ownership of your property in South Africa, you can no longer ask for compensation because some people did it. They handed over their business.
No, we are not talking about people that have handed over. We are talking about people that are due for compensation. Legally speaking, like you said, if your business was not registered in South Africa, foundationally, you are not entitled to compensation. It's like in Nigeria here. If your property doesn't have CFO, if it is not registered and all of that, the government will say, well, I mean, you are even encroaching on the right of way of government, and so you are not
like the
entitled
people of Oronshoki,
and you are not entitled to compensation. The Oronshoki issue is that I think we went through it one day. In their native land, should people be asked to produce CFO before you give them compensation in their native land? Like in my village now, my native land, my ancestral land, if the government wants to take over my property, probably for public interest good and all of that. And so, do I have to produce a certificate of occupancy?
They are telling
you. The law says government owns all land.
Of course.
No, but I'm saying.
Yes,
at the point of
land, yes.
At the point of taking that property, government has absolute control. But if it's a native land owned by a community, government is legally bound to pay compensation.
Yes,
but where people make mistake is ancestors may have collected compensation. Because I've seen it happen. Ancestors will collect compensation they will not tell their child or grandchild.
Exactly.
And so they will be selling those property. But when government comes and then they say in 1974,
and government will come with documents.
Yes, now in 1974 we paid so amount to your grandfather. Look at their signature. Look at their names.
And they become
and then you become stranded. There was a particular environment where they bulldozed over 200 houses in Ibadan. What these people did was they felt in their own wisdom that government would not likely remember, forgetting that government is a continuum. So what they did was, after about 30 years, they started selling that land. I would have been one of the victims because that was where I wanted to build. So at the end of the day, after over 40 years, government just came and they started bulldozing these houses. They went to court. It was at the court that government, the Attorney General of the state, came up with documents showing them that your grandfather took money from government and this thing has been government property for over 40 years. And that was how they lost the case. They went back home sulking.
All right, so let's bring the conversation back to xenophobia, which is what we're talking about. Nigerians leaving South Africa. This is coming from Acting Nigerian High Commissioner to South Africa, Alexander Ajayi. He says, we will not allow the labor that people have suffered to build over the years to go down the drain. Talking about ensuring that Nigerians get compensated for the properties that they are leaving behind. Okay, so he goes on to say basically that's what he's saying.
Okay,
and that's in an
Moses,
interview.
unfortunately.
Okay, sorry, Delip. Moses, before we talk about the real issue, which is compensation, what you read out says Nigeria's acting high commissioner.
Yes.
Why do we still have someone
acting?
acting?
I wonder.
Because we have a substantive.
Fani Kayode, I don't know what
does it look like
has he resumed?
That is the question. Why has he not resumed? Now the question is, the question should not be has he resumed. The question should be why has he not resumed?
Exactly.
And why do we have an acting at this time?
And in all of this, the
in a volatile environment like that,
we have not heard him make any statement, make any comment. But the moment the bomb goes off in Lebanon or in Palestine, or in Israel, you see him full page article.
Exactly.
So why so?
That will tell you our priorities. We don't care about our people. Why should Ghana have evacuated their people and Nigeria is still in the process? Nigeria is still in the process. But so Ghana have evacuated.
What you read out now lends credence to the fact that Nigeria is actively involved in seeking for compensation for. I mean, your labor should not go in vain. I like the fact that, we have the acting high commissioner come out to say all of this, but I understand a lot in diplomacy. You know, they are going to come out and say all of this, but underneath, other things are happening.
In fact, the videos I watched,
and so they're more like public posturing, just to calm.
Other things happening may not be in the favor of Nigerians. Is that what you're trying to say?
Of course.
Not only Nigerians, other nationals.
How do you compel South Africa to pay the money?
Yes.
How do you compel them?
Is it through AU? Or where?
Are you going to international arbitration? To arbitrate on what? Which business?
And if you the video I watched last night suggested there is tacit support of government in this. South African government.
Yes. No, it's very clear. South African government, Ramaphosa has not missed. I mean,
he keeps saying, calm down, don't worry, you'll be safe. But the protesters are taking to the streets.
And he's protecting the protesters.
But the man
putting 610 million rands, to protect police against the protesters.
I cannot blame South Africa because one, protest is the right of anybody in any country. But to do it in a peaceful manner, which is what Ramaphosa did. Look at the amount of money he voted so that it will be peaceful. But you cannot rule out some skirmishes here and there. But so far, no serious killing has happened. Thank God for the action of the
no serious killing?
I mean,
a Nigerian businessman was brought down yesterday in front of his shop.
I'm talking of mass murder.
Big Joe.
Big Joe, yes.
Mass murder. It has not happened.
And that same yesterday.
Two other nationals. At what point does it become mass? I mean, if you have 10, 15, 20 people killed, what else do you want?
One life is equally important. For me, I just feel that there's something Nigerians can learn, even though we know that the xenophobic protest may not, it doesn't make sense to non-South Africans, but Nigerians can learn something in unity and collective, collective power, collective voice. See how South Africans have come out en masse, united in one voice, fighting for a cause that, of course, doesn't make sense to us. But Nigerians can borrow a leaf from that.
No, there is something about South Africa protests.
Yeah.
They are born with protests.
Yes.
Go and check apartheid era.
Yes.
Sharpeville massacre. As they were killing them, they were coming.
Yes.
Sharpeville massacre. Soweto massacre. So it is innate in them.
Yes.
They grew with it. Protest is a culture.
Yeah.
It's a culture to South Africa. You cannot take it away. That's why Ramaphosa, he understood. That's why he said, do it peacefully. But you can protest. There's no way you can stop it. Maybe because of political reasons and all that. Remember, the man is still fighting for his political life. Remember, you cannot rule all these things out. So the opposition is the one. In fact, they are the one escalating this thing, the opposition. And so the man cannot stop them so that he doesn't get into another trouble with South Africans. That's just the reality. But the unity is commendable.
It is.
It's commendable.
All right, so a few more headlines and then we'll call it a day. Oh my goodness, we're almost out of time. Some more headlines here. NDC granted access to INEC portal for uploads. Switzerland returns 23 cultural artifacts to Nigeria. Terrorist recruit raise funds online. Army warns.
Are you serious? So they saw where they are recruiting and they online and they are not tracking it down.
We know this things. We see these things. I mean, we see we see they did give away the other time.
And Nigerians
were applying for the giveaway.
This is one of the reasons. Whenever I want to blame, I will blame them because they saw all this thing. Why are they telling us? Moses, are we supposed to be hearing this type of story?
No, so that you don't fall a victim.
Oh, really? Yeah. Instead of stopping them a bit.
Now, about NDC and others, there's also another news item that says 9 political parties, have collected the access codes from INEC. As at yesterday, INEC says it is the responsibility of political parties to come to INEC and collect the access code. I checked out those. Accord has done, AA has done, NDC has done, PRP has done. PDP has not done that. PDP has not gone to collect the access codes. I don't know if they have a problem.
Which group will go?
Who will go for the PDP?
And they will answer the person. Who will go? That's the issue here. They know what they are doing. It's not as if the parties don't want to. They know what they are doing. INEC is complicit in all these things. In fact, Obi, when he's filling his form, I heard what he said yesterday and I was laughing. Then they give you a form to fill it, whether yes or no. All those things were saying, I said, you are not the only one who is going to answer all the questions in that form. Just answer yourself when your own. When it comes to Tinubu's zone, you will not watch out.
You will go.
Those forms, should they be public knowledge?
Of course. Why not? Of course. We must see what you feel. We must see it.
Who will go? Here I am. Send me.
Of course, you are Moses.
Well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. There are other headlines here, but no time to touch on them. We've TED Fund charges Nigerian scientists to develop Lassa fever vaccine. We've been talking about this for the longest time. I wonder why we haven't developed vaccine for what is just at our backyard. INEC registers 1.57 million Nigerians in CVR exercise. All right, 1.57 million Nigerians. Okay, well, this is how far we go. Thank you very much, Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, Dele Fanimo, a reporter, and also public affairs analyst, and Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback later tonight, political lens. You want to tell us what
6 p.m. Yes, it promises to be quite interesting. As usual, politics all the way. Please join us then. Promises to be quite interesting.
Thank you so much for joining. I'm Jane Ogoye. See you tomorrow.
And that's it. See you tomorrow. I am Moses Humphrey. Stick around, though. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the sport, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and life.
Yeah, it's been great. You can't talk less about what we've been seeing. The FIFA World Cup has been very nice. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here. It's a very big time. It's a new month. We could say happy new month on this day, July the 1st, 2026. Happens to be a very great day. Not after we've seen a whole lot of controversial talks about the FIFA World Cup and how great it's been. I'm a fan of what I've seen so far. I'm loving it and I'm taking it and I'm liking it. Possibly you could say we are living it together. It's been the time to say sleep, can't wait. The FIFA World Cup has been very great. Talk more when we see about games like the French side getting the better of Osula. You might be like the other minnows in the game against the Swedish side. It happened to be the French side getting that result. And also we did see Norway, Haaland, finding himself in the right place at the right time, scoring that very decisive goal for the side. Don't know which is indeed a Viking role. I don't know how to do that. It could keep going. I'm so sorry that Ivorians are out of the very tournament, but it's a lot to be talked about this day, this time around. But we need to just get to talk one point, and that will be about what has been the news out there for every sports world. So when we return, we tell you exclusively about the World Cup, because we've seen Brazil having a pair with the Norwegian side. We've seen some African side, the Moroccan side getting ahead, winning the Netherlands. So the World Cup has been absolutely great. The numbers of some players are insane. Mbappe's got 5 goals right now. And you talk about, I think the level are 6 goals now, sorry to say. And Messi's got 6 goals as well. So a whole lot of top points. Olise wanted to score, but he didn't score. We did see Dembele also going off the game, but call out with a goal. A very direct player, we say. But let's just go up that one and let you know the reason that's really happening away from football. We come back to football and talk about that. Now it's about Formula One. Africa's Formula One race heats up as Nigeria joins South Africa and Rwanda in a bid to end a 33-year-old wait. And now we must tell you, after more than 3 decades of the Formula One calendar, Africa's bid to host its first Grand Prix since 1993 is gaining momentum, with Nigeria joining South Africa and Rwanda in the race. Now, moving on the same news, we tell you, you can talk less about this. You just cannot talk less about how we've been seeing it. So one can say Nigeria has officially joined South Africa and Rwanda in bidding to host the first Formula One Grand Prix in Africa since 1993. And also a fact you must go home with is Nigeria proposal and also proposed race in Abuja would make it the first West African nation to host a Formula One World Championship event. South Africa also are leveraging its motorsport heritage and also focusing on the historic Kilami circuit, which is ready for, a necessary FIA upgrades. And then Rwanda is promoting a new purpose-built circuit near Bujeras International Airport as part of its bid, supported by President Paul Kagame. And we must tell you, the National Sports Commission, NSC of Nigeria, has confirmed that Nigeria submitted an official bid to stage a Formula One Grand Prix in Abuja, joining South Africa and Rwanda in the race to host the sport's first African ever event, you can say, since 1993. South Africa also, the Grand Prix at Akayami Prix, will be looking out to see how it would go. But Nigeria has appointed Opus Racing Promotion as its representative to engage with Formula One Management, FOM, and the Federation Internationale de Automobile, FIA, with officials describing the proposed Abuja race as part, of the sport. So that is what it looks like. And then this is more like, you could say, as part of a project reportedly worth around $500 million US. If successful, Nigeria would become the first West African nation to host a Formula One World Championship race. Now, the bid comes as Formula One continues to expand into new markets with host countries representing and also increasingly, viewing Grand Prix as catalysts for tourism, foreign investment, and also infrastructure development. 3 countries, one Formula One dream. While Nigeria is the newest contender, South Africa and Rwanda have been pursuing, Formula One return for months. So we have to know who wins the bid. Maybe, hopefully, Nigeria would have to get this one for themselves, because we're now seeing South Africa, they are banking on its rich motorsports heritage and also having hosted 23 Formula One World Championship race between 1962 and then 1993. So we can say its campaign is big. But we have to take you through. Let's talk you through the recent one, more like a preparation in Nigeria. We've seen a whole lot of, bikers talk, and then we had the Bikers Day where we were just present at that very one. VOP TV, Lagos, Nigeria, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, also our own very radio station. Also, we're just there to cover that very big event. And it was great to say, because you cannot talk less about the Bikers Forum. I ought to understand. I needed to just know that I was a big biker. I never knew I was a biker. I've never seen such kind of a bike like I did see on that very day. But we are there live to bring you that very coverage. And when we return, we'll tell them more about the FIFA World Cup and also the remaining news. You can talk about the Formula One in Nigeria. Hopefully that will come. Please don't go anywhere. My name is Kizzy K. When we return, the show continues and go. We'll be back, Shirley.
Judge with the tell me
Yes, everyone is a biker. I've already told you right here. We are rapping VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria. Rapping VOP FM Lagos, Nigeria, 90.3 FM. I go by the name Kizzy K right here. City Mall, Lagos. It's all Bikers Day. I never knew I was a biker, but until I did this, it's a Bikers Day. You can see we're having fun, and today, trust me, you just can't imagine what we'll be having here on the show. Everyone is seated out here. The drivers are here. The bikers are here. We're going to do something very good tonight and just have fun. Keep watching. Don't go nowhere. So much to serve you. What's up? So yes, it's World Bikers Day. Breaking Limits is this one, and then we are happy to have you here on the show. So please, let's meet you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Engineer Adamu Enemonako. I'm known as Prezatura. Basically, I know you would like to know the meaning of Prezatura. Basically, it talks about someone who basically makes things that are difficult simple as possible. So we tend to break anything as difficult as it seems to be. We try to make it as simple as possible. That is what I represent, and that is what we represent at Infinity Carentia.
Okay, so it feels great to be here, but we would like to know the Infinity Carentia. What's the word? What does it mean?
Yeah, it's called Infinity Carentia, and it has its origin from Spain. It's a Spanish word, so it means the place where you are your most authentic self, or a part of a bull ring where the bull takes his strongest stand. So at Infinity Carencia, we have a business model wherein we add value to the body of knowledge through entertainment.
So Infinity Carencia. Okay, so Bikers Day, we like to know in Nigeria, how far has it been so far?
All right, so we've had a lot of biking engagements, very interesting ones from different biking clubs, but this is a World Bikers event we are celebrating. It has its roots in France since 1860, so today is 166-year-old of this celebration, and again it's about bringing all the bikers in Nigeria and even in Africa together to celebrate the freedom of riding, to connect, to network and share ideas together. So you can see a lot of these logos up there representing most of the bikers in Nigeria. And also this is about bringing people together and sharing knowledge and most importantly, safety.
So we have the braking limit on this team. What's the braking limit? The team sounds nice to know, but we are liking it. We'd love to know what does this speak, what portrait message?
Yeah, thank you for that very interesting question. As a worker, as a captain of industry, as a businessman, as a sportsman, as a biker, it's just a mental thing. So it has to tell you that whatever dream you have in your head, you have to overcome that psychological limit. You do not have to put limit to yourself, to what you can do. It's telling you to dream big, to work hard, and that all things being equal, with the grace of God, you're going to overcome.
Yeah, the word is the grace of God. So lastly, this might be like a secret, I don't know. Do you want to share with us when next we'll be having it next year?
All right, so the World Bikers Day is an annual event every 21st of June. So it is not a Lagos event. It is not a Nigerian event. It is a world event. All over the world today, they are celebrating World Bikers Day or World Motorcycle Day. The next one is going to be on a Monday, and by the special grace of God, we are all going to come out and celebrate.
I'll need to let him go. He is the CEO. You want to tell us your name again?
My name is Engineer Adamu Monaco, CEO Infinity Carencia,
right, go have fun.
aka Sprezatura, aka Octopus, aka Meraki. Signing out.
I'll let him go have fun. Go have fun. Have yourself a great time. He needs to go. He's the CEO. He's been great. I understand what it took to build up this massive event. It's World Bikers Day. We're not resting. Let's go. Let's go.
Continue. 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 You win.
Yes, VOP TV here, Lagos, Nigeria. I go by the name Kizzy K. Trust me, sincerely, I have never been into a bike like this before, so I'm privileged to ride with a man who knows the bike so well, and trust me, it's gone very nice. So let's have a word with him again. Once again, B-Forge.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Speedy Gonzalez. I am team lead for B-Forge.
But you want to say a word to everyone who is always speeding on Nigerian roads. I like that advice.
One advice for every rider is ride what you see. We want to see you alive. We want to see your lights. The Nigerian roads are not the track. They are not the track. So we don't expect you to come speeding on the Nigerian road. So ride what you see and feel your tires, you know, that's where you can stay alive. I've been riding for 20 years.
Oh, 20 years, that's
yes,
long.
I've been riding for 20 years. When I started riding, I'll tell you what, I was very reckless. But you know, ignorance comes with a lot. But somehow I was saved. So I learned through the process, I grew through this passion. And I've come to see, I've lost friends too. And I've come to see that speed does kills. When you treat the Nigerian road like the track, it will take you to your grave. So ride what you see. Want to see your lights, want to see you alive, your family wants to see you return.
Yeah, you will believe with me, you agree with me that this bike looks quite nice. Look at the tires, they're also on an association. But let's talk about how far can this bike go? How far can it run?
It can travel from England to Africa.
No, please don't kid me, tell me what's real.
That one, you see that one, you see the number plate. It came from England. That's just about the same bike except that it has a build with a steering. Yeah. But this even goes faster than that.
Oh, okay.
Same engine, you know. From England to Africa, it can go that far. But you know, in Nigeria, you can take it just anywhere. The tires are built for the worst road case scenario.
So I remember you said something about you have a forum, you own an association. How do people come together to, talk, to meet yourself? Because one would just feel like it's just bikers on the roadside, but it feels great to know that there's also an association that unites you together.
Yeah, so in Cross River State, we have a good number of clubs. B4G is a club. We also have Metallic Nights in Cross River State. We have Free Wheelers in Cross River State. We have Bone Wolf in Cross River State. We have Max Riders in Cross River State. We have about 10 clubs in Cross River State. I can go on and on. We have the Red Scorpion. We have Diamond Gang in Cross River State. So, with all these clubs in Cross River State, we need to still be under an umbrella so that bikers can be properly managed, they can be controlled, excesses can be contained, certain information can be disseminated through one channel. So that's why we have the association called Bikers Association of Cross River States, with its chairman named Francis Ekbu.
So far you've been riding on Nigerian roads. Have you had an issue with the landsman or possibly the FRC, the road safety? I'm just saying.
Not exactly. I've always been a careful rider. Even though when I started riding, I used to ride very fast. Right. The name Speedy Gonzalez was given to me by a very old rider named Aisha. I think she did not make it here, but she's in Abuja at the moment, yeah. She gave me that name because of how fast I used to ride, but in between, I learned very quickly. I learned speed kills. You have to be careful. You have to speak to people politely. Owning a bike does not make you a king. It's just a means of transportation. Go too far. So every time I'm approached by any of the personnel, VIO, road safety, the police, I'm polite with them. I tell them they want to search your bag, you give them the bag to search. They want to know you, you take off your helmet, you tell them who you are. I've never treated any of them like shit, so I've not had an issue. I've not had an experience to the negative side with them. It's always been good.
All right, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't they lose my voice. When I VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria, we just did so. And I have one of the sponsors of this event. We need to talk about Bikers Day. Great to have you.
Well, I'm Milux, one of the creative directors of Milux Jewelries and also the CEO of Milux Jewelries. And it's a pleasure to be here, honestly. I know you might think jewelries and bike are two different things entirely. One is on the asphalt and one is kept in a box or whatever.
So one would think that you are a biker because you'll have this chest, this look, but you're not a biker. So what did it take you? How long did it take you to say yes to this biking event, to sponsor?
Well, actually, it didn't take me so long. Mr. Engineer Kobe came to me, which was nice one to Engineer Kobe. So he asked me to create a custom piece for him. I did the inspired piece for Engineer Kobe, and I think I brought his reality to life. So that's why we're here. We're here to bring your reality to life, and we know that jewelry should mark a milestone in everybody's life.
That sounds so nice. So what if I say I want one?
Yeah, if you want one, it's not so hard to get it.
What's the name of the brand again?
Milux Jewelries. You can search us on Instagram. You go to TikTok. We're on TikTok. Milux Jewelries. Send a DM. We got you covered.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
I can say happy Bikers Day, happy Father's Day. Say, my man. We are out here. Let's go. VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria. Trust me, we are having fun right here. You can see World Bikers Day, and I'm here with Mr. D. Yes, of course, he'll tell us more about himself. But trust me, I'm liking his outfit, his hairstyle, his looking those. It's just great to talk about the Bikers Day. Breaking Limit. Let's meet you, Mr. D.
Hi, my name is D, Mr. D. I'm the Secretary of Men on Cruisers.
So I needed to say let's meet you, Mr. D, because you've not known before. But now, Mr. D, let's talk about Bikers Day, Breaking Limits. This day, what does it mean to you as a biker?
World Bikers Day is a celebration that is, as the name says, for world bikers, for bikers around the world. Yeah, this is the second edition of the World Bikers Day that we have now in Nigeria. The first one was last year at Infinity Croatia, and it was massive, and I was there, and I said it's going to be lit. This is a bigger and better edition, and definitely next year we're going to make it a whole lot better.
So we want to ask one funny question that's been trending on social media. I've seen a lot of bikes here that I've never seen before, but I'm talking about the tires. How do you cope with Nigerian roads? I don't know.
No, tires are tires. Yeah, you have different tires for different roads. Okay, so the Nigerian road, yeah, you have tires for them.
So how far can some of these bikes run? How far?
How far? A bike is meant to take you anywhere you want to go. As long as there's a road there that's movable, yeah, a bike will take you there. done a whole lot of journeys. I've traveled far and wide around Nigeria. Yeah, my bike takes me there. I prefer going on a bike than a car. Yeah.
That's the word. I prefer going on a bike than a car. But last word for every bikers out there in Nigeria. One word for them.
Ride safe. Always wear your kit. Rubber side down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. D. Nice to meet you. Yes, it's World Bikers Day, breaking limits. It's been so much fun, trust me. We've been having fun. You can see what's really going on. It's been that's so nice, a lot of bikes. And guess what? I have never seen some of the bikes here. And VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria, Voice of People TV. And you know, we came around to just tour, and it's been so great. Yes, we are outside. We are live here at the Circle Mall, Lagos, Nigeria. It's been all fun, trust me. I've never seen the kind of bikes that I've seen today. It's been so great. But I'm privileged to have one of the event planners of this very big event, and we'll be having a chit-chat just in a short while. Great to have you.
Thank you so much. And my name is Aisha B, aka Ayumbot.
Ayumbot is the name. What does it mean?
Ayumbot. I've not finished introduction.
Oh, okay.
My name is Aisha B, aka Ayumbot. If I've not added grr, it's not complete. So
that's the vibe you get.
That's what everybody knows me. Know my signature. Grr.
Oh, that's a very big fun, big part of it. That's the vibe you get. But quickly, let's talk about this event. How was it? How were you people able to pull up? You know, ACI is here, Circle Mall, Team Hospital, VOP TV, VOP Lagos. How were you able to get all these sponsors together?
It's not easy. Honestly, it's not easy. At some point, our sponsors were disappointing us. We had to do this on our own, thanks to my principal. My principal will go to any length to see to that this event does not flop. That man has a passion. He has a passion that I don't understand. Thanks to him. Because even the sponsors we started planning this event since December. Yes, we started planning this event since December. So we got this venue in January. And then we got all our sponsors, but all of them still at the end of the day, we just had like few sponsors that came through for us. So it's not easy. So we're hoping that come next year, this event is going to be very huge.
Okay, so the world here, World Bikers Day, we can see breaking limits. What's about breaking limits?
We have to break limits. Okay, so the thing is, you cannot just start something and you feel like you can't end it. You know, breaking limits, it tells a story about you can do anything. You can be anywhere. You can be who you want to be. I'm so happy today for the turnout. I'm so elated.
So before we let you go, you talked about your nicknames. Sounds weird. Ironbot. What's Ironbot? Oh. Oh, okay. Ironbot.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Okay, so bot means shining, illustrious. Okay? Anything that shines, that's the meaning of iron bot. No, the meaning of bot. But the iron was given to me by the biking community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nice having you.
Thank you for this recognition. Thank you. Thanks.
Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate them.
Ladies on wheels. Ladies on wheels.
I'll tell you.
Thank you so much. These women every year, is it every year or every quarter? Twice in a year. These ladies continue to ensure that our girls have the utmost attention by giving out sanitary pads, exercise books, educational materials. Consistently, they've been doing this over time. And they try to raise the resources themselves. These women are women that have substance. They are not just any kind of people. Now people mama day here. Now people babes day here.
If your hands are not busy, please put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it's been Circle Mall, VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria, World Bikers Day. Trust me, I've been having fun. The kind of bike that I've been seeing today, I've never seen it all my life. And I'm privileged to have someone here with me to talk this through with me. Great to meet you, sir.
My name is Shegun Akisoya, representing CF Moto and Rev Up Bikers Club.
Oh, he's a biker. What does Bikers Day mean to you?
Well, today represents a great day
where I would say a day that you can really mix up with a lot of bikers from Nigeria, all over Nigeria. Even some, I met some friends that came all the way from Republic of Benin.
So more like unite everyone together.
Yes, a place where you can mix up, update yourself with trends, see new things that are going on in the bikers world.
Okay, so let's talk about the bike here. Like I said before, I've never seen some of these bikes before. These bikes, what's the capacity? How long can they run on the road?
As now, I'm sitting on a CF Moto 700 MT. This is a 700cc adventure bike. Fantastic bike. I've ridden it before.
All of these bikes are different kind of bikes.
They are different kinds of bikes. This is an adventure bike. This is a street bike. The other two is street bike. You are sitting on a sport bike.
Oh, I'm sitting on a sport bike. Yes, I'm sitting on a sport bike. Okay.
So the next one to it too is a sport bike or a street bike. Street bike. The other one is a sport bike. The other one is same thing as I'm sitting on. So CF Moto is new in Nigeria. They are doing well. They have quads of different kinds. There's a guy that we were discussing the other time, Mr. Osula, rode all the way from Finland.
With a bike?
No, quad.
Okay. Okay.
It's CF Moto. And his confession about it is that it's fantastic. He didn't have one single issue with the quad. For this, if you go online, you see that the 450 is contesting seriously. In fact, it's the first contender when it comes to medium-sized adventure bikes.
So let's talk about what the social media will be saying out there. People are wondering, asking questions. All of these bikes, how do they cope? How do they run in Nigerian roads? You want to tell us?
Yeah. There's not much about the problems we have with bikes. Naturally, if you have a good bike that is well maintained, bought as used, but as we are talking now, CF Moto is purely new in Nigeria, and we have lots of, all the ones you are looking at, they are new. So that means if you buy them today, in the next 10 years, you may not have problem except for a crash. You insure yourself, then they can take care of your crash or your bike. But naturally, change your oil. But if you do a good oil, you won't have problem. Most times we tell people do Motul. Motul is one of the best oil all over the world. So do Motul, your engine is okay. Buy tires, good tires. Good tires are expensive.
So I don't know if you're in the right position to answer the question, but we saw braking limits. That's a very big word. It means a lot. We want to know concerning this bike. Do you have an association? How do you meet?
Oh, there are lots of associations.
Like on bike?
Yes, different associations. Even in Lagos, I'm sure they have more than 20 bikers club. In Abeokuta, we have like 5 or 6. I belong to one, Rev Up Super Bikers Club. So, and that's how it is all over Nigeria. So, that's what binds us together.
Okay, so I'm going to leave now. We have to go. It's been nice. We need to go join them there and see how it's been going. But last word for all bikers all over Nigeria.
For every biker, please and please, always put on your kit, even for the shortest distance. Don't say it's just there. Put on your kit all the time. That saves life.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Fun. Let's go. Sports bike here. Let's go. VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria is doing great. I don't need to exaggerate how much we're having fun. So noisy, but fun. It's a bikers day and we are having this just to the finest. And with me here, I have one of the brand sponsors of this very big event in the person of 5 Glovers. She could tell us more about herself. Let's meet her.
Hi, it's been a wonderful day. My name is Chika, right, representing 5 Clovers Hotel. 5 Clovers Hotel is one of the best hotels, if you ask me, here in Lagos. And it's really awesome and wonderful being here.
So a lot of people will wonder why your brand is on this event. How long did it take you to say yes to the bikers?
It wasn't difficult, really, because the event aligns with us. It's more like a hospitality event. It promotes tourism. You know, people from far and near came together to have this event, and some of them are going to sleep over here in Lagos, right? And they're going to be using the hotel and all that. So it was easy. Yes, it was easy to.
So it's more like a win-win for both brands, you can say. But if this happens tomorrow, would you say yes to them?
Yes, in fact, I'm really proud of what they're doing. Honestly, I for one, I'm someone that loves speed. Yeah, even though I don't ride, but I love it.
Thank you so much. Having a great time with you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're on the biking. VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria. We are on a very big biking event, and you can see right there, it is breaking limits, and it's been fun all the way. I have with me Golly, a very big man. You see, I'm liking his outfit, and then Ola. We'll talk through. But quickly, let's meet Golly.
Yeah, I'm a biker based in Abeokuta.
What does this mean to you?
World Bikers Day and Father's Day. Very important day for me.
Okay, that's the word. So let's meet you too.
My name is Ola Francis. I'm from England. And currently I'm riding all the way from England to South Africa via west coast of Africa.
Okay, so this is what got our attention before we had to talk to Golly, who you said is your host. And Golly, we must say thank you so much for making it possible that this man is here with us. It doesn't sound real. How did you make it to Nigeria with a bike? How? Bike?
Yeah, I believe it's just about motivation. It's just about self-discipline, self-resilience, and focus. Like I said earlier on the stage, I said anything that you want to do that you think that is not going to cause any negative effects on you or on the life of the people around you, just go for it. It might sound unreal, but it's absolutely possible. I rode through France, Spain, then Morocco, Mauritania, Senegal, then Gambia. Then out of Gambia, I came back into Senegal. Then I rode through Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, and Benin Republic. Right now, I'm in Nigeria, and I'm going further, either through Central Republic of Africa or Cameroon, all the way to the southern part of Africa. That's the plan for season 1 at the moment.
So I must say, Golly, without so much exaggeration, I wouldn't have known that it's possible for one to ride from country to country via a bike.
Yes, you can. You can ride around the world on your bike. When you get to the water parts, you go on a boat or a ferry. When you're back on the land, start riding.
So, can you give us one last word for all bikers in Nigeria?
Keep riding, stay safe.
Keep riding, stay safe, that's the word. All right, one word from you to all bikers, because safety is key, I know. But one word for you to all bikers around the world.
Just ride safe and look after yourself and your bike.
It doesn't sound real, but it's true. Thank you so much, Bola, for being on the show with us today.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the field, let's go more. How far now? No problem for Nigeria. I need to talk, but I tell you, I have too much problem there. Now I be Nigeria ringtone. I just there with my car the other day, so say road bend. Not me say your waka put. And a bikers day, it's not a breaking limit. You know, get your B. I tell my bros, if you see them now, you go say that, but you're the day normally say you don't ride anything. Bro, I'm on meet now this day I play.
We just manage everything ourselves, everything they go. We bikers, now we get here today.
So before we go connect with our bros, say, got one question I want to answer. Okay. All this in our bike makes sense, me they like and fine. But I don't get any problem based on Nigeria road.
Normal, the government they try from now, they try now for good, for they try no more no lie, they work for now. But still we still there. But we go see the manager when they fix them. You understand? But we the manager.
Normally we go the manager for Nigeria. So as I ask you, bros, it's great to meet you. You get what I want to ask now. This Bikers Day, what do it mean to you?
Na the best thing ever wey fit happen to me na be Bikers event. So as they happen like this now, where I dey get joy, na be this gangan. So na make me dey here today. As you see me now, I just ride come from Ogun State.
Wait, your bike from Ogun State reach Lagos?
Yes, I just come from Abeokuta like this. I be Lagos biker, but I go Abeokuta go enjoy myself. So now where we dey see joy, na me we dey ride this bike. Now where we dey see joy be that.
E get one thing wey we dey bother, we dey worry sometimes. I don't see many flag in our gas association. What is this one?
This one na my own brand be this. I run a barbecue stand, you understand? So they call me celebrity barbecue man, aka Spencer. Celebrity barbecue man. Any other one, I can't have.
Okay, now your brand like be this.
My brand be this. You know they see. You know they see.
Okay, I want to ask you now one question now. You know, I not take the meet. You know, get association.
Yes, everybody has the club they belongs to. So now different clubs, now in the biking world. You understand? So for my own now, my own club now be this. In the own club we belongs to. So now event like this, now they bring us together. So you understand? So enter we dey for road, where we see ourselves, we know ourselves.
Now get code.
Yes, we sabi ourselves. In fact, wear everything wey you want wear. I know who dey on top the bike.
Okay, we get one wey we go ask. We go abeg na for safety. Wetin be your last word for every bikers out there within Nigeria so wey dey watch us?
Na brotherhood o. Na brother, everybody, anywhere we meet ourselves, we be brothers. All over the world, we be brothers. You understand?
Last word for every bikers.
Alright, so for all the bikers, I will tell you, always dress for the ride, not for the crash. Save out there, bro.
That one makes sense. So most set after you now, go meet our brothers. Most side they go.
There remain 4 bikers on competition. 4. 2 are down. They are off. Yes, they are off. The winner is the guy from Delta bikers. Clap one for him, please.
VOP TV Lagos, Nigeria. If you don't join us, you know say na what bikers they will just dey so. And you don't they sweet me, but you they totori me. Based on the hype we they hear. You know the one that say who they do all those hypes. That's how be this one where they hype. Not be me the hype man. Hype man. Tell us who you be first.
Ladies and gentlemen, normally they call me Hype Man Slammy, aka God on the MIC. And tonight we are outside.
Based on this place where you just did, so this bikers day, I let it reach you and you enjoy the show.
No, like normally the energy, I never expect this energy before. But what I can't see goes my brain because I never thought the bikers community is this large. It's a big event, it's a nice event, and I'm very privileged to be the hype man of the day. Very, very privileged.
So how long you done the hype now? How long you done the hype?
I done the hype for like going to like 9 to 10 years.
When I first time when they located for this event?
Yeah, not the first time. This is the first time I'm.
If they call you again, you go come.
Like why not? Back to back, I go come. Like I love the energy, I love the crowd, the ambience, everything is just perfect. I love the energy.
You get what VOP TV won't tell you, say we all like what you they do, we like the vibes, say keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Everybody knows say road bend, not me say your bend waka put. Now VOP TV now your day so. I all there people say that make sense, it's not the matter. So one talk about the VOP. No man, she don't come for camera, she'll still come back. So more talk about this biking. They follow me online, I beg. What be your name that time?
My name is William, but they call me Willix.
So what did this day mean to you?
This day means a lot to me. What Biker Day season 2, I was like, fuck. I've been dreaming about this day since very, very long time, but thank God I'm here. Like, I'm so happy, excited.
So with the celebration, I think you get the last word for every bikers for Nigeria.
But I just talk, we say, never give up, we'll keep on going as the bikers. I won't lie to you, keep on going as the bikers. As the bikers, keep on going.
You don't talk and finish, they keep on going. Normally, we just play. Thank you so much. We'll see go field, no, no.
exceptional support by making sure that we are heard in the airwaves. No other than Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Thank you. Please make your way to the stage to pick up your award. Thank you. And this is in recognition of your support with the success of this program. Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Give them a big hand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate all that you have done. And this is to your management and team for supporting great initiatives like this, especially in the motorcycle community. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting this initiative and making sure that it was a huge success. Let's celebrate her. She come on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. She come on stage. Five Clover Group, thank you so much. Thank you. Without you, this wouldn't have been a success. 5 Clover in recognition of your exceptional CSR. Thank you to your management and team. Let's celebrate her. Come on stage. Thank you so much, ma'am. Celebrate her. Put your hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen. We will do this again. Madam, you didn't say anything. I said we will do it again. Yes. Thank you. So much has gone down here today, but it wouldn't have been possible with one man who stood behind us for all that we did, and for that we want to say a very big thank you. There's so many of us who are working behind the scenes to make sure that this happens. We've not mentioned their names for time's sake, but we believe that we will communicate this at some point in time in the community. But to help me present this award, let me welcome Randy Kesiena, an outstanding stunt expert, to present this award to this particular person. And this award is presented, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating Innovation Award of the Year, presented to the Innovation Award of the Year is presented to the principal, our main principal, the man behind this, spearheading and pioneering activities and businesses, the one behind Infinity Koreansha, the one who has called every one of us together and said, come, guys, let's make this memorable. No other person than engineer Kobe Adamu Koge. Give him a big hand. Let's celebrate the engineer Kobe, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Let's celebrate him together tonight. Come on. Here we go. Celebrate now. Engineer Kobe.
We were there, we saw it, we enjoyed it, we had fun. Bikers Day, World Bikers Day. We used to think it was just a Nigerian thing, but never was. It's a world thing. It was a World Bikers Day. We did cover that very event, and then hopefully we could bring you subsequently more of those very bikers talk. Because personally, for me, I rode. How far did I go? Not from, one said from England to Africa. That's crazy, that's big, I don't know, but we just have to see how it goes. But World Bikers Day will come again, hopefully, and that will be for Monday next year, 2027. So it was great that we were just there to make sure everything looks so nice. Now we bring it back to what we've been talking about on the show today. We made you understand Nigeria is beating, so maybe we can say it's more like a warm-up game, warm-up time with all of those bikers. They can run the roads. But are they Formula One oriented cars? We can talk about that later on. But the country officially launched its bid during the FRA General Assembly in Kigali in December 2024. And then Paul Kagame positioning also saying the project will be coming out very great. So we are waiting to know if this will come to pass like a Bible verse, because Africa's strongest bid in decades, Formula One has not raced in Africa for more than 3 decades, despite expanding its calendar across the Middle East, Asia, and also North America. But the continent's absence has drawn repeated criticism from seven-time world champion and, talking about Lewis Hamilton, who has argued, he's talked about this, that the sports cannot truly be global without an African race. So Nigeria getting ready while we see how it goes. But although only one country is likely to secure hosting rights, the emergence of bids from South, talking about South Africa, Nigeria, and Rwanda, marks Africa's, you could say Africa's strongest collective push yet to reclaim a place on the Formula One calendar. So hopefully we can see how that will pan out. But then it's a big talk. We've had fun on the show today, but we tell you the World Cup continues. Make sure you see all of those games. We just basically did not tell you more of the World Cup. Apologies about that. Hopefully by the evening, the guys will be taking you through that one. They will talk you through till 5 p.m. time, where we'll be having the locker room, Jerry Apeloi, alongside Ikechiko, to tell you all exclusively about the World Cup. And for tomorrow, which happens to be a Thursday, Alfiso Gubanjo will be here to deal with all of the talks, possibly that I did not cover on the show. But you're already here to stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching Voice of the Television. We have the midday news coming up for next, and that's 12. But I love to leave the show by saying, keep watching VOP TV. It's been great. It's been nice. It's been amazing. And it's time for me to kick it. I remain your host. My name is Kizike, the man with the number 10 jersey, the man with a piece of info. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Happy New Month. Much love.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeloi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program
that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Federal government justifies JSS, SSS separation policy as over 20 million pupils drop out. FG's national skills database is to tackle unemployment. Army warns of terrorist recruitment, online fundraising. Nigerian embassy full as South Africa protest rises. Court sets new practice directive on pre-election matters. And in business, EDC, AGRA, others graduate first 100 agribusiness service providers. In sports, 2 dead during World Cup celebration in Mexico City. And in entertainment, veteran Nollywood actor dies at 66. And now the news in full. The federal government of Nigeria has raised concerns over 20 million children who began their education in primary school failing to progress to senior secondary school after dropping out along the way. It also disclosed that the disarticulation policy, which required junior secondary school, that's the JSS, to operate separately from senior secondary school, that's the SSS, both physically and administratively, has not achieved its intended objective and will therefore be discontinued. Speaking in Abuja during the inauguration of the Universal Basic Education Commission Ministerial Implementation and Monitoring Committee, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said the arrangement has resulted in overcrowded GSS facilities and underutilized senior secondary schools in several states, arguing that the policy prioritized administrative positions over students' educational needs. Consequently, the government says it will establish a policy to expand access to education and improve learning outcomes for Nigerian children, noting that the proposal would be tabled for consideration in the next meeting of the National Council of Education. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government has postponed all basic education certificate examination papers earlier scheduled for Wednesday, July the 1st, 2026, following the declaration of the Oro Festival in parts of Ikorodu Division. In a post on its official X handle, the government said the affected papers will be written on Tuesday, July the 7th, 2026, while all other examination papers will hold on their previously scheduled dates. The government said the decision followed consultation with relevant stakeholders after the declaration of the traditional festival. It explained that the postponement was intended to ensure the safety of candidates, examination officials, and other stakeholders. Moving on, the federal government has unveiled plans to establish a national skills database as part of a broader strategy to tackle unemployment, bridge widening gap between available skills and industry demand, and strengthen workforce planning through data-driven policy making. Unveiling the plans at the second National Skills and Industry Alignment Roundtable Series held in Abuja, the initiative comes as Nigeria continues to grapple with unemployment challenges despite recent improvements in the official labor market statistics. The initiative, to be implemented through a proposed Nigerian Skills Observatory, is expected to provide government, employers, training institutions, and investors with real-time information on the supply and demand of skills across the country, enabling better job matching and more targeted interventions. In his keynote address, the Group Chief Economist and Managing Director of Research and Trade Intelligence at Afrexim Bank, Cairo, Dr. Yemi Kale, said Nigeria's biggest labor market challenge was no longer the absence of data, but the inability to convert available information into actionable intelligence that connects workers with opportunities. Away from that, the Nigerian army has warned of increasing exploitation of the cyberspace by terrorist and criminal groups to recruit members, raise funds, coordinate attacks, and spread propaganda. Raising the alarm at the 2026 Nigerian Army Cyber Welfare School Seminar in Abuja, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shuaibu, described the trend as a growing threat to national security. Represented by the Deputy Chief of Special Services and Programs, Major General Jeremiah Manjang, the COAS said cyberspace had evolved into a strategic battlefield where both state and non-state actors operate with unprecedented speed, making security threats more complex and difficult to counter. According to him, hostile actors no longer require a physical presence to disrupt critical infrastructure, as they can compromise sensitive information, manipulate public opinion, or undermine national security through anonymous cyber attacks. He noted that terrorism, insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, separatist agitation, organized crime, misinformation, and disinformation are increasingly being enabled, coordinated, and amplified through digital platforms and cyber networks. To tackle this trend, he called for stronger cyber intelligence capabilities driven by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced data analytics to improve early warning systems, threats detection, and predictive security analysis. Meanwhile, fresh concerns over xenophobic tensions and renewed anti-immigrant protests have triggered calls for stronger diplomatic actions, with the federal government assuring Nigerians still residing in South Africa of their safety. This comes as Nigerians reportedly stormed the country's embassy in Pretoria as xenophobic tensions escalated. Thousands of locals marched to major cities across South Africa on Tuesday, calling for the removal of undocumented migrants from the country. Police officers, supported by private security personnel, were deployed amid concerns that the demonstrations could turn violent. Anti-migrant groups had set Tuesday as a deadline for undocumented foreigners to leave. A Nigerian businessman, popularly known as Big Joe, was reportedly shot and killed by unidentified gunmen on Sunday outside his shop in Witbank, Mpumalanga province. Though local police have not announced the cause of his death. In another development, the Federal High Court has issued new practice directions for handling pre-election matters to ensure speedy, efficient, and fair determination of disputes arising from electoral processes. In a statement by the Director of Information, Dr. Catherine Christopher, the court said the new guidelines were designed to strengthen the administration of justice in pre-election disputes. It explained that the practice directions are intended to facilitate the prompt resolution of pre-election cases in accordance with the provision of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the Electoral Act 2026, and other relevant laws. The court further noted that the 2026 practice directions repealed the earlier 2022 version, marking a fresh framework for the management of electoral litigation before the Federal High Court. Consequently, the court urged all stakeholders, including lawyers, political leaders, and litigants, to familiarize with the new practice directions for effective compliance. Meanwhile, Justice Salim Ibrahim of the Federal High Court, sitting in Abuja, has fixed June the 7th for a definite hearing in a suit filed by the Senator Adolphus Wambara-led board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Justice Ibrahim held that all pending applications and substantive suits would be taken together in the next adjourned date, while also ordering all the parties to file and serve their processes as agreed by July the 6th. The order followed an information by the counsel to the plaintiff, Godi Uche, that the suit was time-bound based on INEC's revised timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections, which gave June the 17th as an ultimatum. Insisting that the court would not entertain further delay of proceedings on the next adjourned date, he adjourned the matter until July the 7th for hearing of all applications, including the substantive suit. Education stakeholders are calling for urgent coordinated reforms to rescue Nigeria's struggling education sector. They warn that the continued decline in learning qualities risk deeper social, moral, and economic crisis. The demand was made at a news briefing themed Rebuilding Quality Education in Nigeria through collaboration between government and mission schools. Our correspondent at the capital, Salihu Maimunat, has more in this report.
The stakeholders maintain that no nation can rise above the quality of its education system, warning that sustainable national development would remain unattainable without deliberate investment in human capital and collaborative educational reforms.
One of the future of the dynamis is capturing the individual learner record so that we monitor their movement, and each of them has unique identifier. So, and this is an initiative from the Honorable Minister of Education to see those that are dropping out, and there could be a follow-up to the school, communities and parents to know why they are not attending school regularly. If we are doing this, it means we are avoiding so many children dropping out of school.
Others said no nation can rise above the quality of its education system, warning that sustainable national development would remain unattainable without deliberate investment in human capital and collaborative educational reforms.
DNAMIS will strengthen the ministry's ability to make evidence-informed decisions by providing timely information on schools, our learners, our teachers, and education infrastructure across the country. That goes to wash facilities, classrooms, computer labs, other laboratories, even teachers and hostels. We need this information to be able to plan better, to know what our students need, to know what their parents want for their children, and how to help create a better learning environment for teachers and educators and students.
DNMS introduces a more coordinated approach to education data by enabling timely and reliable and accessible information to support planning, policy making, budgeting, monitoring, and service delivery across all education sectors. Additionally, it strengthens the ministry's ability to ensure that every lecturer, every school, every teacher, and every investment in education is captured within a system that supports evidence-based decision-making.
The speakers, however, unanimously advocated stronger collaboration between government and mission schools, noting that the stakeholders currently operate in isolation despite pursuing a common national objectives. I am Salihu Maimunat, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Maimunat, for that report. From there on, we'll move straight to the analysis segment of the media news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in this studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumor. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Darlington, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David.
Also joining the conversation this afternoon virtually is Ms. Mazi Amobi Hegboro. He is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mazi, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. All right then. I understand that he's not joined the conversation yet, but also joined us virtually to make sense of these stories and more is Folarin Ajayi. Folarin Ajayi is the senior reporter, Edu Times Africa. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Folarin, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Oh, well, I don't know if you can hear me, but I would like us to establish vocal communication first because I could barely hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, then, fantastic. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. All right, let me start off with you, Folarin. Coming from the backdrop of the new disarticulation policy by the federal government, I mean, looking at all of this holistically, what do you make of this particular development? Because quite a number of Nigerian parents at this time have not fully understood the decision by the federal government. But from your perspective as a senior reporter when it comes to education, what do you make of this story? And then do you think at this point the Nigerian government has thought after this particular policy before trying to, start it off in the first place?
All right, many thanks. So let me start by saying that the federal government is proposing to phase out the policy that separates junior secondary schools and senior secondary schools into different, and senior secondary schools into different administrative units. So instead of operating separately with different principals, different faculties or facilities, the government wants a more integrated secondary school system to make it easier for students to progress from junior secondary school to senior secondary school. Now, the government is saying that the current system has not achieved its intended purpose. So according to the Minister of Education, he said more than 20 million children are dropouts. That is, before reaching the junior secondary schools, we have over 20 million students who are dropouts. So there is also a mismatch between the number of primary and junior secondary schools, leading to overcrowding in the junior secondary school, while the many senior secondary school facilities remain underutilized. So the reform is intended to improve transition rates and make better use of existing infrastructure. And for me, as a policy writer, I agree if this is exactly what the government wants to do, to integrate the system and make it one. This is fine.
Okay, now still staying with you. Now, looking at this particular policy, you did mention earlier that, of course, the Minister of Education, I'm talking about Tunji Alausa, clearly stated that over 20 million Nigerian students haven't been able to get to the SS classes as a result of this old policy. Now, do you or are you privy to the data at which the minister used in clarifying these facts? Because it is very imperative that we speak on data. Now, looking at that development, we also know that infrastructural deficit is on another level. So is there the possibility that the minister is just, like some opposition figures are saying, they're just trying to have a major policy sum salt with this particular one?
All right, many thanks for that. I want to start by saying that we always politicize everything in Nigeria, and that is very wrong. According to verifiable stats, we have over 18.3 million to 20 million out of school children in Nigeria.
Right.
And then it's very shameful that sometimes when policy writers like myself and others come out to say we have millions of students, millions of children out of school, you say that we are trying to speak against the government. Now the Minister of Education is saying that there are over 20 million out of school children, and people are saying that the minister does not know what he's saying. No, it shouldn't be. So the report clearly states that we have no fewer in Nigeria precisely no fewer than 10.2 million children that are not in school at the primary level. That is at the primary level. So UNICEF is also saying that there are over 10 million children that are not in any schools in Nigeria. So what are we saying? We are saying that what the government needs to also do is find a way of getting these children out of the streets and get them into the classroom. And then if we can solve the out of school children problem that we have in sub-Saharan Africa, especially Nigeria, and some of the crises that we have is already solved.
Okay, now looking at the economical implication of all of this, the dropout crisis truly is bleeding Nigeria dry, particularly on productivity, brain drain, and it's a major insecurity that we have in our hands. Now, as it stands, would you also admit that the 6334 UBE experiment was, on one hand, a corrupt failure? Because this, again, has been a conversation that we are not looking at, particularly on the part of quite a number of the students getting out of school, even though we keep funding some of these systems.
Let me be very plain. I'm going to say this on and off air. It is simply that each government comes with its own policy, and that is so sad. Each government churn out different policies at different time when it comes to policy issues in Nigeria. One of the issues that I have is that when we bring out these policies, do we consult the education stakeholders? When I mean the education stakeholders, talking about, do we look at everyone concerned? Now, to say that the basic system of education that we've been using is a total failure will not be something that I would also like. It's been unfair. The crisis we have is simply that we have so many children who are not going to school. If the government feels that a change in policy is simply the best way to solve the problem, fine. Let's see how the policy will be implemented. But to say that the 634 policy is a failure, I will not agree to that.
Okay. Now, again, let me stay with you before I bring it to the studio, because Barrister is here to also help us chime his voice. Staying with you, some European countries have extended, and I carefully use this word, extended compulsory education, and of course have a way of tracking the success of educational system. Now, do you have an idea how much of the Almajiri schools have been shut down as a result of no importance attributed to our education system? That's on one part. We also have the shortage of infrastructure for these students. How much of these do you have an idea that the government have attended to? I like the fact that you also said stakeholders were not also brought into this policy that is about to be pushed to Nigerians. But then, how much impact also would that have once stakeholders in the education sector have not been properly briefed and carried along before these kind of policies are pushed to Nigerians? How much of an impact would that have on the education system?
Okay, so let me start with that last part. When policies, some of the policies we've had in previous times, someone like me, I've called it the beer parlor policy, simply because some men, high-ranking profile individuals who have found themselves in the education space just because they've been to overseas, they've seen what they are doing there, they just come, implement some of these policies without fully understanding what is happening within the system where they are supposed to drive. And so if we are not consulting the stakeholders within the education space, we are just going to be having change in policies with zero implementation at the grassroots level. Now, if you talk about the Amajiri schools, the Nigerian government has not implemented a nationwide shuts down of all Amajiri schools. What we have instead is that the federal government has tightened enforcement with mandatory standards. So that centers that the failure to comply with some of the operational guidelines, they will face sanction. So there was a time they said for 3 to 6 months probation period. But let's talk about what we truly have now. The government approach is focusing on regulation and integration rather than a complete blanket ban. So with all that we've had, the national policy on the enhancement of the Amajiri education in Nigeria dictates that the rule of operation for all learners, the framework is overseen by the National Commission for Amajiris and Out of School Children Education. Some of the things that someone like me is arguing is that if the federal government is in the process of taking over or reactivating over 157 model Amajiri schools constructed under the previous administration, the Goodluck Jonathan administration to be precise, is the policy makers, are they understanding what is really happening at the local level? We have a lot of children who are disinterested in furthering their education. What is the cause? Are we aware that some parents cannot even afford to even send their children to government schools, let alone private schools? Are we also aware that at some areas in the country, children do not even want to go to school again because of displacement, because of insecurity, because of banditry, because of kidnapping? Are all of these things put into consideration? The northern part of the country seems to have the highest number or the rising number of out-of-school children. Are we aware that there are certain metrics to be considered that makes this number to continue to increase every day? So if we have a new policy and this policy has not considered all the loopholes, then what we are actually looking at is another failure at hand.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Barrister, looking at these policy as, of course, as pushed by the Minister of Education, particularly on the scrapping of administrative and even structural places for GSS and the SSS, do you think that this policy, again, would possibly hit the very right reason? Because, again, like we've pointed out here, even with the young man at the other end, there is no inclusiveness with stakeholders. How much of an impact would these policies have? Because, again, even Nigerians, some Nigerians are struggling to send their children to even the government schools.
When you want to articulate this type of policy, you need a stakeholders meeting so that you don't bungle it again. When I think it was Babatunde Fafunwa, the late professor of, I think, mathematics or so, who started this 334. When he was a minister. In fact, it was this proposal that earned him that Minister of Education, I think, under Babangida. It was the military that brought that policy. I think so. And now that it is no longer working according to the government, my thinking is that there should have been an all-round stakeholders meeting that is inclusive. Because it is not enough for you to say 20 million children are out of school. Where are the statistics? Who are actually those that dropped out from junior secondary school because of this? And who are those who didn't even go to school at all? Or those that bandits are recruiting? Because you need to put it in departments for you to get it right. You cannot say all of them. There are those that their culture and tradition has hindered from going to school. Jonathan built Almajiri schools to accommodate northern youth so that they can go to school. But their fathers, their elders, their parents were not keen with that type of policy, educational policy, the one that introduced by Jonathan. Is not their forte, it's not their thing. So if they are choosing not to go to school, and you are now making it as if it is the general consensus or a general Malay among Nigerian youth and Nigerian parents, you will miss it. You will miss it seriously. What number of people dropped from junior secondary school, and where are this number coming from? It is when you articulate policies like this that you now get it right. You now approach it from that angle. How do we revive the Almajiri schools in the north so that there will be inclusion of northern youth into this new policy? Because, David, if I know this government well, you will not be surprised that at the end of the day, somebody will come and reverse it. So what have you done?
In fact, one of the conversation that the minister did say, Barrister, and I'm still staying with you, Barrister, is the fact that he said that these particular arrangements have resulted into overcrowded GSS facilities and underutilized the senior secondary schools in several states. Now, he's arguing that the policy prioritizes administrative positions over students' educational needs. Now, looking at these particular conversation, there is the part of even on the funding in the education system. So with these arguments, would the discontinuation of the GSS administrative structures even bring succor and solution to all of this?
It may not. And that is why I am trying to be strategic here. In this analysis, I expected the Minister of Education to go further in probing why it happened. At what point? When did this dropout became a problem? Because generally, the economy is not smiling. Most parents are no longer keen in sending their children to school because of what is going on. Don't you think that would have added into what they are talking about? Parents have literally withdrawn their children from school to avoid kidnapping and all that. You mean when such a thing happens, you say it is students drop out? No. There is a fundamental problem on the ground now. Have you solved it? Have you solved it before you can now begin to give us statistics that nobody can verify? Many schools have been closed down in the north. David, true or false?
Very true.
So, what happened to the students in those schools? Are you going to add them to your number you are trying to use as the parameters for your policy? You can see. You can see. You left the leprosy that is worrying us and you are treating rashes. Because of what is going on in the country generally, most parents have withdrawn their children from schools. That is a fact. So how can you now say that people are no longer, is the school environment conducive now? Hold on, is the school environment conducive for people to go to school? I don't get it so seriously. I don't know how this government just wake up and take a rational decision. Solve the problem of insecurity and you see whether people will not flood the schools. Were they not going to schools before?
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Fola. Looking at this conversation about the scrapping of the administrative angle of the GSS and, of course, integrating it with the SSS, there's also the part of underfunding of Nigeria's educational system. Now, 5 to 7% of budget to education is being allocated in Nigeria. And, of course, you agree with me that according to the UNESCO's 15 to 20% benchmark, we are totally on a major shortfall on funding for education. Now, we're talking overcrowding in a particular facility. How much does the federal government have owing to the fact that sooner or later, we'll still be having CBT on all exams. How much of infrastructural deficits are we going to be experiencing as a result of this fresh policy? Again, I ask, don't you think that this would be another policy someone sold by this administration?
Okay, the issue of funding of education in Nigeria is an eyesore, because seriously, education is simply underfunded in Nigeria. And you know why we say it's underfunded in Nigeria is because Nigeria's education sector has suffered from underfunding. Now, although education budget have increased in terms of naira over the years,
it still has not met the UNESCO benchmark.
Yes, it still remains below the 15 to 20% of national budgets recommended by UNESCO.
Right.
So for countries like us that we want to strengthen our education sector, if we cannot fund education up to the global standard, then the question is, why scrapping the GSS-SS separation to solve the problem? For me, it is a positive administrative reform, but it is not a silver bullet. This is because the policy may improve the transition from junior to senior secondary school and may make better use of existing facilities, but it cannot by itself address the major reasons children are out of school. So to achieve lasting improvements, the government must, like Barrister said, for me, the government must also increase investment in education infrastructure and teacher recruitment. That is for me one. Two, the government must also ensure that there is adequate funding for learning material and school maintenance. If we don't have this, we are heading towards failure. The government must also tackle what we call poverty through social protection programs for vulnerable families. And then if we improve security in conflict-affected communities, children will definitely be back to school. So the government will expand quality to basic education in undeserved rural areas. So the government has a lot to do. But in terms of will this be funded, it is still Nigeria who shout about it, speak about it, and in the end, we may have another policy mismatch. Once the basic funding, which is to fund education at least to 15 to 20% of our national budget, if it is not done, it is unlikely we are going to have a structural change.
All right, then let me bring it to the studio here, and of course we'll wrap up this conversation. Policy mismatch. You did hear Falari, who again is a policy maker as well as an education reporter as well, did say clearly that if the funding, which again we're talking about, if it's not addressed, we might just be having a major policy mismatch. Now, there is also the part of our curriculum, our school and education curriculum in Nigeria not being up to standard. Looking at this development, why do you think the federal government is not addressing these major challenges? And we're talking educational funding and curriculum to match the world standard as against what they're choosing to go about right now with the administrative part of education.
I see politics here. You know, we are in a season of politics. So everything is now in the mix. Tinubu wants to tell us that he's bringing reform. If your reform is not in tandem with what the people want, then you are wasting time and effort on it. Like I said.
A reform in what particular aspect?
Like what he's trying to do now.
In an education sector that is underfunded, is that what you call reform?
Look, underfunding is the minute part of the educational problem as of today.
But it is a major problem.
Sorry?
It is a major problem.
No, I'm coming, please. I'm coming.
Okay.
If you fund the educational sector and nobody is coming to the school because of terrorism, what have you done? Please tell me. If everything is in place in all the schools, in fact, well equipped, everything, but bandits and terrorists wouldn't want children to go to school. What have you done? Have you not wasted time and money? Clear the environment of terrorism and insecurity. People will go to school naturally. Every parent wants their children to go to school. But because of what is going on as of today, which everybody is aware of, in Oyo State today, the government is begging the teachers to come back to school. They went on strike because their children and their teachers have been kidnapped. It's getting to 2 months now. They're in the forest. David, in such environment, you mean those children now, when they come out from that trauma, will they be willing to go to school again?
Quite unfortunate, really.
That's the major issue.
All right. Then
every time this man just be doing things as if do the right thing he will not do.
Because of our time, really.
The other time he said he's going to send people to the farm. He bought tractors and meanwhile terrorists will not allow farmers to go to farm. In fact, it looks so funny.
All right, then. Because of our time, really, Folaromi, in maybe 20 seconds, can you also, let's have your concluding thought. Plus, do you also share the sentiment that this has an undertone of politics with these particular developments?
So you know what we say in Nigeria? We say that soldier go, soldier come. And that is one of the things that we say. As an educator, I just simply believe that the Tinubu administration or whatever person who is in charge, we should always put into consideration stakeholders when they want to, bring out new policies. If you don't consider the stakeholders, those who will understand the basic problem will continue to have different policies that will not solve any problem in Nigeria.
All right, then.
I'm not going to be blaming the Tinubu administration, but I'm going to say that they are simply birds of a feather. So we continue to have different policies with zero to no implementation because we've not solved the root cause. And if we don't solve the root cause of the problem, which is underfunding in education, there is no policy that will come to stay.
Thank you so very much for Folaromi Ajayi, our senior reporter with Edu Times Africa. Thank you so very much for chiming your voice on the analysis segment of the Media News.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much. Well, thank you also to Barrister Darlington Agumore for always chiming your voice on the Media News as well.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Media News will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Standard Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. The Enterprise Development Center, Pan Atlantic University, in partnership with the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, Kaduna Business School, and the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, has graduated the first cohort of 100 certified agribusiness development service providers. The graduation ceremony held at the EDC building in Lagos marked a significant milestone in strengthening Nigeria's agricultural enterprise ecosystem. The inaugural cohort received certificates after completing an intensive training program designed to equip them with specialized skills, tools, and practical approaches to support small and medium-sized agribusiness across Nigeria. Our correspondent, Praise Peters, has more in this report.
The Enterprise Development Center of Pan Atlantic University, in partnership with AGRA, Kaduna Business School, and SMEDAN, has graduated the first cohort of 100 certified agribusiness development service providers. The event held in Lagos marks a significant milestone in efforts to strengthen Nigeria's agribusiness ecosystem by equipping professionals with the expertise to support small and medium-sized agricultural enterprises.
So today we're graduating the very first cohort of agric BDSPs under the AGRA program. It's a collaboration with AGRA, Kaduna Business School, Enterprise Development Center, and SMEDAN. So the first 100 batch that have been trained, that have been grilled, that have been molded so that they can provide specific business rent service provision or to those in the agribusiness space. So we have regular advisory services that you can provide to any sector, but in the agri sector, the issues are different. The nuances are different, the peculiarities are different. So you need consultants who understand those peculiarities to be able to advise and help them grow.
Organizers say the initiative is aimed at expanding access to specialized business advisory services that will help agri-businesses improve productivity, attract investments, and achieve sustainable growth.
What they are bringing to the economy is immense. They are bringing not just the figure to support, they're bringing new models, they're bringing experience, expertise that truly will unleash the next wave of agri-billionaires in Nigeria. Many of those in the agri-sector, many of the business agri-sector suffer today because of lack of support, proper support from BDSPs in Nigeria. With this graduation happening and this 100 people, first set of 100 people, we are very confident that many entrepreneurs in the agri sector in Nigeria will enjoy quality support from this cohort that are graduating today from the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University.
The program also received the backing of Smedan, which reaffirmed its commitment to supporting enterprise development and strengthening partnerships that will drive agricultural transformation.
It is a well thought after collaboration or partnership, as you may look at it. We have noticed that if you Google Nigeria and the most common occupation in Nigeria, it is agriculture, and it has been so much of a cliche that we're thinking of turning our agriculture into real business. And so for us to now then do that, we need those that will drive this and then, be able to handhold some of the farmers and the processors in this process to turn it to real business and not just to see it as subsistence. And so this is well thought after, and we thought that this partnership would be able to build business development service providers in the agricultural space. And that's why we're here today, to launch the training of the first cohort of that plan.
The graduation of the pioneer cohorts is expected to deepen business advisory support across the agricultural value chain, contributing to enterprise growth, job creation, and a more resilient agri-economy. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Praise, for that report. We'll move on to sports. On a sad note, no fewer than 2 persons died earlier Wednesday during massive celebrations in Mexico City as the national team advanced to the next round at the World Cup. Mexico City's health ministry said a 19-year-old woman and a 44-year-old man died of asphyxiation, while a third death reported by local media has not been confirmed by authorities. The celebration came after Mexico defeat Ecuador for their first World Cup knockout win since 1986. The win sent the co-host into the round of 16. Mexico City's government estimates that over 1 million people gathered in the streets of Mexico City around the Angel of Independence Monument. Mexico at the Azteca Stadium beat Ecuador aside 2-0 to break a 40-year World Cup knockout curse. And to wrap up the midday news, we go straight talking entertainment. Veteran Nollywood actor Taiwo Adesina, popularly known as Elegbeje Ado, has died at the age of 66. The actor, who later became a pastor, died on Monday after a brief illness. The founder of the Best of Nollywood Awards, Seun Oluketuyi, confirmed the passing on his Instagram post on Tuesday. Additional rose to prominence in the late 1980s and built a career spanning more than 2 decades. He featured in over 100 films, including Akeke, the Scorpion, Oko Abiku, Kadarami, and Agbeku Abela. In 2016, he retired from acting to devote himself to full-time pastoral ministry. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel, YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all of the social media platforms we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, they can...
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV. And this is the place where stories come alive, voices matter. And this is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're always talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? It's another new day. Yes. To stay inspired and grounded, time to make money, time to think, time to be creative. Yes. All right, it's another time here on the Spotlight Show. And yes, I'm your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Pressy. Be. So guess what? As like I always say, on the Spotlight Show is always an amazing time. And trust me, we have lots and lots of gist and stories to talk about. But first off, on our list today, we're going to talk about something really interesting. And it has been what has been going on. But this particular one happened to B Lord. So yes, Nigerian businessman B Lord has opened up about a threatening kidnap attempt, revealing that he narrowly escaped the incident. Speaking in a resurfaced interview that he has gained widespread attention online, the entrepreneur said the experience had a lasting impact on his life and significantly changed the way he approaches personal security. So according to B Lord, the attempt abduction prompted him to adopt stricter security measures and travel with a heavy security presence. So he has actually sparked conversations on social media with a lot of people talking about the expressing with many Nigerians over the country's security challenges and commending him for prioritizing his safety. All right, we've been saying all the time that everyone has to be very careful. Things has been going on in Nigeria, and a lot have been happening. We're talking about the insecurity. We're talking about kidnap. We're talking about a lot of things has been going on, the killing. So this has brought out that every one of you should be very careful. Yeah, everyone should be very careful. Like, you're going out, you have to let somebody know you're in the house. Still let people know, because you don't know whether they will even enter your house. It's possible. Like, I'm just saying. So it's good that people have to be vigilant. It's important, and for Lord to have even with the gravity of everything that has been happening in his car and everything. And this abduction was basically from him and his son. So it's a lot. So this has to tell you that you have to be very careful. If you're going out, let people know. Places that you're not too sure about, be very careful. It's just a wake-up call. All right, let's hear what Lord has to say before we go over to the comment section and hear how people have actually brought out their own experiences concerning the insecurity and the killings. Let's hear what Lord has to say.
I was taking my son to school around 7 a.m. in the morning. I got a blue Corolla, double crossed my car. 4 guys with gun came out, shot my tire. They chased me, but they couldn't get me because my GLA, I got to put it on sports mode, bro. Sports mode, I vanished immediately. Their Corolla couldn't meet up.
Your son was in the car with you?
My son and my wife's elder sister were three in the car. I was taking my son to school around 7 a.m. in the morning. I got a blue Corolla, double crossed my car. 4 guys with gun came out, shot my tire. They chased me, but they couldn't get me because my GLA, I got to put it on sports mode, bro. Sports mode, I vanished immediately. Their Corolla couldn't meet up.
Your son was in the car with you?
My son and my wife's elder sister were three in the car. I was taking my son to school around.
So if what would have happened, if we should think about this, what would have happened if he wasn't with, basically, if he hadn't put his car on the sports mode? I mean, a lot of things might have happened, and definitely they'll have to take him. But I'm really happy that he was aware enough to have put that on the sport mode. It can happen to anybody. So this is why we always say, please, see, everybody is going to, like, I'm serious. A lot of people have been experiencing stuff like this, and it's more better, or it's better that you have ideas on how to do things. You don't just go out one day and just say, oh, because all these things are very important. You're going out, please let people know. Maybe, but what if, because this is what if his car wasn't put on sport mode? What would have happened? And you think of when people talk about Corolla and the rest of them, I'm not going to say talking about cars right now, but the truth is that what if you are not in that position, you understand, to actually or basically escape or something like that? A lot of things might have happened. So it's a good thing that he escaped, and it's also a good thing that you have the idea that you need to be very vigilant. It's important. All right, let's take some comments. And a lot of people have been bringing up their own experiences about things, and this is to remind everyone that please be very careful if you're going out. No places you're going to, and be vigilant. That's very important. Let's take some comments and hear and see what people have to say. And Charlie Money said, I swear this is real. It happened at Agu Oka that year. The way Bilod drive that day, no be joke. Okay. And the Vibegram said, the same sport mode way I get. Are you people really, sometimes when I see some posts and a lot of people would say, is this what you're supposed to be saying right now? So you want to start arguing that, oh, is it the same sport mode I get? Like, what are you trying to say? I mean, this is just to tell you that a lot of people still don't care, even if anything is happening to you. I'm serious, but basically it's not because of Bilod. I mean, he's saying this so that some people would know, things that are happening, and for you to be cautious. Yes. To trade well, because not be everybody where you feel just wake up one day and say, oh, I won't come out, just enter inside your motor, the waka. It's a lot, especially when you feel that, oh, you're free and stuff like that. They take anybody they want to take. you will not even tell them the one that the person they'll carry or not. So just be very careful. That's what we're always trying to say. And yes, somebody said O'Shea, James Bond. Okay, it is well. And Ebunze worldwide said, this your Ebenebe brother. Okay, I'm still speaking concerning the young children that were still abducted, and it's a lot. So you should also remind yourself that if they carry you, it only take the grace of God. I don't know how to put it, but I mean, for Beloved to have experienced this kind of thing, even at the amount of cars he has that are better, that he could even run away and stuff like that, it's a lot. So you should actually advise your own self. So it's not about saying a lot of things and calling him James Bond and the rest of them. All right, and yes, somebody else said this your okay. We have more comments. A lot of people are bringing up their own experiences, and yes, it's a lot. And yes, Benzola official said there is a lot of hate on this comment section. Actually, that's true. And Alex Visual said, I thank God for his life. May Christ keep him safe all time. Amen to that. And I am Jay Freeze. He said, this one find trend again. He no fit use me. What is all this? Like, you people, he never called VDM. I mean, you people just bring a lot of chaos and stuff. Someone just explained he actually escaped being abducted and an attack. And you people are saying, oh, because of, like, come on. It's a lot. It's a lot. And Jack Spar said, I wonder why una dey doubt waiting in talk though. First of all, a punctured Benz tire is newer models, can still be driven for some miles before it gets weak. So secondly, the attacker's aim was probably to kidnap him, not to buy him. And how are you sure? Maybe you are one of them, right? Okay. So he bravely escaped because he has an upper hand over them. Thirdly, Evian is active. Okay. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still, giving their views. And Emmy Watt said, your car tire was shot, but you managed to vanish on sport mode. Thank you, the transporter. Austin said, this one no go ever get sense. They shot your tire and then you put the car on sport mode as James Bond 007 and vanished with the same short tire. Bro, grow some hair on your chest. Okay. Wow, the hate speech is a lot. All right, Oliver of Lagos said they shot your tires and you use sport mode. And Ugo Chala Adora said, you people are laughing because no be you it happened to. Actually, that is just the right word. Ugo Chala, thank you for that. Maybe because this kind of thing never happened to you, because I tell you the truth. If it ever happens to you, all these plenty things where you don't talk since, not going to make sense to you. First of all, you even be thanking God that you're safe. That's the main thing. Because why I always see people, happy about something bad happened to you. Like, why do people get so much joy in seeing somebody else's pain? It's a lot. Like, people should calm down, relax. It's not everything that you people talk about or make a buzz about. It's how things are going wrong, and people actually using it to play or make jest or laugh about. It's not encouraging at all. Actually, I feel for Bilo, because I thank God and I'm happy that he actually escaped that, because a lot of people that have been in such position, we all know that definitely we don't know what's going on again. So we're talking about the abducted children. We're talking about a lot of kidnaps that have been happening and a lot of stories. So for him to be alive and escape that, it's something to thank God about. And some people, instead of being happy that he's out, a lot of people are making fun of the fact that he came out to say this. So I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, let's take more comments before we go over to our next story. And yes, Simeon Fire said, just they lie anyhow. Okay. And the Fox Architect said, your tires are bulletproof. And thank God said, blah. God, I beg. Okay, it's a lot. I'll keep saying thank God he actually escaped that. It's a lot. A lot of people that have been in such positions, we are not even lucky. We are not even lucky at all to even be in such position. But he is, was safe. All right, let's go over to our next story. And this has to tell me that you people should be very careful. People have to be very careful. It's just to educate you guys. So be very careful. Know where you're going to. Know the places you're going to. Let people know. Then if you have the opportunity to get a sport car, get a car and put it on sport mode like he did, it's another way to go. All right, let's go over to our next story. And yes, next story, we're talking about media personality. Noble Igwe has stirred conversations on social media after stating that a man should delete his wife's social media account once they get married. So the comments shared on the social media platforms, a lot of people quickly went viral and attracting widespread attentions from users and across various online communities. And while some, supported the statement, arguing that it could help protect family privacy and strengthen marital boundaries, others described the view as controlling and infringement on a woman's opinion, have continued to fuel debate on the role of social media in modern marriages. Yes, and this part makes me talk about the fact that, see, I always speak something concerning marriage. If you're getting married, you should do something that works for you. In your marriage, anything that works for you works for you. Because I've seen a lot of people come advise people and say, oh, this is how it is done in a marriage, this is how it is done, marriage 101, marriage 102. I mean, most of those things, to be sincere with you, it doesn't work. Someone that will still, cheat will cheat. Someone that will still not cheat will not cheat. It's as simple. And him saying that, that you have to, remove or delete your wife's social media. To me, I feel it's funny, because if you put it that way, what about the man? So what will happen to you guys? The way people, try to get this whole thing, some men try to get this whole thing centered on the fact that women, not only women, they cheat, men do. So my own, but like I will say marriage is what you make it to be. If it works for you, it works for you. Because trust me, if you don't do plenty things, if you like delete 101 social media where the woman gets, the fact is that if she wants to do what she wants to do, she's going to do it. It's as simple as that. And for the men, see, they don't change. I always tell people, like, people say change is constant, but I don't feel it's okay with someone's, it lines well with some people's character. Because you might want to say, oh, I'm going to get married to this person because I feel he's going to change. They know they change person. They know they change man. They know they change woman. Basically not for you. It's because everybody is looking for where it will benefit them and they will be relaxed. Now see what he said. As I heard at breakfast this morning in Enugu, at breakfast this morning in Enugu, 4 men, first man said, when you marry, delete all social media from her phone. Shows her to have few contacts that she can call, and it's really funny. Why? Like, I mean, for all my ladies, I'm like speaking out for them, because trust me, it's like you being over control. I feel it's being over controlling over your woman. You don't want your woman to have a lot of, because you are insecure. Yes, if they could flip the tables, and it has to be like, okay, that the men should also delete their social media or have few contacts they call. Let's balance this. Do you understand? It's for me. Like, nobody, I understand the fact that maybe you're saying this based on the fact that you feel that there should be more time to understand your partner, and people trying to, stay away from unwanted people in your marriage and stuff like that. But it does, I just see, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't at all. A lot of people have been in such position and it didn't still work out. So I still say this, any man or woman that still wants to cheat will cheat. And anyone will still be that wants to be unfaithful in a marriage, it is still like they will still be unfaithful. No matter if you delete the social media or you say, oh, let them have few numbers that they are calling. It doesn't work that way. And the fact that some men like the fact that they are always over control, like some men are controlling, that they want to, take over everything, and you don't have to call this person, you don't have to call this person. It's a lot. All right, let's take some comments, because trust me, our comment section is already buzzing and a lot of people are already excited about this. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have. And Princess Oma said, so for your mind, if woman want cheat, you think if woman want cheat, you think phone will stop her? Like, do you get? Naim be saying you never really know women. Okay, and Vivian 6675 said women has really suffered in this men's hand as well. And Mercy Iwoma said Igbo men's always topping the charts. And Precious Mary Baby said, why not from both phones? Like, do you understand? Let us balance this whole thing, because it seems that the guys are now saying, oh, let it be like this. But it's not like that. It has to be balanced. If you're going to say women should stop should delete their social media, it happens to men too. Because let's tell ourselves the truth. Even if you ask me, they say, some people are saying, oh, there's a men are polygamy in nature. I don't want to say this, but trust me, this is how the thing goes. Like, a lot of people say that, and I don't want to say I'm general. I'm saying this based on the men, but I want to say this generally. If you're going to balance this, it has to be the two sides. So if you're saying that, oh, the women should stop, delete all their social media handle, it has to be the same thing for the men too. All right, and Hassan Hansen said, a lady communicating with different men during dating will still do that even when you marry her. Marriage doesn't change people, it exposes them. You get a man or a woman traveling long hours just to meet someone for sex while they tell their partners, I'm tired. It takes God to give you someone better, nothing else. Okay, and that's true. Actually, if someone that wants to still cheat, will still cheat. Someone that wants to still be faithful, will still be faithful. And this doesn't mean that they are not good people, or they are not good women, or they are not good men. It lies in the both ways. In as much as we have bad people that don't really care about you, it's just for you to shine your eyes. Yes, because marriage is not as easy as you see it. A lot of people see the, there's always the good side, but there's always the, rough side of marriage, because as it starts, it is sweet, but not be so it take deity in the long run. It takes the grace of God to, sustain you in marriage. So I wouldn't say the fact that a lot of people are saying a lot of things concerning basically men saying a lot of things about women, because it's always the women that sometimes receive all these gospels. All right, let's take more comments. More people are still saying stuff about what Noble has said. And yes, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments from the comment section. And yes, Empower Lee said, so they sleeping with small girls and don't want small boys to do it to theirs. Oh my God. All right, just marry and wipe her memory off. Hey, God, I beg you. Okay. And Lida Chuk said, are you okay? No, you are not okay. Okay, now you ask question, now you see answer. Okay. And Amanda Nigeria said, Shebi will delete his own too. Actually, that I've asked the same question too. And EA360 said, this gender is too invested on how to control women through marriage. See, the women of these days, you can't say, oh, you must do like this. It's those days that I feel that men are controlling over women. But the kind of women breed we have now as women, that they call themselves the Gen Zs, I'm sorry, it's not that way. You can't just sit somebody and say, oh, see, the fact that even the Bible says, wives, respect your husband, and the husband, the job of the husband is to love the wife. So let us balance this thing. The truth is that if the woman receives the love she deserves, basically, everything is balanced. And for the woman, it's just to respect. But that doesn't mean you respecting and you are being, because you want to respect him, he now tells you, you need to stop. There are some people that have been in a marriage and say, because they want to be respectful. They are turning, I'm sorry, but I'm going to say that they are turning into, they are turning dumb. Yes, because I've seen a lot of people who say, I'm going to stop you. Some men tell their wives, I don't want to work. And because the woman loves to be in her job and loves to, provide to or assist, you tell the wife, I don't want you to be in that position. I don't want you to be in the job. Will you stop your... So you have to stop something you love doing because of a man. let's flip this table. Can a woman tell you, oh, please stop what you are doing? Like, let's get this right. Because it's a lot. It's how people feel so relaxed, Some men feel relaxed to say these things, and it's like you have to do it. It's what it is. Come on. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about this, and real Obey Brenda said, wipe her memory off. Okay, and Deb Supreme said some Igbo men will surprise you. Actually, you people to stop tagging Igbo men, because I don't know why people are always saying Igbo men, Igbo men. Calm down. Not be only Igbo men. Men generally, if you are saying that, yes, you are always tagging the Igbo men. It looks like, oh, it's one particular tribe we're talking about. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Igbo, if it's outside, if it's Yoruba. There are men that don't really like their women working, that don't really like them having friends. I've actually noticed one time, a friend of mine got married, and if she was like, oh, my husband said I should stop keeping friends like you close to me. I'm like, what? Really? Like, so because you guys have been friends before you even got married, and all of a sudden you just come out one day and say, oh, your husband said you should not be friends with her. It's how a lot of things happen during marriage. I mean, but like I always say, do what works for you. If that particular thing works for you in your marriage, it's fine. So far, say you and your partner are good, it's okay. All right, and yes, Barrister Zane said it's all about control. And yes, Jeff Barnes said all these controlling behaviors won't stop a woman who will cheat. Person wey go cheat will always find a way, so no need for all the drama. Thank you for that. And Tina said, I did it, even broke my old SIM, but where it lead me now, nobody tell me before I download my Facebook and WhatsApp back. Oh my God, see, it doesn't work. It doesn't at all. If you're going to keep somebody like that, it doesn't work. Let's take more comments. We still have people still, giving out their own experiences concerning this particular statement about Noble G. About Noble. Let's take more comments from people. And yes, Tina Jibola said, I did it and even broke. Okay. And Mirabel said, lol, laugh out loud. And Princess Oma says, so for your mind, if woman want cheat, you would think phone will stop her. Phone can never stop a woman from cheating. Someone that will cheat will still cheat. But I always say, please get married to somebody that you feel comfortable with, someone that you can do life with, someone that you feel it's safe for you, someone that is intentional about you. As I always shout, I say, intentional people will not give you stress. Very intentional. That is the most important thing. And, trust me, it's because if you still get into the marriage, it's something that works for the both of you that will work. A lot of people like different things. So, your choice and another person's choice differs. So it's how life is built. All right. Let's go over to our next story. We're still talking about a lot of things. And next on our list, we're talking about the federal government has approved the extension of the National Youth Service Corps and NYSC orientation camp from 3 weeks to 6 weeks as part of ongoing reforms aimed at strengthening the scheme. The move is expected to provide corps members with more time for leadership development, entrepreneurship training, and digital skills acquisition and other capacity building programs. So yes, the government official says the reform is designed to better prepare Nigerian graduates for the evolving demands of the workforce and national development. So the NYC is expected to provide further details on the implementation timeline and when the 6-week orientation program will take effect for subsequent badges. This one you go, I won't say you go cry, but trust me, 3 weeks alone. I remember the time I actually was in the camp then. It wasn't really funny. I missed home. I wanted to go back, but I mean, this 6 weeks is a long thing, and to think that the whole parade things will have to be limited and facing the main skill acquisition. Wow. actually, to me, I don't feel it's a bad idea, but a lot of people, feel that it is necessary for basically a lot of people are saying it's for self-defense. But how many people they do those things? I mean, a lot of people can't even when it gets to the drillings we normally get those days, it's a lot of people don't even, engage in it. So it's it's surfaced around a lot of things. All right, our commentators have actually come out to say things. Let's go over to the comments. Fans are saying a lot of things concerning this. So let's go over to the comment section and see what they have to say. A lot of people are happy. Some people are saying, oh, that they can't deal with this. Okay, but let's see what they have for us. Okay, I am Kana said, why not make it a year? You go cry, yo. No be to the talk, be that one. People will never go call. All right, and Suru official said why misplaced priorities as well. And Ireti said some of us where God don't save, we don't know what He gonna do for us. Okay, so a lot of people are really running away from the camp. I mean, it's not a bad thing to serve Nigeria. What? Okay, Austin of Lagos said 2 weeks to learn how to start. People have started with this akara business. 2 weeks of kuli business and 2 weeks of roasted corn. All right, congratulations to you all in advance. Abi, don't be skill acquisition. Okay, and that Ajibola girl said, Gap TFGO. All right, and I am sorry for my language. God, I beg. Okay, and let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about the fact that the NYSC camp now has to be moved to 6 weeks, and yes, and everything concerning, trainings they get in camp is going to be limited, and it has to basically be the part of the skill acquisition that will be visible. And yes, let's take more comments from our comment section. We have a lot of people still talking about this. And somebody said, please, this you people's, comments is, please, no, abuse of language is too much. This stupidity, kilo day. Okay, and graceful or last said, have a 6 weeks orientation camp is too much. Not everyone has funds to stay in camp for the 3 weeks, not to talk of 6 weeks. Meanwhile, please stop posting to places where insecurity and religious evils can easily stir up. Actually, you're talking about funds. I think every youth corps is eligible to actually a particular fund. A lot of them, yes, there's a fund, they pay them. So you're talking about everyone has funds to stay in camp for 3 weeks. It's not about the funds, though, because definitely FG is gonna pay you. That's just the truth. So they want you to learn new skills to equip yourself when you are out fully after your 1 year. All right, and I am awesome said with those dirty toilets. Yay. Why are you shouting dirty toilets? Like what? Come on. It's not anybody's duty to. All those things are things that you after using the restroom, the right thing for you to do is to clean up after you, right? So why all the plenty talk? All right, and Chef T said, Una, okay, and Austin said these people are really evil. Camp food kills, no joke. How? Like, why would you say camp food kills? I mean, except it's from the particular camp you went to. Because if you ask me, the particular one I actually did, everything that happened that has been in that camp has been, taking care of neatness. When it comes to the places the food is being kept, stuff like that. I don't know why you're saying, camp food kills. I mean, they still pay you to get your own food if you want to. Those days, there were still Mami markets and the rest of them. So why are you complaining? Wow. And Debbie said, what is happening? What is happening is that the federal government has given the 6 weeks for the camp orientation. That is what is happening. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about this. And Adefila said, with the rate of insecurity in the country. Okay. And Jihuli said, increase care with all the insecurity. And Gifty said, 6 weeks doing what exactly? This country is just after people's life. Thank God I don't finish years ago. Okay. And then Dami Lola said it will affect their mental health. Camp isn't a healthy environment. And Keroya said, thank God, or maybe they want to start recruiting them. I beg, who gets space for Akara and Abadu? Okay. It's well with you people. And then Ife Agbola said, this is completely unreasonable. Really? Okay. And Pucho said, every day this country makes changes that won't affect, all right, the common people. All right. We'll take a short break. Trust me, it's a lot. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still take more comments and we'll go over to our next story. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We have more coming to you.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms.
Back to the Spotlight Show is still happening here on VOP TV. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special host, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi Aside Waited Aside B. So yes, because we've been talking about a lot of things that has been happening. Next on our list, we're talking about right now. See, like everything just they go on about relationship and the rest of them, but you know, I'm enjoying it. All right, next on our list, we're talking about media personality Tokem Makinwa has sparked conversations on social media after advising women to marry a man who calls to check on them after an argument. So, you know, according to her, a partner who ensures you get home safely and cares about your well-being despite a disagreement demonstrates emotional maturity and genuine concern. So the post has actually generated reactions online with many people praising the message as a reminder of the importance of care, respect, and healthy communication in relationships. You know, while others still, you know, share their different opinions on what defines an ideal partner. So yes, marry the man who calls you after an argument just to make sure you are okay, not the one who leaves you alone with your tear. Choose the man who stays when things get hard and wants to understand you, not defeat you. A man who can pause, hold you, and say, I'm sorry, because your relationship matters to him than his ego. Okay, for what Toke has said, I think I agree with her, because trust me, a kind partner, in getting a kind partner, you have relieved yourself from a lot of problems. I'm not saying this for the women or the men or anything. I am generally speaking about this. It's the truth. A kind partner, you have relieved yourself from a lot of problems because you will experience peace. See, it's how people know where they are at fault and actually recognize that part and apologize. You see, some people, you see the word I am sorry, it's a 3-letter word, but it's a very difficult thing for a lot of people to say. People don't know how to say I am sorry. Because of what? Ego. A lot of people have pride. Not basically for the men, because that one is a stand, it's a stamped on men. Some men they cannot remove that from them. Their pride and their ego. It's normal. But you see the fact that some ladies also have, exhibit that kind of character where they have the ego, the pride, and stuff like that. It's not bad to at least be humble. It's not bad to recognize that, oh, I did something wrong, or maybe I did something right, and because the person said, oh, it doesn't still matter, but still apologize for peace to reign. It's important. You see those people, hold them well, because like I said before, I said kind people are, if you have a kind person and somebody that is caring, you've relieved yourself a lot of problems. And seriously. So we'll go back to the comment section and see what people have to say concerning what Toke Makinwa has said. So let's go over to the comments and see what they have for us. And yes, Black Yoruba Boy said they play, even if you're at fault, Abby. See, to say I'm sorry doesn't mean that, to say I'm sorry doesn't even mean that you are wrong or you are right. You might be right though, but why not just say it so that peace will reign? A lot of times, it's how people, it's how people react to things. Yes, it's how people react to things. How you react to things shows how matured you are. So, Showman Official said, are you married? Okay, why are you asking this question? And Sammy Goon said, I can't be that man. I hold you accountable for whatever you do. Everyone knows what they are doing. Let's all treat people just as we want people to treat us. Okay. Okay. As for you, Sammy Egun, I feel that you saying you're holding people accountable. It's not bad to hold people accountable, but the truth is that for you, keep doing what you feel that is okay for you and your relationship, because a lot of people, you will still want advice to have kind partners. A lot of people will not want to come to you because they feel that you will not be a kind person. Yes, tell me someone that is rich, and tell me somebody that is a giver. I will always tell you that people will always want to go to the giver because they will leave the one that is rich and follow the giver. Why? Because the person is always kind to give. It's how it is. So at MG said, I beg, who them say drop this advice for now again? Zero accountability and gaslighting. Okay, that's a lot. All right. And Real Ofunwa said manipulation. Really? Okay, let's take more comments. People are still saying things about Toke Makinwa's statement. And yes, somebody said, I know men will like this, but trust me, I am not speaking for them, just stating fact. Most women would take such a man for granted in their younger years. It's after series of shege that they now see the value in such men. Okay, I said it. No vex screens. Didn't intend to hurt your feelings. But what this person is saying is the truth. The truth is that a lot of women take good men for granted. Yes. And a lot of men do too. I'm going to generally talk about it. A lot of men do too. When they see a good man, they take them for granted. And that's why I always say that. I said, please, if you get a good man when they really care about you, he's intentional about you. You call it use and they play. Why? It's crazy. It's crazy. How does people they feel? If you see that one, another person will collect them. Value the thing. The one way you get value them is important. All right. And somebody said that's how they kill your masculinity, and then they resent you. To become weak to them, and they start admiring the ones that are almost emotionless. Okay, it's well with you. All right, Jenny Z said, Malice keepers take note, lol. All right, and Sectal said, Maybe mama giving marriage advice. Ha, Jesus Christ. Sometimes my comment sections are always giving me the bass and the boss. Which one is baby mama again? What is it? Ah! All right, and let's take more comments. A lot of people are still, talking and saying things about Toke Makinwa's relationship advice. And Posh said, honestly, this here is true, but them no plenty again. Only 2 remain. Okay, Abife said, true. And Pinky Love said, I absolutely agree. That is what truly makes you a man. And Pretty Oge said, take this advice very, very serious. Seriously serious. And Mommy Zayn said, can we leave men matter alone? Every time, man. Every time. That's what they talk. Every time, woman. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about this. And Official Booyah said, vice versa, ma. I ain't going extra mile for anyone who isn't doing the same for me. Period. Okay, I think I agree with that. All right, Tanako said, why do you advise people on what you don't have yourself? Wow, that's a blow. If it's that easy, you will be married too. Please keep your advice to yourself, I beg. Some women, you see the problem now. Now man, they do man. Now woman, they do woman sometimes. All right. And Creative Oliver said, what about the women? What about the woman? What is she supposed to do after an argument? I mean, men no get emotions too. Now would we be? Okay. And Official Cali Berry said, some people cannot even get home. Everywhere is flooded. Your own is man. Now because water never carry you on your way. Okay. At Official Cali Berry, you'd have just said that you are feeling cold. Let's know the place that your problem is right now. Because I understand the fact that this is the rainy season. It's the rainy season, and everyone knows what happens during rainy season. Now, I always say, I actually, feel pity for people that are staying towards the Lekki side and all those areas that are always, it's well. It will get better, actually. And Official Antana, all right. Yes, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about Toke Makinwa's statement. And Kegore said, marriage advice should be given by those in a long-term, successful and happy marriages. Yes, actually, like I say, in as much as we have marriages that have been broken, because a lot of people have been in divorce these days, like any small thing where they don't hear not divorce, then they enter. But that doesn't still mean that they are not good marriages that have stayed years, that have, survived years, and they are living happily. Yeah, we have a lot of them. So please, make nobody, don't lose guard, don't make nobody whine you say marriage no this sweet. They're sweet. Yes, when you meet the right person that is intentional about you and loves you. And Awkward Waken said, men, please don't ever be that man. Hold them accountable for their wrongdoings, really. And if she doesn't change, walk away. The moment you allow her to continue with that, you've submitted your power and authority to her, and that will be your greatest undoing. All right, don't be gaslighted and manipulated. Everybody knows what they are doing. If you're telling the men that, also tell the women too, because it has to be balanced. Yes. I mean, men do their own, women do their own too. So you can't just, basically talk about a particular gender and leave the other. And Fee Sent Mama said it goes both ways. Thank you for that. And Official Sassy Queen said, honestly, she made a strong point, run from a man that keep malice, so it gets why. Okay, and yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to follow them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
OG for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. Again, the African news from South Africa, where demonstrations against illegal immigration drew large crowds in Durban, Johannesburg, and Pretoria on Tuesday, with smaller gathering in other parts of South Africa. The protest coincided with the 30th June deadline set by the anti-immigration movement March and March, demanding government action against illegal immigration and calling for undocumented immigrants to leave South Africa. However, anti-immigrant vigilantes have in many cases failed to distinguish between documented and undocumented immigrants while targeting foreign nationals. Protest leaders at times struggled to maintain control as sporadic incidents of looting, vandalism, arson, and assaults were reported in several areas. Residents of Denval in Germiston were left shocked after anti-illegal immigration protesters raided and vandalized homes during violence that followed a march. Demonstrators forced their way into several properties in search of foreign nationals. And in Liberia, the Liberian government has launched an emergency voluntary repatriation program for citizens wishing to return home from South Africa and raising anti-foreigners protest. The move comes as demonstrators targeting undocumented foreign nationals continue in parts of the country. According to the Liberian government, 29 of the 263 Liberians living in South Africa have requested voluntary repatriation. Speaking at the Ministry of Information Regular News Conference, Information Minister Jerolimek Pierre said the decision was driven by growing concerns for the safety of Liberian nationals. He said the Liberian embassy in Pretoria has been monitoring the situation closely, staying in regular contact with Liberian communities and working to protect their welfare. Pierre said the Liberian Refugee Repatriation and Resettlement Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has finalized engagements for the emergency airlift of those who have chosen to return home. In the meantime, the senator representing Kogi Central, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has commended Air Peace for what she described as an extraordinary display of patriotism and compassion following the airline's successful evacuation of stranded Nigerians from South Africa. On Tuesday, Air Peace announced the completion of its second humanitarian evacuation mission from South Africa, bringing 271 Nigerians home safely. The latest operation brings the total number of evacuees to 533 across 2 missions. In a statement issued in Abuja, Poti Duagan praised Air Peace management and staff for placing national interests above commercial considerations. She described the evacuation as proof of the airline's belief that no Nigerian should be abandoned in times of distress. The senator also confirmed and condemned the collaboration between Air Peace and the federal government, saying such partnerships strengthen public confidence and improve the country's response to humanitarian crisis. Still in West Africa and now in Ghana, the death toll from a devastating flood in Ghana's capital, Accra, has risen to at least 12 persons, with officials warning it could increase as several persons remain missing. Rescue crews have saved more than 400 persons after torrential rain flooded homes and roads across the city. The government has apologized for its response, while President John Dramani Mahama has released emergency funds and deployed the military and police to support relief efforts. Although the rain has ceased, authorities warn saturated ground still poses a serious flood risk. Still in Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama has ordered the release of 300 million cedis from Ghana's contingency fund for flood relief and mitigation after last week's devastating floods. The funds follow heavy rain that battered Greater Accra, the Volta region, and parts of the eastern region, with the capital, Accra, the worst affected. Half of the money will fund emergency relief for flood victims, while the remaining 150 million cedis will be used for flood mitigation projects. The president has also directed the National Disaster Management Organization to identify affected residents and provide immediate support, while the military and police will have been deployed to assist ongoing rescue and relief operations. Elsewhere, Zimbabwe's parliament has approved sweeping constitutional changes that would extend the presidential term by 2 years, leaving only President Emerson Mnangagwa's signature before the amendments become law. The changes have drawn strong criticism from the opposition in Zimbabwe, where the 83-year-old Mnangagwa's ZANU-PF party holds a parliamentary majority. Lawmakers voted 226 to 41 to approve the amendments after the Senate passed the legislation on June the 24th. Critics have described the reforms as a constitutional coup. The amendments would extend presidential and parliamentary terms from 5 to 7 years, allowing Mnangagwa to remain in office until 2030. Another amendment would give Parliament the power to appoint the president, replacing direct presidential elections introduced in 1987. Mnangagwa came to power in 2017 after a military-backed coup that ousted Robert Mugabe, who had ruled Zimbabwe for 37 years. Moving on, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has reshuffled his cabinet, making changes requested by the Democratic Alliance, his coalition partner. Former DA leader John Steenhuisen has been moved from Agriculture Minister to Deputy Trade Minister after the party's new leader, Gordon Hill Lewis, called for changes to the party's cabinet positions. The DA, South Africa's second largest governing party after Ramaphosa's African National Congress, nominated Willie Ocamp as the new agriculture minister. He previously served as forestry, fishery, and environment minister. Ramaphosa also appointed ANC member Dina Pule as Minister of Social Development, feeling a vacancy left after Sisisi Talashe was removed over misconduct allegations. And in Kenya, President William Ruto has been given 120 days to reconstitute Kenya's cabinet after the High Court ruled its current composition unconstitutional for failing to meet constitutional gender requirements. The court said Ruto does not have to dissolve or reappoint the entire cabinet, but must make new appointments within 4 months to comply with the law. In a majority decision, Justices Eric Ogola and Stephen Githenji found that women hold only 7 of the cabinet's 25 positions, below the constitutional threshold. Justice Jairus Nga issued a dissenting opinion. The court ruled that at least 9 cabinet positions must be held by the unprecedented gender to meet the constitutional requirements. Away from that report, Australia has increased visa application fees by between 25 and 200% under a revised fee schedule issued by the Department of Home Service. The changes affect thousands of families, students, skilled migrants, and temporary visa holders, adding to the cost of entering Australia's immigration system. Among the biggest changes, the international student visa fee has risen from 178,447 Kenyan shillings to 223,059 Kenyan shillings for the primary applicant. Moving on, Amnesty International has accused Sudan's Rapid Support Forces of committing crimes against humanity and carrying out ethnic cleansing during their campaign to seize the city of El Fasher last year. The siege and capture of the Western Darfur city marked one of the bloodiest episodes of Sudan's civil war between the army and the RSF. In a report released on Wednesday, Amnesty said the RSF committed murder, torture, rape, sexual slavery, forced displacement, imprisonment, enslavement, extermination, persecution, and other forms of sexual violence. Sudan remains locked in a 3-year conflict between the army and the RSF. The war has killed hundreds of thousands of people and forced more than 14 million from their homes. Meanwhile, the UN Human Rights Council will hold an urgent debate later this week on the situation in Sudan's El Obeid as Britain warns of the risk of large-scale atrocities. The request follows reports that Sudan's Rapid Support Forces and allied fighters are massing around the city, raising fears of a major escalation. Britain's Human Rights Ambassador Eleanor Sanders said siege-like conditions have left thousands trapped and cut off from humanitarian aid amid intensifying drone strikes. Germany, Ireland, Norway, and the Netherlands also backed the request. The debate is scheduled for July the 3rd. While the Council has no legal powers, it can launch investigations whose findings may later be used as evidence in war crimes cases before national and international courts. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Also joining us virtually this afternoon is, virtually from Kenya, is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also the CEO and founder of WealthGate Insurance Agency. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining. Also joined us virtually all the way from Liberia is Hansen Blayan. Hansen Blayan is a media and communication professional in Liberia. A very good afternoon to you, Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you so much, David. I'm honored to be on the call today.
All right, then. Let me start off this conversation with you, Hansen, and I'm going to be taking it from the situation emanating from your country where 23 have indicated interest to returning back home in Liberia. Now, looking at that development, plus the fact that over 200 are still in South Africa, but only 23 has indicated interest to wanting to return in home. First, what is the situation in Monrovia? And of course, what is the government clearly saying as regards the xenophobic attack that has recently been witnessed in South Africa?
So thank you so much. And so the Liberia Repatriation Agency has announced that it will be repatriating citizens from South Africa as a result of the xenophilia. But however, the citizens have been questioning the agency as to there are a large number of Liberians there. Why are you just selecting few to be repatriated back to Liberia? And their concern is they are still trying to collect number of persons, number of Liberians living in South Africa, and to document them properly to repatriate them.
Okay.
As a result, the government has now made an official claim as to the total number of persons to be repatriated, but the agency said 22 plus persons to be repatriated to Liberia. But with the situations and everything happening with other countries' citizens being repatriated, like Nigeria, Ghana, they are repatriating citizens through charter flight and whatever reasons. But Liberia as a country needs to stand up to repatriate citizens. The thing is, no one wants the citizen to be humiliated in another country, especially when the citizen themselves is trying to push another citizen outside. So what the government is doing is to see how best to take these citizens and bring them back. I believe there are other plans that are in the pipeline that the government will announce shortly in terms of the repatriation, because if you're repatriating people from another country and breaking in here, you need to have a plan. You need to provide a household,
right,
provide an area that will be situated temporarily. So all of these plans are not being fulfilled by the government, the agency, but the public concern is if you breaking these people, where will they be staying? And with the number of Liberians in South Africa, how many of them do we have there, and how many of them and when do they come home? So these are conversations on national radio and in newspaper, and we are quite sure that the government is making efforts, and we anticipate that the government will repatriate our brothers and sisters to South Africa, that which of course that is the atmosphere of the xenophobia. Everyone's afraid to lose their citizen at the moment.
All right, then. Well, I would still like to stay with you, and basically because I also wanted to find out, should these individuals return home, the Liberian Refugee Repatriation and Resettlement Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, clearly did say that they are finalizing agreements for the emergency airlift of those who are willing to return in home. But has there been any contingency plan for these individuals who would be leaving South Africa for safety for their lives, returning back home in Liberia? From your position as a media person in Liberia, has there been any conversation as concerning contingency plan for these individuals who are returning back home from South Africa? to Liberia?
Oh, the thing is, these are conversations are involved because you cannot bring a person, you cannot bring your citizens from another country, and you don't have a plan. And if we could record, the government repatriated citizens from Ghana, and when the Ghanaian citizens said that they have overstayed and they need to come back to the country, a lot of citizens were repatriated through the means of transport, bus. And when they came, there was no plan that we were to host them. There was a massive process that because the agency were caught into some level of corruption where they were to pay the citizens who sent them out the money. And citizens who were repatriated said they did not receive the money. So at the end result, there was a huge protest and the government have to put another plan. They have to investigate to see what was happening. So we don't want issues that happen with the citizens that were repatriated from Ghana to happen with the citizens from South Africa. So the public is saying that if you are repatriating, then we need to know the plan. We expect the government to host stakeholder conversation with different actors from civil society, from youth group to understand a different perspective. Despite they are finalizing plan with the repatriation agency, but they have not fully tell the public that if these people come, where would they be staying? We agree some have family members, but what plan, what package will the government be able to give them when they arrive from the ground? Because some of them are leaving their businesses, their homes in South Africa as a result of the xenophobia attack. So when they come, the government need to unveil these packages that will be given to them upon their arrival in Liberia. There have not been any plan of such reveal yet, to my knowledge, and we hope the government should take the necessary conversation up to understand, to inform the people that when you are coming, this is what you're going to receive, and this is what we can help with, and this is what because it's a national issues now. It's a national security issues. It's not just about Liberia, it's about the whole of Africa, because all African countries that are in South Africa, they have been attacked. So it is necessary that you take the citizens from there and they cannot be isolated.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to Nigeria. Barrister, this conversation, you followed it yesterday. I mean, you were live with us when the president of the Nigerian Union in South Africa was clearly stating how much of an impact that protest was going to have. Now, looking at this development, again, do you think that right now it's about time that most African leaders clearly, not just only talking about Nigeria, Liberia, and the likes, clearly call the South African government to order, particularly on this consistent xenophobic attack? Because it is not a crime to want to find a life and a living in other African countries. That is why we are Africans and we're supposed to be our brother's keeper.
There is nothing wrong in movement of the people. It's a natural occurrence that human beings must move from one point to the other. In fact, International Labour Organization, if you go to their charter, which every African state domesticated, right, foreign labor is allowed. The issue here is that South Africa is claiming that these people are undocumented. They are illegal immigrants. That is their own position. Now, are you going to force South Africa to accept people that they don't want? As I'm sitting here now, I do not believe that it is every foreigner in South Africa that they are being asked to leave. There are people who are still there, even Nigerians. There are Nigerians who are working legally, and government is aware of these people. So, if they are saying illegal immigrants, fine. What we are saying that do it with due process, not by killing, not by hijacking their businesses and all. No, let every process be in a seamless manner, be legally backed. And don't allow your youth to take advantage of this so-called illegal immigrant. African Union cannot force South Africa to accept illegal immigrants. In fact, it is not accepted in international diplomacy. You don't just batch into a country without documentation. Right. Donald Trump did it. I don't know why Africans did not talk when Donald Trump was doing it. I don't know why.
But then the concern in all of this is the fact that the South Africans who are the vigilantes who are practically pushing this protest are not allowing the authorities handle illegal immigrants, as it were, but rather storming the streets and asking several questions.
Don't give room. Don't give room for this type of thing as a government, because non-state actors will hijack it. That is the lesson to learn here. Don't give room, because there is a limit to your control over a people that are impoverished. The South Africans that are talking and making noise, life is not better off for them. And this is why they are raising these issues. The South African youth, things are not better. Go and check their unemployment rate.
Over 30%.
Good. At that point, are you not supposed to raise eyebrow? That is the reason why this thing is happening. Because even though there are political order too, but something precipitated it. Something started from somewhere. The unemployment rate is high. Meanwhile, the white supremacy that kept them under slavery for many years are still in South Africa. They are the ones controlling the economy of South Africa. Why are they not asking questions? For all I care, this is transferred aggression. Their white supremacist masters are still there with them. They are the ones controlling the economy. And they are living large. So why are these African black? Why are they not asking the whites? What are you even still doing in our country? Why are you in charge of the economy? Why are you in control of everything? They will not talk, because that slave mentality is still there.
Now let's talk about the government of Nigeria, Barrister. Presently, as we speak, over 533 Nigerians have returned home from South Africa. Just a couple of days ago, 271 came in, making that particular number 533 Nigerians. In the over 1,000 people who have been documented by both the Nigerian Diplomatic Corps in South Africa and, of course, the Nigerian government. But looking at the urgency of all of this, you also did recall that the president of the Nigerian Union in South Africa did say that a lot of Nigerians trooped to the Nigerian diplomatic house just for safety. Now, with that level of development, do you think that the government needs to do more as to evacuating these people and as quick as possible? Because we might be having a situation in our hands with these individuals at the diplomatic house, aside the ones that are even in churches, like we heard yesterday.
The South African government, headed by Ramaphosa, cannot do more than what they have done. They provided money for the police to make sure that the protest did not go violence. About 600 rands.
600 million.
600 million rands, yes. And that is not a small money by South African currency. So the government have done what they needed to do by providing security. That's what they can do.
I'm even talking about the Nigerian government in terms of evacuating the documented Nigerians back home. Is that they need to do even more?
Yes, they need to, because it is a bit slow. Maybe because of logistics issues and all that. And then to capture all these people, where will you get them? Where are they? These are issues. That is just the issue. It's a logistic issue here, because some of them are still hiding in their homes. They can't come out. They can't come out, except they should now tell South African government to give a safe passage to those who want to locate the airport where this plane is waiting. This is the much I think the government of Nigeria can do. Provide a safe passage for our people that want to leave South Africa, so that on their way to the airport, something doesn't happen to them. These are the things I think the government of Nigeria should do, and then to secure their properties and businesses.
All right, then.
And document them.
Now, let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is standing by. Again, as a financial advisor, Mr. Martins, do you think that the current evacuation of Africans, all the African descent in South Africa, would have a toll on the South African economy? Now, you would recall the 2024-2025 data clearly showed that 9% growth of the GDP in South Africa was as a result of these foreigners in South Africa, their impact on the economy. How much of an impact would these have? And I'm talking about this consistent evacuation from Liberia to Ghana to Zimbabwe to Malawi and to Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing I must say is that the whole scenario is politicized. Secondly, you just do due diligence and investigate from the people who have been evacuated from South Africa or repatriated from South Africa to Nigeria or Lagos, and understand if these people are illegal migrants as the anti-migration marches or protesting goes on in South Africa. This thing is, the whole scenario is politicized. South Africa are feeling their place, their job, their opportunity are taken over by foreigners. And the way to do it is to declare it is illegal immigrant that want to be swept out of South Africa. So we have to understand this from the whole perspective. Secondly, I want to say the economy of South Africa right now is in dire constraint because investors are feeling it of insecurity. Business are paralyzed. There is action. There is all kind of inhumanity going on in South Africa as we speak. So economically, they can do well, and the investor have no confidence because now it is like the institution that should deal with the illegal immigrant have given their mandate to the citizen. Hence, there will be a very dire constraint across the economy. Political class essentially are the people who are pressing the baton on this immigration bill, whereby they have given the citizen power to demonstrate, whereas they should empower their institutions and give the police resource so that they can curtail this demonstration. Secondly, what we are seeing in South Africa gonna affect the entire Africa, since there are people who are students in South Africa. They will be dealt with by citizen or Republic of South Africa as illegal immigrant. Secondly, there are investors as well. When citizens take matter into their hand, they will not consider you having foreign documents. And essentially, you cannot tell me that I will take a flight from Kenya to South Africa with the illegal document. That can't happen for heaven's sake. It must be an issue that is politicized and that needs the institution to address it tooth and nail. Essentially, the entire continent will start demonstrating South Africa citizens to vacate their state.
Well,
so
we're hoping
the end of the state need to address through diplomacy ties.
All right, then. We're hoping that it doesn't get to that stage where other Africans are demonstrating these kind of actions by South Africans in South Africa. But then let's move away from that conversation. And I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Martins, maybe in 1 minute. What do you make of this particular development coming from Zimbabwe, where the parliament has approved that constitutional change that would extend presidential term by 2 years, leaving President Emerson Mnangagwa to stay and, of course, remain in office till 2030. Now, this, again, in this particular law, it would also state that the parliament would have to clearly also stay for that extended period. But another conversation in all of this is the fact that it is scrapping away every presidential election in Zimbabwe. From your own point of view, what do you make of this story? There is also the side of the conversation that states that this is clearly pushing away democratic norms from Zimbabwe. What do you make of this sentiment as well?
Thank you, Mr. David. I understand the legislature in Zimbabwe is putting democracy of their citizens in a crossroad, whereby, you know, for a president even should run for one term. Then if we deliver according to the people's will, the term can be extended to second term. But here we see a registration bill whereby they are leading or they are taking away the public participation from ensuring the president credential in the state. Secondly, we see state capture of institutions. When parliament doesn't address the need of the citizen, they are addressing the need of state. It shows that these people are colluding with the system and they want to bring a system of corrupt regime whereby they don't want to be scrutinized. They don't want to be accountable to their citizen. Another thing we see is kakistocracy, where the government is run by the poor people in the government, people who their credential are not portraying their potentiality and their credibility in the running their offices. So this scenario all over. Secondly, another thing is about gerontocracy, whereby it is the state is ruled by the old people. Why is 787 want to lead another 40 years? We should give the mantle to the young people so that there can be liberation in the country and revolution as well.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. Let me take this conversation to Liberia. Hansen, from this particular situation, now these also state, this particular change in the amendment would give the parliament the power to appoint the president, replacing, like I said earlier, the presidential elections introduced in the country since 1987. Now, from your perspective, would these give room for prominent changes in power, or is this also going to clearly be speaking the minds of the people, because these legislators are voted in by the people? What's your take about this as well? I would like you to mute your mic, Hansen, so we can get your view as well.
The thing is, people shift. There are shifting of time when it comes to citizenship and democracy. And what I think is, the people have the fundamental rights to change when the law are made from the constitutional level. But I think the people should have their own level opinions. Extending the presidency of the country, of the president to another time, I mean, it's constitutional, it is legal driven. But what I believe is, if the people see a fit, it's in the interest of the state, it should continue. And because that's what the people believe. But it should be inclusion and it should be inclusive so that people, citizens, then can have their own level of perspective. If possible, they have it through a referendum to have the majority of people voices and vote being part of the decision that has been made.
All right, then. Well, this again is not passing through a referendum, because I can tell you clearly that quite a number of kickbacks have been on as against this particular amendment. But then, as a young person, I mean, this again is a concern, stating clearly that the young people in Zimbabwe might not have anything or any say when it comes to the election as a result of this amendment. Do you also share that sentiment? Plus, do you think that President Emerson Mnangagwa seemed to be the only person that should clearly be the one leading Zimbabwe to the next phase of the democratic state?
No, I strongly say no with that, because democracy is for the people and by the people. And there are people who are always competent, and there are people who are always there to deliver. The reason these things happen is because people manipulate the system, and they make the system to favor them. They make the system to believe in them, that they are the only persons who the system revolves around. The reasons why this is backlashing from citizens' perspective, it is because the fundamental basis of democracies, which is transparency, good governance, and leadership is lacking. So that's the reason the people want another alternative. The reason why the parliament decided not to put this in a referendum, instead they decided to make it among themselves. It is because it's in their interest that when he maintains as president, extend his tenure, they have some level of benefit that even the people in the slum community will not have that level of benefit.
All right.
So I think the citizens are right, and it is that democratic right, and whatever should be done, it should be done at the ballot box, which is a referendum. Let the people decide, not member of parliament, because they will not understand what the masses are going through.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio. And of course, we'll wrap up this conversation. Barrister, in 1 minute, the parliament in Zimbabwe has finally approved the amendment. And of course, this simply means 5 to 7 years for sitting President Emerson Mnangagwa. Plus, it will have to be the vote of the parliamentarians clearly to appoint who the next president of the nation would be. What do you make of this particular change? And do you think that democracy is still existing with this kind of change in Zimbabwe?
Africa needs a revolution. That is the only antidote to this rascality by the leadership. The leaders in Africa, they have learned no lesson from what happened in other climes. Look, I don't blame them, because in the Western world, it used to be worse until revolution passed through all of them. Why do you think the Russian Revolution happened, the French Revolution happened, the American Revolution happened? It's because of the rascality of leaders. If African youths are too timid to take action, then they should live with the infamy.
So you think Zimbabwe also is timid in all of this? Because Robert Mugabe spent several years in power.
Yeah, they learned no lesson. That's why they have continued on that pedestal. Because no action has been taken against them. David, we need a revolution. I mean, a revolution. That is the only way this nonsense will stop. Because all this talking will not even go anywhere.
All right, then.
Well, from one infamy to the other, from one evil regime to the other, from one bad leader to the other. That is because they believe that nothing will happen. Nobody will do anything to them. That's just the truth. But if they know that there are some restive youths waiting somewhere, they will sit up. Can you find this type of rascality in the Western world?
Oh, well.
Donald Trump, with all his power and everything, can he try this nonsense?
Quite unfortunate, really. But because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo for chiming in his voice on the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure.
Also, a big thank you to you, Hanson Blayan, media and communication experts in Liberia, for chiming in your voice on the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much for being here. And
thank
also,
you so much, David.
And also, big thank you to Mr. Martin Sirere Njue, financial advisor, and also the CEO of Wellsgate Insurance Agency. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation also this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People.
Glad to have you back at the Still the African News right here in Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. Bank of Ghana's Governor Johnson Asamia says Africa's growing reliance on domestic borrowing is reducing exposure to exchange rate shocks, but increasing risks for local banking systems. The shift has accelerated across sub-Saharan Africa since global interest rates began rising in 2022, shorting many governments out of international bond markets as borrowing costs surged. Speaking at the Bank for International Sentiments Roundtable of African Central Bank Governors, Asiama, said the continent's public debt landscape is increasingly being shaped by domestic financing rather than external capital markets. He said several African economies entered 2026 in a stronger macroeconomic position after years of fiscal adjustment and structural reforms. Limited exposure to recent tariffs and stronger commodity prices, particularly gold, have also supported growth. Using Ghana as an example, Asiama said the country has moved from crisis management to rebuilding long-term fiscal sustainability after completing its debt restructuring under the IMF's Extended Credit Facility program. He said inflation fell from more than 54% in 2022 to 3.7% in May 2026, while gross international reserves reached $14.4 billion, enough to cover 4.7 months of imports. And to wrap up African news, we go straight talking sports. The 2026 World Cup knockout stage continues today as teams battle for places in the last 16. Football heavyweights England, Argentina, and Belgium face tricky rounds of 32 ties, while underdogs look to pull off major upsets. England meets the Democratic Republic of Congo for the first time. Argentina take on World Cup debutants Cape Verde, who have impressed with their performances so far, while Belgium faces African heavyweights Senegal. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Maritime Frontier Show from VOP TV. My name is Dilio Tommy. The topic for today is why multimodal means of transportation not effective around our ports. And to discuss this, we have an expert online, Dr. Shegun Musa. He's a maritime practitioner of over 30 years. Doc, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Yes, thank you very much for having me around.
Yeah. Why is multimodal means of transportation not effective around our ports? I know you did, you had a conference, a seminar recently with this similar topic. Could you tell us why we cannot effectively deploy multimodal means to evacuate our cargoes and take them to the ports, sir?
Yes, thank you very much. First and foremost, the global standard is multimodal. And the essence of multimodal is just to allow the holistic mode of transportation to operate effectively through in a symbiotic way, where all the mode of transportation will be able to complement each other. Yes, we are not having it effective in Nigeria here because number one, we don't have the political will. Secondly, we don't have the policy drive that will drive our multimodal. Thirdly, we don't have the infrastructure that will enhance the symbiotic interaction among all the mode of transportation. These are the basics. Then again, we don't have the capacity to also drive it. Multimodal has to do with it has to do with a lot of infrastructure, the automation, the ICT, and people that will also drive it must be well put in knowledge in driving multimodal. Multimodal is a global standard, and it comes with what we call best practices. So people that are going to drive multimodal must also be well put in knowledge in terms of post-working and post-qualification experience.
Okay, Doc, you listed the factors that affect the ineffective nature of the use of a multimodal means. Why do we not have the political will? Why are we not having the political will to use this, to drive this?
I think so many factors. Number one, you have to look at the government thinking towards multimodal. You have to look at the political way. You have to look at people pretending over all this mode of transportation, how widespread knowledge they are in that regard. You also need to look at what will attract the investors that we actually want to invest in multimodal, because it's capital intensive. So government alone can fund the multimodal system, proper integration. So you have to bring in a lot of investors, but you have to create an environment. So if government is not creating the environment, the conversation will only continue until we are able to have a government and people that are technocrats, that are wide putting knowledge, that can still pretend over all these mode of transportation. If I could trace the memory lane, you would remember in the 70s, 60s, 80s, and probably early 90s, when we used to have Ministry of Transportation. In that ministry, we have the critical modes that are all like departments. We have Ministry of Transport that coordinate and superintend over aviation, road transport, rail, waterway, and the rest. We do not see the need for us to have a policy that will integrate them, because a single ministry should pretend over their activities. And then you quite agree with me that transport was very, very effective. We have the the water transport very effective. We participate actively. We have a flag of convenience. We have an airline. We have effective rail system. We have effective, well-monitored road transportation until some regime came after then and decided to fragment all these mode of transportation to allow them to stand independently. The intention might be it could come with a very good intention, but the effectiveness has actually dropped because when you begin to make the ministries to be more of compensation to political allies, I think these are part of the reason why we are not getting it right. We have a lesser technocrats pretending over all this mode of transportation. And if you don't have the technocrats pretending over this mode of transportation, definitely the best you get out of it is they speak good English. But when it comes to technicality, definitely you won't be able to get it right. I must confess to you. And whether we like it or not, we still look forward to government taking this sector very critical. It's a highly technical sector that you cannot actually use to compensate politicians. I must confess to you. We need technocrats. We need people that understand the language, that can decode the language to pretend over them. I'm not actually saying people pretending now do not have the right or cannot actually manage it, but learning the language, learning the technical details will surely take some time. And transport has to do with time. You don't compromise time. Time is everything in transportation. We work with time. For them to learn on the job for 1, 2, 3 years, the third year election is coming. It's not always easy. So we often appeal and implore government that they should allow the technocrats to pretend over transport. Transport is very important, and government should also be able to create the enabling environment that will drive the transport system, a holistic transport system. I think these are the major challenge.
Okay, I understand that to mean that the government is making wrong choices in terms of the personnel, the kind of people that they choose to man the sector. Okay, now you talked about another factor, which is, from my interpretation, that's infrastructural decay. You know, because you talked about the 60s and 70s where some of this sector was effective, and the multimodal means of evacuation and of containers or cargos was more. It was more effective in those days. Why is there no infrastructure right now for this means of evacuation to take place within and around the port?
Yeah, the infrastructure existing then has actually decayed because of lack of maintenance.
Yeah.
And repositioning them back now is capital intensive, coupled with the fact that government has always been looking for source of revenue to fund our budget. When you have a project that is capital intensive, then it behoves on you to be at the both indigenous and direct foreign investors that we actually invest in those corridors. And in those corridors demands that you must also create what we call agreement under favorable terms. When you invest in a capital intensive project, another government will come and begins to say, look, we want to cancel this project, we want to bring in a new investor. Nobody wants to be a Father Christmas. Nobody wants to throw money away. You must have an agreement under favorable terms that will give them comfort that, yes, when we invest our resources in building an infrastructure within any corridor in the country, definitely we'll be able to maximize profit, and we'll be able to run effectively without having ministries or agency canceling these investments and bringing up another preferred candidate to come and take it over from us. Is capital interest. Nobody wants to take that chance. So we want government to have that holistic drive that we give them comfort that when we have an agreement with government, the agreement will be under favorable terms, that government will resume and cancel it, and we waste our resources. In Nigeria, we have this inconsistency in the policy. But when we have a government that have this interest in revamping the transport sector and driving it to profit, I think we will begin to get it right. We have is capital intensive. When you look at the rail, we've not been able to cover 30% of rail network. For you to have an understanding that it's capital intensive. Aviation too, you can say aviation is diving because of the aviation fuel, because of spare parts, the exchange rate, and so many factors. Government did not see the need to give enough incentives for most of these sectors. Government wants to see the sectors as a means of generating revenue, whereas most of these sectors are critical sectors that they could actually, by effectiveness, create wealth for government, but they are not source of revenue to government. As long as government continue looking at all these mode of transportation, the holistic transportation, as a way of generating revenue, we never get it right. Globally, the standard is there are means to generate revenue. They are not the one to generate revenue. When government create the enabling environment for multimodal system, the commerce will improve, government will generate revenue. The technical know-how that will create jobs and every other thing will also spring up. These are ways to generate revenue, not over taxation. When you put over taxation on all this mode of transportation, the essence is just to kill them, to strangulate them, but not to generate revenue. And when you kill the birds that is staying the egg, definitely the egg will not come again. So government should begin to look at how do we ensure that all this mode operates independently without government seeing them as a source of revenue. We killed Nigeria National Shipping Line at the time government wanted them to begin to compete and generate huge revenue rather than seeing them positioning Nigeria economy and Nigeria commerce in a viable corridor. And that's why we are not an active participant now. Now, presently, we're listening to the aviation minister saying, Nigeria don't need to have a airline, but we can only create an enabling environment for private airline to strive. And I think that's a very wrong misconception, because the Minister of Aviation did not know the importance of national flights. And I put it to him that, number one, for you to be a Minister of Aviation, it behoves on you to think of what is the national interest in aviation. The national interest in aviation is not to promote people's businesses. It's for you to be an active actor. Because what makes you to be a buoyant economy is for you to be an active participant in aviation. Okay. Like the maritime sector, we don't have any flag of convenience. We don't have any national fleet. And we struggle to have a category C in IMO, whereas people are supposed to be begging us to come and take that seat rather than lobbying, wasting resources just because we want to have a seat. And now we've gotten the seat. We don't have fleet. We don't have a national fleet. We don't have flag of convenience. What is the advantage? We are still waiting for the minister to come and tell us what has been our gain in having the category C seat in that IMO. You see, when you bring people together to catalog discussion on how to appraise performance and how to improve the system, I think it behoves on us to always call them for account and for whatever they are doing. I'm not aware of how much has gone into influencing people for us to get category C. But we are still waiting for the minister to still come and tell us what we've gained having that seat without having a national fleet. Same thing applies to aviation. Aviation creating an enabling environment for private airlines to lease the aircraft, and we don't have a national flight. National flight is very ridiculous. I'm sorry to say this, very ridiculous. We're also looking at the rail sector. The rail sector has been decentralized, and but what we need the government to do on the rail sector is to allow private actors to also participate. It's capital intensive. You can imagine when you give somebody an agreement under favorable terms to take charge of when we're talking about Seme to Oshodi. You can imagine the kind of traffic that you'll be lifting away from the road. you can imagine the kind of opportunity that you give to the road to last longer. I think we need government that understand the critical importance of transportation in Nigeria to position the economy in such a way that it will be an enviable and very profitable economy. We are not getting the economy right until we have what we call the starting tug, when we have the motive force that can drive the economy, and that is transportation.
All right, sir. That is very, 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 very exhaustive. Doc, can one other thing you talked about is the capital. Of course, investing in this sector is very, very capital intensive. But recently, the federal government went a borrowing. They went to take a loan of £746 million from the British government. And you understand that that is for port modernization. Modernizing a port includes, of course, the transportation aspect of it, because it has so many aspects. It's part of the physical infrastructure that should be modernized. So, where is the place of multimodal means within this and the loan that was collected? How much of the loan is going to go into, enabling the transport sector within that corridor to be effective for multimodal means of evacuation, sir? How much of that loan is going into enabling the transportation sector, as in all the corridors within the port corridors, to the means of multimodal means of transportation to be well, leveraged on? Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
These are part. Yeah, I can hear you now. These are part of the worry that we, the actors in the sector, these are part of the worries that we are having. When government wants to...
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I asked, what do you think, how much of the loan that was collected, the £746 million, is going to be used to enable multimodal means of transportation to become effective within the sector, sir?
As we speak, government do not have any blueprints to give us an idea what the money will be invested on. We do not have any pre-knowledge or current knowledge of what the money will be used for. We are only hopeful that the money that will be collected will not be diverted into something else. And we are only hopeful that government will allow the investors to utilize the resources, the money collected. I'm not expecting British government to give the money to the Nigerian government, but rather to bring the equipment, to bring the technical know-how, and also allow the indigenous actors to also participate in revamping the Tinkan ports. But be that as it may, I think is the right direction. Is the right direction because the revamping of Tinkan, for instance, is capital intensive. I'm also looking at government encouraging indigenous to also participate in positioning the Tinkan, especially in the technical aspects. I want to believe that British government, British investors that are showing interest in investing in Tinkan, revamping of Tinkan, will also integrate multimodal facilities that will enhance the free movement of traffic, fits from the ports to other corridors. We don't have the blueprint. We don't have an idea what it will be invested on.
Okay, so but largely we have local investors who can also invest in this sector, but the perennial problems being itemized by these investors are still there. Issue of access to loan, government policy, that's policy somersaults, and of course the bureaucracy within the system. how do we break these in order to be able to invest in this sector and then make total use of the effective use of all these means to become so that the sector will become more effective and then grow bigger? Hello? Hello, sir. Doc.
Yeah, please, can you come back with the question?
Can you hear me, Doc?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah. You talked about the sector being capital intensive.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course, we have local investors. Aside the loan that was collected by the federal government for investment into the two ports, the Apapa and Tinkan
repeat the
ports.
question.
Local investors, they usually complain about certain things, certain reasons. They give reasons why they cannot really invest. Why the bottlenecks, bureaucracy, lack of loan, or the exchange rates that drives the amount of loan you collect, policy somersault. Is it why can't the government streamline all these things to make it easier for people to invest in this sector?
I think you responded to the question. The bureaucracy, the policy somersaults, and the inconsistency in government policy has always been the challenge, and is the major factor that is scaring people in investing in Nigeria, especially the indigenous. When you have a government that have a stable policy, definitely a lot of investors will come and they'll be willing to invest. The ecosystem has not been too friendly. I need to say that because we've seen so many investors, especially indigenous, that have lost their investment because of policy somersaults and all this bureaucracy. I think until we begin to see government that takes transport sector with all sense of seriousness, I think that's when we begin to get it right. We have 1,001 investors that want to come into this ecosystem to invest in capital-intensive projects, and when the panic is always there, I think that's what is deterring them, both indigenous and foreign investors. I can give you an instance of the multimodal roundtable conference I organized at Marriott recently, where a lot of investors calling on us that, yes, they want to see the sincerity in government pronunciations if truly government needs investors. And we organized this conference, capital-intensive conference. And unfortunately, the ministries turn it down. Even the Nigerian Railway turn it down. They don't see the importance in it. They don't. And it's very scary. It shows how serious government is in promoting and advancing the transport sector in Nigeria. When the ministries are asking and calling us that, how much do we have to support their logistics? You can imagine private actors like us using our hand investment resources to organize a conversation, and the ministries, some of the ministries failed to come because we couldn't support their logistics. It is as bad as that. It is as bad as that. And it's very unfortunate. And that's why government just need to buckle up if truly they want to build the economy. Building economy is not ordinary conversation. It has to come with action. Without action, nobody will take Nigeria serious. I traveled to over 15 countries in Europe. I traveled to China to go and see what is happening, so we can see how we can model the transport system. For the past 4 years, I've been organizing multimodal conference at Marriott. There has never been a time any of the ministries participated. They only give promises, they will attend. At the end of the day, they'll be asking us, can you support our logistics? Very ridiculous. Even Nigerian Railway, ridiculous. So if we, the private actors, we are trying to put things together to make sure the private actors, the state actors, the non-state actors, the investors have a conversation. And the federal government is frustrating it through the ministries and the agencies. Then how do we push the transport sector forward? Yes, on our own part, we won't be discouraged because if the economy is viable, if the transport system is viable, our business will prosper. And that's why we are taking this pain to continue creating the passage for conversation, healthy conversation that will yield results. But I hope we have government that will pick it up, that people are doing sacrifice and they want to revamp the sector and they want to advance the sector and they need to collaborate. There must be a synergy. One hand cannot clap. It's the man that two hands will clap. But if we are stretching our hands to clap and government is not stretching their hand to join us to clap, how are we going to get it right? I think the problem is not the private actors or the investors. It has to do with government policy. Government have not shown enough commitment that will convince investors that we want to come and invest.
Okay, Doc, sir, can you give us briefly, we have just about 30 seconds. Tell us the resolution at that the organized summit, the seminar you just talked about, and your advice to government on this issue of multimodal means of transportation within the maritime sector. Just in about 30 seconds, sir.
Yes, number one, we need to build capacity. We need to train people on ICT because the modern transportation is not just about the analog. It's also about automation. It has to do with ICT. It has to do with a lot of software for integration. It has to do with basic infrastructures, that modern infrastructures that will drive the system. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Doc? Oh. Okay, Doc. We've run out of time. Thank you so very much for joining us. We hope to have you here again at the studio sometime. Thank you so very much for the interview. Because this is the Maritime Frontier Show. Before we go, we just need to talk to you a little bit about one or two events that happened in the course of the week. Within the sector, a whole lot of programs came up in the course of the week. Of course, there was this one about talking about ethical those who advocated for ethical journalism practice, and it happened at the conference organized by the Maritime Journalists Association, Maritime Reporters Association of Nigeria on Tuesday, where new members of the executives were sworn in. The conference room of the Rockview Hotel at Papa Tuesday hosted the members of the Maritime Association of Nigeria, as well as in a seminar titled Upholding Ethical Journalism for Maritime Development. The president of the National Association of Government Approved Freight Forwarders, Chief Tochukwu Ezisi, in his presentation at the seminar, noted that the topic of the day underscores the indispensable role of responsible journalism in shaping the trajectory of our maritime sector, which remains a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic aspirations. He added that the ethical journalism is a stabilizing force in a developing sector in the maritime domain. Chief AZC says that it ensures transparency in port operations, accountability among regulatory and operational institutions, balanced reporting, and that strengthens investor confidence, constructive scrutiny that promotes reforms of public trust in maritime governance. In his words, in essence, ethical journalism is not merely a professional obligation, it's a national imperative. It's a vital instrument for maritime growth, policy refinement, and institutional credibility. The Commissioner of Police, Ports, while making his presentation, opined that as maritime reporters, you serve as a bridge between industry stakeholders and the public through accurate, balanced, and objective reporting. Your help should shape public understanding of maritime issues and promote accountability among institutions operating within the sector. In his presentation, the new Maritime President, Oluyinka Onigbinde, posited that journalism is more than reporting events. It is the backbone of accountability and public trust and informed citizenship. In Nigeria and across Africa, where democracy is still maturing and misinformation spreads, ethical journalism directly impacts national development. Upholding ethical journalism for national development means journalists must prioritize truth, fairness, and public interest over sensationalism, bias, or profit. He noted that generally unethical reporting damages development fast, and it is even more true in the sector. Mr. Nigbinde added that false reports on port congestion, piracy, or policy changes scare off shipping lines and investors. Accurate, verified reporting builds investor confidence in IMASA, MPA, and Lekki Deep Sea Port. Mr. Nigbinde concluded that upholding ethical journalism is not an idealistic slogan, but it's a practical requirement for accountability, peace, and prosperity. Of course, again, other events took place in the course of the week, and but for lack of time, we cannot take more of it today. Next week, we'll bring you another edition of the program. Thank you for joining in. My name is Dili Utomi. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
For many Korope and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 1.5, 1.8, 1.9. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country. We used to carry 300, and the other package carry 400. So, and we are trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just watch.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels. Some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the unveiling of Iruka Tower, where we have dynamics of multiple businesses. Businesses like Iruka Online, Airport Golden Tilly, Romeo's Pizza, Carats 24, VOP Media, Coldberry, and these and many more other businesses that are in this one building. And this is to let you know that business is not just for a place, but we have several things for you to see today as we unveiling the building. Let's go.
We dedicate this building into your hand, and we commission it in the name of the Father, Amen, and of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Ghost.
Iruka Towers has been officially commissioned in Lagos, adding to the state's growing commercial landscape. The modern facility, which houses multiple businesses, including VOP Media, is expected to create a conducive environment for businesses, encourage innovation, attract investments, and support economic growth. Guests at the ceremony, including business leaders and other stakeholders, described the project as a major step towards strengthening Lagos' position as Africa's leading business hub.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, tell me how you feel this evening.
Very delightfully, I'm happy.
Okay. So we are here at the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers, and this is like a diverse business opening. So how do you feel about it? Tell me how you feel.
I've been a friend of the company and who also had always wished goodwill to the owner of this place. I feel highly delightful and happy that this is a dream coming true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your, we know you're already having fun. So what actually do you have to say about the achievement? This is a very big achievement. So what do you have to actually say about this particular achievement?
Actually, I have to give accolades and bravo to my good friend who has put up this edifice. Iruka Towers comprises of his businesses, radio and television VOP, and other of his businesses are headquartered here. So I'm so happy, and I wish him that he will do more of this, more. And this edifice is one in town. I can agree with you on that.
Hospitality business, and now he's into full-fledged media organization with the radio and television, and even coming into the free TV platform. So it's a very good, big achievement in that regard. So I continue to tell him congratulations and wish him success, and also to encourage staff to be law-abiding and continue to play their roles professionally, to be as professional as possible in handling the business of communication.
All right. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
How do you feel this evening?
Very excited because this is the day we have been waiting for.
Of course.
And it has come to fruition by the special grace of God. So we are very excited, really.
So you've been expecting this particular day?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes, yes.
So what do you expect in this opening this evening? It's the Iruka Towers, and a lot of people have been expecting a lot of things. Fun, entertainment. What do you expect to see this evening?
Oh, wow. Everything. It's an all-encompassing. And it's a holistic ceremony, as it were. So we are very excited. Everything to the glory of God.
Okay, can you tell us a little about this kind of achievement? How do you feel about it, basically?
It's a product of deep thinking, a product of hard work, commitment, focus, vision. This type of thing is not easy to come by. There's a lot of intellectual input, a lot of, physical efforts and all that. But we are happy that it has come to stay. Yeah, it has come to stay.
So we're here for the commissioning of the Iruka Towers. How do you feel about this?
Wonderfully well, because this is a remarkable monumental achievement. On a record time, he was able to put up this kind of edifice. The CEO needs to be commended for doing such a wonderful job. and he did all the details are in order. I love what I'm seeing here. I can't wait for the official opening.
Wow. So what do you expect to see this evening?
Well, I'm expecting glamour, gliss, entertainment, and everything. It's gonna be a bumper package. I trust VOP. I know what they can do, so I have no problem.
All right. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. So what is this Iruka Towers all about? I know it has dimensions of businesses that are encompassed in one. So what is it all about?
It's a one-stop business where we can assemble our business together. We are building a structure. That's why we created the Iruka groups, so that everything can work together.
All right, so we are here at the opening of the Iruka Towers. Tell me how you feel about it.
I feel great, It's like not a mission accomplished, but we're still working on, to accomplish the missions.
So in future, how do you see Iruka Towers to be?
So it's going to be a brand to reckon with. So one day we were working towards to be like Al Jazeera and CNN.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. And this is where we draw the curtain for the opening ceremony of the Iruka Towers. We can see it's a diverse of different businesses all together. And it has been an amazing evening. All right, do sure to join us next time. I am Precious Agumanu.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't...
Hello there and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headliner sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu Obi, federal government in crisis. Rufai jailed, of course, for shut down looms. These are the conversation that we'll be touching today. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Wiki approves promotion for 13,000 FCT workers. FCT Minister Nyesom Wiki has approved the promotion of over 13,000 FCT and FCDA staff with the 10-day CBT exercise starting July 1st, 2026. The Civil Service Commission Chairman Emeka Eze said it covers about 150 cadres, and Wiki has directed the 2026 exercise be done before the end of the year. The Commission says CBT has improved transparency since it was introduced in 2024. All right, so the reason why I'm actually starting off with this particular news story is because we've actually seen this particular, play, this particular move from Wike. So usually whenever it gets to the politicking, the electioneering, season, usually Wike employs more staff. We are used to this. If you go back in time, you'd agree with me, on this particular topics. This usually, is Wike's, move. So Wike usually wait for the election area and start mobilizing more youth. We've seen this as regards to, the Obioko local government, when he did that particular one during his time as a governor. We've seen it over time. So I am laughing because Wike is about to test waters. And the question now is, who is Wike testing waters for in FCT? Well, presidency, okay. Just like he told Senator Kingibe that she would not be returning back, and instead it would be the other man, Aduda, Senator Aduda, that actually lost the election, that would come back. So we don't know, but let's see what will happen in the coming days. But Wiki has been using this particular pattern over time, and if you've been following the political history in Nigeria, you would understand, and it will be clearer to you what he's about to do again. Obasani actually said that Obi benefited, from court, don't politicize judiciary. Kaduna State Governor Obasani says politicians should not attack the judiciary only when rulings go against them, noting the NDC's Peter Obi once secured his Anambra mandate through a court decision. Of course, he also dismissed a claim that APC or Tinubu is behind opposition crisis, blaming a lack of ideology and internal power struggles. He urged Nigerians to maintain faith in the courts despite their imperfection. Okay, I think this is where we get to just laugh about that particular conversation. If you are saying that Peter Obi benefited from the court, of course, everyone, we all in this country, either we like it or not, it is either we have or about to, one way or the other, we've had litigations, okay, and we've benefited from, the judicial system of Nigeria. But should we remain silent, or should Nigerians remain quiet when it is quite glaring that it is not looking the other way? This is just a question. I'm not saying anything, but it's just a question. But I love the fact that he actually made that particular assertion as regards to the Nigerian judicial, system of government. Now, away from that particular, I'm still talking about the judiciary. Obi gets court approval to serve Okonkwo at the Anambra State High Court, sitting in Onitsha Judicial Division, has granted Mr. Peter Obi they granted him the leave to serve court processes to Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo through a substituted means. The order clears the way for the suit instituted by Obi against Okonkwo to proceed after unsuccessful effort to effect personal service on the defendant. Right? I sincerely want to see how this would play out, because Mr. Peter Obi would always tell you, go and verify. If you have anything against me, you come out and talk about it. If Kenneth Okonkwo has actually made several, assertions, if he has actually made, several claims on Mr. Peter Obi, then I think it is high time that we start getting evidences. And perhaps when it gets to the courts, because we can't preempt the courts, right? So when it gets to the courts, let him, tender his evidences. And from there, everyone, Nigerians, would actually see who is right and who is not. So to join the conversation, kindly code number 08138714129, 08138714129. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. Tinubu will be federal government in crisis. El-Rufai jailed for shutdown looms. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth leads.
Welcome back to the program. Nigeria is facing a tense week as fuel marketers are threatening to shut down stations nationwide over planned petrol price control, while the federal government insists on curbing profiteering. In Delta, the assembly sacked a lawmaker who defected to NDC, and of course, a Cardinal Court denied ex-governor Nasir El-Rufai bail over ICPC's abuse of office charges, but ordered him medical access. And of course, away from that particular one, a new ORFA report revealed 79,323 killings and 34,773 abductions from 2022 to 2025. With Fulani terror group linked to about 44% of civilians are dead. Despite blackout, Disco collected 101 billion naira in 4 months, while APC and Labour Party clash over Abia's 2027 ticket crisis. Economic hardship has also driven 3,000 Nigerians to be repatriated from neighboring countries. And of course, at the NDC, Peter Obi is demanding INEC publish all candidates' certificates for transparency. When I'm being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Good afternoon, Mr. Elvis. Very well, thank you. It is another wonderful Wednesday, and you've been laughing ever since I started reading my news story. So I don't know if you want to respond to any of the news story. I started with that of course, Wiki.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I commend him. The Bible says a laborer is due for his wages. Those that are, gotten to that level to be promoted, he has to. They are Nigerians and they be working. So if a successive minister didn't see any reason for them to be promoted and Wiki now saw the reason, it's a good one. But I don't know how 13,000 would have been denied promotion for a very long time. It's the number. It's only the number that I'm like, I hold 13,000. What have they been waiting for? All this why? So one would have expected that it would have been done in batches, at least even if it's 2,000, 3,000, now we accumulated to 13,000. That's the only area I'm looking at, Savior. Why the delay for a whole 13,000 staff?
Mr. Harris, I'm surprised that, okay, I think it's that time I get to laugh it out, right? So that I can actually talk. Now, you started off by laughing while I was reading the news story. And now you said that it is good that Wiki decided to promote, people. And I would like to ask you, Wiki has been a two-time, a two-tenure governor of Rivers State. Did you notice something like this in Rivers?
Yeah.
Let's pick it up from there.
Yeah, towards the time he was leaving Rivers as governor, he did some appointments and he also did some promotion. Probably it's in his character of doing it, towards the end. Towards
the end of tenure or when it's getting to election period.
Well, you may call it election period, but let's call it towards the end of 10.
Now, Mr. Elvis, just like you said, research shows that Wiki has been doing this over time. And today we're seeing 13,000 that you are having issues with.
Yes,
as regards to the number.
The number.
We've seen 5,000, we've seen 10,000, we've seen 15,000, you know. And today we're actually seeing 13,000. Now, if you are actually, I love the fact that you said, you know, the laborer deserves his wages.
Yeah.
You know, no one should work and not get paid.
And not get paid and not get the desired
pet, you know,
that follows the job.
That follows the job.
Promotion
Now,
is one of them.
in a situation where you are now seeing about 13,000, the president has been in the government since 2023 when he won the election. And this is actually going through his last lap before the next election.
He has less than 1 year.
He has less than 1 year. So are we saying that a whole 13,000 were not seeing the circulars, you know, their files were not noticed before now?
You know, there were a lot of restructuring in the FCT when Wike came in.
Okay.
FCT is actually running like a state now. Before now, many of the, you know, the protocol, the bureaucracy of the FCT has to go through the National Assembly. But you see, when he came, the president granted him that, you know, free hands. TSA, FCT is not that TSA today. That's why he gets his money, he defends his budget like others, like states, and goes ahead with it. Because he said if he's going through TSA, it will delay project execution in the FCT. And we'll be seeing him doing that. So probably that is also that may be one of the things that affected these 13,000 workers that, you know, are going to smile, I mean, with a new rank before the end of Wike's tenure as Minister of the FCT.
Okay. So I think officially Mr. Elvis is a wicked man today, and I love that.
I'm speaking for Nigerians. Nigerians are the staff that are going to be promoted. You understand? And if they are due for their promotion, let it be done. This is a democracy. Let nobody be denied.
If it's not done, who should we hold responsible?
No, the people that are in power ought to be held responsible. At least they have a union. That union must have even been pressing for this.
Do you think that so many organizations don't even care about union these days?
No, even if they don't care, the organization don't care about union. But that's why we are saying the union has to be formidable. You know, we keep talking about NSC here. They need to be formidable so that they are. Because if the union is weak, it affects the staff who are members of that union, the workers who are members. So the union executive and must know that they have a responsibility when you are voted into that office, and that responsibility is that the welfare of the staff, you know, that voted you, the workers, Nigeria workers, must be top notch and they must be defended at all times.
Okay. All right, away from that particular one, this is also going to, you know, every, you know, major unions in the country that is actually, you know, overseeing their, you know, members across board, be it a government, you know, and the private sector,
ministries,
parastatals, whichever ways. Yeah, just make sure that your members are actually taken care of properly.
Good care of.
You understand? That's it. Now, away from that particular one, let's talk about the first conversation, El-Rufai. Now, at some point, you would think the case is about to go this way. Next line, it goes this way. And now, the wife has complained enough. At some point, they were, you know, barred from seeing him, you know, and now he's been granted, you know, medical access, but not bail. If we had to talk about governance and policies, Mr. Elvis, with Cardinal Court denying El-Rufai, of course, granting him a bail, but granted him, you know, medical access. How do you read the ICPC, you know, abuse of office case? Is this rule of law or political targeting ahead of 2027? Someone once mentioned, you know, trivially, that he doesn't think El-Rufai will be out of the court, out of that custody until the general election is over. I don't know how true that is, but of course, this was just what someone once mentioned. So I'd like you to take it up from there.
Yeah, I actually saw his governor on the screen yesterday, one of the television stations, and I remember the questions when the anchor of that program wanted to ask him about El-Rufai. He bluntly said he was not there to discuss anybody. Do you understand? So I think that was quite mature on his side. But, you know, let's pick it from what El-Rufai is going through. What El-Rufai is going through is not something that is different from what Nigerians are going through today. So I don't see anything to be celebrated here, because if it was the other way around, El-Rufai would have been one of those that would have been defending it, why that person has to remain there. Yes, if it was during the time of Buhari's administration, he would have spoken on, he's just that kind of person that talks. So he would have even come and defend Buhari why that person has to remain in incarceration, because as it is, I think they granted him bail, but I don't think he's been able to meet the bail conditions.
He's not been granted bail.
Okay, but the cases are many.
He has several cases, but
so
with that of the ICPC,
okay.
he's not been granted bail.
Okay, so I think if it's a bailable offense, let his lawyer apply to the court for bail.
They've been denying them. That's what is on ground as we speak.
Well, if that's why I say if it's a bailable offense. So I think ICPC has lawyers, and even himself has lawyers. But what I'm trying to point out here is that when you are that saddle as a leader, tread softly. Because that seat you are sitting on is like a barber seat. It swings. It might not swing in your favor in the next minute. So at that moment, you are able to hold that seat down. Don't think that seat will remain stagnant in that manner. That's what is happening. We know too well 8 years of his administration in Kaduna, what so many people went through in Kaduna, the demolition, the opposition could not speak and all others. But today, look at where he is. And fast forward, he just left office less than 4 years, and look at what is happening to him. So when we are, even these present leaders now should take cue from what is happening to him. There are some interpretations now they are interpreting now because it suits them. If it goes the other way tomorrow, I don't want Nigerians to be saying, oh, he's being victimized. Oh, because he's in opposition. Who is more opposition than Peter Obi in Nigeria? Who? Why have they not picked him up? Atiku has been in opposition. Why have they not picked him up? Anybody that infringe on the constitution of the land, let's not bring in narratives that will not play down on it. He's in opposition. Oh, it's because of it's not his tribal person. Oh, it's not his religious person. The law at all times must be supreme. And let deterrent follow. That's the only way the country can actually be, a country that people will like to come in and invest in. If your laws are weak, that's why we keep talking about judiciary. If your laws are weak, foreign investors will not find it easy to come in, because they know too well that tomorrow the laws can take over whatever investment they have in this country. So whatever is happening to El-Rufai, I don't want to dwell on it, because go and look at his antecedents for 8 years as Kaduna State Governor.
Even when he was the FCT minister as well.
Okay, let's even take it back to when he was FCT minister. Okay, one would have even said, okay, he wants to restore the master plan of Abuja. At least the one that's understandable. Like, okay, sewer line, drainage lines, and all of that. No, must not be fringed upon, so that the city can remain as it is. At least Abuja has one of the best master plans in the world. It's understandable. And since he's coming from the environmental part of, profession, he's a quantity surveyor, so he could still be able to know what a functional master plan is all about. You get what I'm saying? So, but fast forward to when he became governor of Kaduna State. His own very close brother, Sani, the former senator, Shehu Sani.
Yeah, Senator Shehu Sani.
Senator Sani. You saw what he did to him. You understand? So today, because when they are in that seat, they don't think changes will come.
All right, so I think his case with Senator Shehu Sani was quite clear. As at the time that he was the governor, Senator Shehu Sani only said he was not going to support the states to borrow.
Yes.
And El-Rufai wanted that particular loan. And he said there was no need, and he was not going to approve it in the House.
In the House, in the Senate. And that was the thing. Because today, Kaduna State rank one of the highest indebted states in Nigeria. At the facilities or infrastructure actually on ground, the governor, when I was listening to him yesterday, he made mention of one particular place. I can't remember the place now, that because of crime and insurgency, that place have not witnessed development for decades, and that there was no 2 kilometers of road tarred for a whole decade in that part of Kaduna State. But he said, nah, he is tying about 36 kilometers in that place, and people cannot go
then
in
that
there.
should be close to Kafangchang.
So now, look at the states that, borrowed so humongously. So from part of it, were ungoverned. And because they were ungoverned, infrastructures were not there, it gave rise to the terrorism and the insurgency that Kaduna State witnessed throughout its 8 years. I don't know any other commissioner in any other state, but his own commissioner for internal affairs, something Aroa, Samuel Aroa, his name was always in the news because he kept going to pay condolence visits. And that was what he did throughout the administration of El-Rufai as governor, because people were being killed on a daily basis.
Now, I'm surprised that where I understand that you just feel it was okay for the governor, Ubasani, to actually say he doesn't want to talk about anybody.
Yeah, he respects him. I think he just see that.
I do not see it as respect.
Well,
or maybe
for him.
Maybe some Kaduna people, some Kaduna citizens does not see it as respect. And let me, bring you up to speed as regards to that. When Shehu Sani was victimized, in that particular state, it was Ubasani that was brought in to replace him.
Yeah, replace him. Yeah. Okay. It was the one that...
Now, he benefited from El-Rufai
100%.
to a large extent. Now, some people actually said, if it was the one that anointed you, I am in no way supporting a governor who is not accountable. Anybody at all was not accountable. But the question is, if you have decided that you were not going to say anything, as at the time you were still in APC, you became a governor. Why was it when El-Rufai left that you decided to open some files? You were the bait they used for El-Rufai. Now, if you remembered, a lot of people, Kaduna citizens, actually wrote that word in Hausa language. As at the time El-Rufai lost his mom, they said, Bama Ibama, so we don't want. Don't even send any condolence message to the family of El-Rufai. We don't want. Now, the reason why he is not talking about it because, of course, in Nigeria, they know how to look for a way to muzzle, broadcasters or journalists to an extent, or to some of, broadcasters that want to control to so whatsoever they want to do. But why should you say you are not here to talk about anybody? If we are to talk about Kaduna State, we should talk about everything that has to do with Kaduna State.
Well, he came in and said he wants to let the world know the changes he has brought into Kaduna State. But really, like you said, there's no way you'll be talking about the changes or the developmental strides your government has made in Kaduna State without talking about where you are coming from. Definitely. Or what you made on ground. You understand? That's why in media we always say before and after. So we always try to let people know that this was how it was, but this is how it is now, and this is where I'm still taking it. Okay, so, but I think, like I said, I think he has his personal reasons, and I see it as more of, I don't want to open kind of worm. The respect I have for him, let me just keep it in that regard. After all, the Kaduna State government is trying him. EFCC is trying him as regards some billions that he cannot account for.
The question is who opened the file.
So now, if he's not coming to speak on it, because I know too well that if he gives that opportunity to the anchor of that program yesterday, he would have been diving into all the corruption that's, alleged corruption hanging on El-Rufai that the Kaduna State government is trying. But he tactically waived it. But he also now, in another dimension, mentioned that there were some things that were not working well. Like that part of Kaduna, he said nothing happened. That shows that there was failure in El-Rufai's government. He kept talking about, the schools he has reformed, and how people cannot go about doing businesses because the state has better security than what it used to be.
When it comes to Mr. Elvis, sincerely, I think I'm in support of what you're saying. When it comes to that of some things that the Kaduna State, citizens lack, aside from good road infrastructure, security, but I would say this on national TV, of course, because I still have my evidences that I have lived there.
Yeah, you are a Kaduna person.
You understand?
So you should be able to know
I've
better.
lived there. In southern Kaduna, El-Rufai actually abandoned the southern Kaduna.
Yes.
And you know why he did? He said that he doesn't get enough vote. From the Southern Kaduna?
But that's exactly what his godfather, for the late president, also did to the Southeast.
Yes.
Remember?
So he said he doesn't get enough votes from the Southern Kaduna. So he decided, to abandon that area.
And insecurity
and
thrives.
I need to put it out there. I think I've mentioned this on this same desk, but of course, in our former set, where I said, I pay the state, police, some special force.
Yeah, you said.
They send a team of 5 to my flat, to my property, rather. Properties are quite cheap. Things are going well in Kaduna, very easy. But for you to live there and be free is the issue, right? So they come by 8 p.m. and they close at 6. So I pay them monthly to protect my property and my family.
Imagine.
So I can actually say that. So in a situation where I'm providing everything for myself, I don't every so what should we say?
And that's a state that has a functional governor.
Definitely.
And some other persons are not paying for their security.
So of course, El-Rufai actually had issues there. Now let me pick up something. You said something which I really love. You said, as leaders, of course, regardless of politics, whosoever you are, wherever you are, power is transient.
It's transient, and leaders must know that.
And you said, the position you occupy looks like this chair,
or
a barber's chair where it rotates.
It swings, yes.
Today it can be your turn, but you don't actually know whose turn it will be tomorrow.
Exactly.
You can decide to enchant anybody, you can decide to bring anybody down, but of course tomorrow it might not be your turn. And the reason why we're saying this, you now gave me 2 examples. You talked about Mr. Peter Obi. He said he has also been in the opposition.
Yeah.
Why has he not been picked?
Why has he not been picked?
And you also talked about Atiku Abubakar.
Yes.
Why has he not been picked? And in case you've forgotten, while Atiku was in office, the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, brought some people to say they should go and do investigation and try him.
And EFCC found nothing.
And they found nothing
on him. And he was exonerated. That was the time he had problem with his boss, former president Olusegun Obasanjo, that led to his he now contested in another political party, which was ACN, in 2007 as presidential candidate. That's the party that was initially owned by this sitting president today, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Gave him the ticket then because he had problem with PDP and his boss, former president Olusegun Obasanjo. So if you look at all this one, tread softly when you are still there, because it might go the other way around tomorrow. And people will always remind you that when you were there, this is exactly what you supported. Now, if it's going on the other way against you now, don't complain. When I hear people say, because they don't want you to contest, to come and campaign or to come and contest, who cares? There are more qualified Nigerians than El-Rufai today that can still vie for positions in this nation. You understand? So what I'm trying to say in essence here, Xavier, is that if he has erred against the law of the land, let the law take its course. Nobody should act above the law, because if you don't set that deterrent, people will now begin to play down on so many issues here. Sometimes they say it's selective. Everybody cannot be packed at the same time into the prison. Remember that before anybody is even picked up, investigation has to be done to some extent. I mean, it's just that sometimes when we sit and be talking, we don't actually know what it takes to investigate somebody. Sometimes most of this investigation does not even end in Nigeria alone. They have to contact some international bodies where this is this. Can you help us check this? And this one will not return in months. They have their own job to do over there too, but you are soliciting their assistance. So let's not play down on all this. If he has case with the federal government or his state government or whatever, let him find a way to trash it out.
Okay. Now, Mr. Evisa, I think we've not had the opportunity of sitting together to discuss the latest NDC's conversation.
Yeah.
And I actually kept this conversation because I was waiting for when you would mention Mr. Peter Obi. Last week Friday, the bombshell happened where a court in Lokoja, revisited a case which has not been done before. If we are to go back in time, the only time such case was done was between a Kwara state government versus one Mr. Lawal, which of course is in the history, in case anybody loves to read. And the law says a case can only be revisited when there is a nullity, when there is a fraud, when there is a deformation, and the judge realizes that he or she was lied to.
Yes.
But in this case, none of such happened. And don't forget, the bottom line of that particular line, in law says that the case has to be revisited with immediate effect. It has to be timely. That is what the case, that is what the law says, you know. Of course, we are not learning well later.
Yeah.
Now, there is a place that now says functus officio, meaning that when a case or when a court or a judge has actually passed the judgment, the judge has washed the hand, the court has washed the hands of that particular case, never to revisit it. Now we're surprised that NDC's case, you know, resurfaced because of logo. Now, Mr. Peter Obi also mentioned that the federal government is trying to stop him. Is this about Obi, or it is just a normal, judicial process? How would you respond to all of this?
In the first instance, let's not begin to talk about stopping Obi. Do you understand?
That's what I'm saying. How would you respond to all of that?
Yes, Obi at this time cannot be stopped because we are talking about a party that INEC told Nigerians that they made all the qualifications,
okay,
and they were duly registered in February this year. I know many other political parties vie for registration, or political associations vie for registration, and they never got it. So NDC scaled through, and INEC said, okay, they have been duly registered as one of the political parties in Nigeria. So fast forward to where we are when we got that judgment on Friday. Nigerians were like, why is the court speaking from both sides? It was the same judge that said, no, they don't have any issue. They can be registered. And that gave INEC the leeway to say, okay, we are registering you as political party. So when the matter got back, you know, and the same court is now saying, no, let this party be deregistered, we're seeing it as an area where the judiciary is speaking from both sides of the mouth. You understand? This is the reason why we keep saying that if the democracy must thrive, if the democracy must be something that everybody in Nigeria has to hold in high esteem, the judiciary as the third arm of government must be seen to do their job, not just doing their job, but they should do their job like they call the Caesar's wife, you know, has to live above board at all times, so that Nigerians can actually have that respect and that belief that things are working as expected. So that judgment that came from Lokoja, Kogi State on Friday, it's very appalling that the judiciary that cleared the same association to say, okay, you cannot become a political party. It's still the same judiciary that's now saying, no, you should be deregistered. Let's even look at it. This matter came up in over 5 years before now. And now, we are now resurrecting it back. And even the PMP, the Peace Movement Party, that says, oh, it is their logo. That party was not registered. It was not registered as a political party. So when you didn't register as a political party, where do you now have that same local standing to now say, oh, somebody else use your logo? You were not registered. So even if it is even the logo that's the issue, INEC that registered the NDC can I say, okay, when we get to court, I'm happy that the case continues now. There is an appeal on this matter, and they have been asked to stay on the execution on the judgment. So let INEC now come and do their job as expected and tell the court, come, we register this political party, because the other one that said they had the logo was not registered, and they said the logos are similar. Okay, the registered one, go ahead with this logo. You that you were not registered when you applied, you go with the other logo to save time, because if you know the volume of documents that logo would have gone through before they became a registered political party, NDC, it's not just something you now say NDC, pull it out and now go and start all over. And let judiciary not create crisis, not even this time. That NDC has gone through the ward election, state election, convention and all of that, and even gone through primaries, and I had candidates that are more than 1,000 Nigerians vying for different positions. Is it now you are not coming to tell those candidates that you don't have a political party to now fly your ambition? So I think judiciary should actually weigh the pulse of the society before they give some certain judgment that we see coming out from the state. But the only area I'm happy about is now that at least I saw a report that the INEC have cleared them to begin to upload their candidates into INEC portal. So let that continue, because they have filed for a stay of execution and the matter has been appealed. So I think at the end of the day, these are just mere distraction. They are mere distraction for people not to lose their belief in NDC, Nigerians to lose their belief in NDC. So the NDC executive must not, submit to this kind of attack. If they do, because they have a general election come to January 2027, they should just put this behind them and begin to work assiduously towards the 2027 general election. Because opposition, whether the ruling party is involved in this or not, this mere distraction, we begin to make some people to now begin to lose interest in the integrity of that political party that they want to fly their ticket. That should not arise at all.
All right, Mr. Elvis, thank you so much for that particular one. Now, let's also pick up Atiku Abubakar. He said it's some unnamed, people and elements are trying to plot against the ADC, to stop them from the ballot. And I want you to now answer this simultaneously. Obi, Kwankwaso and Senator Siraki Dixon, they said they will be on the ballot. And of course, Atiku also says that no matter what, they will actually be on the ballot regardless of the latest plots that they are planning. How would you, perceive this particular situation?
No, being on the ballot, I think it's getting clearer now. Who is holding them is the judiciary. The judiciary has to actually, dispense some of these judgments so that they can know their fate, where they belong. I saw a protest talking of Justice Peter Lifu must go. That's ADC youth protesting on that. If that's not even what they should be celebrating now, because that matter has already been appealed. But let's look at it that the mistake from a lower court, the appellate court, be able to look at all the facts of the case and give their judgment as expected. But that should not be a yardstick for the opposition to lose their guard. They should try as much as able to know that they have a responsibility ahead of them, and that's the 2027 general election. And they have to begin to prepare their house. Whatever the ruling party is doing now, if they said, okay, is the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau, if they said, oh, the ruling party has a hand in this, they should not kowtow to whatever the ruling party is trying to do to bring them down. They should know that they are going to face the same pool. And this pool they are going to face, it is Nigerians, ideally, that will determine who is going to take up that office come 2027. And these Nigerians need to be reached by way of campaign, by way of sensitization and all of that. That's why the opposition must not, begin to dwell in what is going on now. Let the case remain with the court and let them begin to move ahead. I think I love why, at least now that the portal has been opened now by INEC, some of them have started uploading their candidate. That's another step forward to show that, come on, we are still ready. We still regard you as one of the political party to, fly your candidate to fly their ticket come 2027. So that makes them to know that they still have a responsibility ahead of them. Whether Obi, whether Kwankwaso or Atiku, whoever, they must not lose their guard, because the major thing that the ruling party and the judiciary is doing at this moment now is to distract them. And that distraction, sometimes, most times now, people will now begin to lose interest. Already I've started hearing that some people are defecting from NDC because of just this judgment that came on Friday. So why do people do that? Because Nigerian politicians have seen political party as special purpose vehicle. If they actually believe in what the political party is all about, the definition of political party that ideologically based, nobody will be thinking that because of one judgment within less than 1 week, we're not thinking of jumping ship to another political party. So this idea that Nigerian politicians have made political party like prostitutes, the highest bidder is the one I'll follow. You don't do that if you actually want to, be part of those that will rescue Nigeria in what we are going through now. So these politicians that are jumping left, right, center, Nigerians should begin to actually profile them because they don't have anything to offer. If it doesn't favor them in the political party they jump to today, tomorrow they will move again. So that's the one. It is even left for Nigerians to judge these political parties that are not actually doing the bidding of what an ideological political party, ought to be. So we should not begin to look at what is going on with the judgment that are coming from the judiciary and from the court, and begin to look at the politicians. The politicians must be able to stand their ground and say, this is what my mission is in this party, and I will stay here and salvage my mission. And that's what Nigerians are looking on to.
All right, Mr. Harvis, let's talk about the federal government, versus fuel marketers. We also heard, of course, that the government said that they should reduce the fuel price. The federal government also is pushing, price control. And of course, our marketers are threatening shutdown over, their profits. Who is right here? And of course, what is likely the fallout for Nigerians at the pump?
Savior, is so sad. It's just because my people have a parable that say it is because the warfare, that's why the goat can climb on it. If it's standing, the goat will not climb it. So it is just because the federal government failed in their responsibility to Nigerians, especially that welfare. I don't want to, we are not talking of insecurity today. We know that that's a discussion for another day. The welfare of Nigerians, the federal government has actually failed in it. That's why we have seen all these, Nigerians are being manipulated left, right, center. We are not talking about the war between Iran and the US. That's why we can no longer afford cooking gas and petroleum products in Nigeria today. It's so unfortunate. Nigerians, FCCPC is now talking about how to begin to raid filling station to bring down their price. Why did it get to this level? I know that, like the leaders of Nigerians, the same way as like leaders of Nigerians, the same way as Nigerians themselves. Yes, it is out of these Nigerians that will get these greedy leaders very well understood that once an adjustment is made in the price of petroleum or downward, Nigerians will not bring it down. They will still be selling at a rate that is suitable to them at the detriment of Nigerians. But once there is an adjustment upward, immediately they reflect it in their meter because they want to make double gain. That's what we are going through. Why did it fester? Because the federal government has not done the needful. If we have functional refineries today, that if Nigeria refineries will also be partners with some of the filling stations in Nigeria. So if there is a private refinery who is actually not a charity organization, let's start with that, but at least a capitalist who wants to use his own business to muzzle Nigerians, then Nigerians would have an alternative and say, okay, since these private people cannot bring down their price, let us now go to the government-owned petrol stations or petrol stations that partners with government-owned refineries and be able to buy at a price that is pocket-friendly. But unfortunately, we don't have a functional refineries. 4 refineries in Nigeria are grounded. So when the government failed in their responsibility, and at the end of the day, they now want to bring it want to now use our power, veto power as government, on private citizens who are out to do business. The day you set up a business, you set up that business because of profit. Unfortunately, Nigerians go beyond the level of making profit at the detriment of Nigerians. So every day we keep looking at newspaper, Dangote have removed 100 naira. Dangote have removed petrol, Dangote refinery has removed 10 naira. And it's not favoring Nigeria. Today, even as if I bought a liter yesterday, 1,165 naira in one of the, even in NNPC petrol station. Yet, at the time we were buying 1,300, we can understand. Now that it's gradually coming down, and it has even come down to a level now that even at the crude oil is level for about $72 or $75 per barrel now. It has come to a level now that we should have been talking of buying fuel at like 800 and something naira or 900 naira maximum. But we are still buying 1,000 plus. So if the government is coming in and say they want to come and start, chasing these people that are doing this business, the government failed. First of all, ab initio, they failed. That's why they gave markets an opportunity to this other private sector that, are savaging the situation. So we should clamor more on government to take up their responsibility as expected, because the private person who set up a business never set it up for the purpose of, becoming charity to Nigerians. He set it up because he wants to make profit. But where the government came in, would have come in is the government will regulate as expected, and the government will also have at least an ample part of that business so that they can now use their own that they have in the business to be able to cushion the hardship of Nigerians. But Nigerians don't have. Dangote refinery, what is the percentage of share they have in Dangote refinery? What is it? And how many of their refineries work? None of them. So when they are now pushing the blame on Dangote and all of that, it is their failure that brought us to where we are today, Xavier.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Harvis. I think all I would just, say as regards to this conversation, of course, we're here now, but we just hope that the federal government, will do better, for our citizens. Now, if you want to just talk as regards to our election, season, we need to round off now in just, 20 seconds. Where do you think our democracy is when you look at INEC, politicians, political parties, and Nigerians?
The biggest problem Nigerians have is INEC. Politicians will always come and want to manipulate things. That is a characteristic of politicians. So if you manipulate and the regulator, the umpire, are waiting for you, if you get to their desk and you cannot say through with your manipulation, savior, you will be clipped. But unfortunately, the regulator, the umpire, INEC, even assists the politician to manipulate the system. So the biggest problem we have in our democracy today is still INEC. If INEC is actually responsible enough to give Nigerians credible election, we'll have credible government. Do you know why? If you are there for 4 years and you didn't do well, Nigerians will wait for you at the pool in the next 4 years. But when they know that in the next 4 years, whether Nigerians wait or not, they are coming to manipulate the system, they don't listen to you and I. So INEC is our biggest problem. We've seen election in 1993, June 12, and we saw how credible it was. Why can't we have a replica of such election today in Nigeria any longer? Is it not the same Nigeria? So INEC has become the problem, and the government and the politicians will always be there at all time to manipulate the system. That's what they are known for.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Harris, for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we'll get more of you, in the coming days. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like to stay for to enjoy that particular from my team. And don't forget that the World Cup is still on. Mbappe surprised the world, and we want more surprises like that. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last whatsoever you're facing soon be over. And you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city.
All right, this is Locker Room, where football talk comes raw, current, and unfiltered. I am your host, Jerry Apelehai, joined by the enigmatic, interesting, talking about Ikechukwu Agwago, and we'll be relating with what's happening as far as the World Cup is concerned. And we'll start with the big words from Genotro, the former Super Eagles coach, lamenting Nigeria's World Cup qualifying campaign, which did not happen, pointing to costly dropped points, and of course the fact that during his time as the coach of the Super Eagles, he tried to replicate what's working with Morocco right now. He was outrightly resisted in terms of bringing talent from the diaspora. And of course on the world stage, talking about the FIFA World Cup, has been delivering straight drama. Norway stunning Ivory Coast 2-1, France dominating Sweden 3-0, Mexico overpowering Ecuador 2-0, and the knockout battles are locked and loaded. And of course, any moment from now, England, the Three Lions, will be taking on the Leopards themselves, talking about DR Congo. And of course, Africa will be taking it against the Lions from Belgium. And that one is promises to be exciting. And of course, later on, there'll be the host, United States, one of the co-hosts, taking on Bosnia and Herzegovina. And of course, I know it's all about elite football. No second chances, no excuses. And our advice that you stay locked in on Voice of the People TV, on Locker Room, as we x-ray all what's happening in the exciting world of football. Don't forget to like our page. Talking about our YouTube page. Make sure you like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, as well as drop your comments. We encourage you to do that as the show progresses. And of course, those comments makes us serve you better. We're also on Facebook. We're also on TikTok and Instagram. And not to forget, we're also on X. We give you the latest and, of course, the hottest cheese when it comes to news, entertainment, politics, and, of course, sports. And, of course, Ikechukwu, so much to talk about today. The football world is agog. Anyway, back home, something's relating to the Super Eagles. Genotro, one-time coach of the Super Eagles, is talking, saying that he actually tried to replicate what's happening in Morocco, but he met a lot of resistance. He wanted the team to be filled with stars wherever they come from, mostly abroad here. And of course, he's been working for Morocco, and so much to talk about today.
Absolutely, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. I mean, the World Cup fever is actually getting higher, and Genotro making this kind of statement at this point. Yes, there are good elements to the conversation, but of course, largely, if you look at it, if we continue to depend on, players born outside the country or players who actually were groomed outside the country, trust me, it's going to actually have an adverse effect on our football. I mean, every single country that's progressing today, every single country that's at the top of, elite football today, all have, their players homegrown. I mean, from Argentina to France, Even Morocco that we're talking about right now, they have one of the best academy in Africa. And that's exactly why, when the likes of, Ashraf Hakimi and co fades out, you have the next set of superstars coming from Morocco. They are the current defending champion of the Under-20 World Cup, which is the next big thing after the main events that we actually are following at the point. So it says a lot about how they've been able to actually create a system that works for them. The fact that they have this, plethora of players actually coming from the diaspora, about 9 of them, who actually are born in France, in their national team, starting 11. It really, doesn't take away the fact that they've done something so huge, to actually set up a system for them that it definitely will work. But Jerry, this is locker room where definitely look at all of this conversation.
All right, of course, taking it from the peak of the bunch, the former coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Kenneth Trump, says he was heavily opposed when he tried to follow the route of Morocco during his time as coach of the Nigerian team. Morocco have been one of the revelation of the ongoing World Cup, with a team largely made up of players born outside the country. A route Raw, talking about told during his time as coach of the Nigerian team, Raw was very aggressive in his approach, but met a stiff resistance from section of Nigerians, in particular former players who accused him of neglecting players born and raised in Nigeria. And of course, the coach said he is surprised that they are now praising Morocco for a template that he was attacked and opposed during his close to 6-year spell as coach of the Nigerian side. Do you think Nigeria would have been doing better right now? Imagine he was able and successful in getting players born abroad. Imagine the likes of Odise, Bukayo Saka, the Berichizes of this world, all fed into the plan, and we are going to the World Cup with such kind of talent. Do you think we'll be doing like what Morocco is doing, even doing better?
Jerry, we have to be very, fair with ourselves. Yes, you might actually look at the plan on paper. It's actually beautiful to see the likes of Olise, Saka, playing for the Super Eagles at this point and doing all of the magic they're doing for their respective country in the Super Eagles. But hey, look at all of these countries as you've mentioned. France have, an academy called Clairefontaine. So just imagine that, all of these players were actually born outside France, right? They know that they have equal talents that would definitely want to, that would definitely be, in their place if they refuse to play for the country. Now, these guys are global stars now. They will only be attracted to play for Nigeria if, they see the right conditions. Across the world, coaches don't build programs. They don't build programs. They come into the program and then they help, put the program into shape. That's exactly what coaches do. You look at the tiki-taka, Barcelona, we talk about all of this. This is a pure Johan Cruyff template. Now he's no more there, but someone is actually the coach of the team and they still play similar football. We also look at the English national team, Three Lions. In 2012, they started a program called the English Football Project, right? Dan Ashworth was the architect of that project. It got them to back-to-back Euro finals, right? So even if you decide to start looking at English players that were actually born outside the shores of England, they know that they have players that were groomed there and they have top quality talent. What do we have here? Morocco also have Mohamed VI Academy, started in 2009. And now today, they are arguably the best team in Africa, or you want to even say top 10 teams at least in the world. Now again, you look at the Morocco, they had the current Under-20 champions. The last time an African side won the Under-20 World Cup was Ghana. And that's the only time we've won it. And that was far back in 2009. So looking at Morocco, what they've done years later, it shows that they've really, really done something right. And the manager, the coach actually won them that particular championship. Is actually the head coach of their main national team now.
But if you look at Morocco, for instance, they have a very good league, that's up to standard. But still yet, most of their players in that national team is filled with players who were born abroad, either mostly born in France. So that says a lot about the fact that they're looking at players that are good no matter where they come from.
No, see the thing, Jerry. You have a system that is working. You have top players coming out of that system. Now, every country have players that were born outside the shores of their country. So it's now left for the players to say, okay, I want to go back to fight for my place because the system there is working. If you're a Moroccan and you see the system in Morocco, you definitely want to play for the national team because you know top talents are coming out from Morocco.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. The Super Eagles today, we don't have a pipeline that is building the next generation of players. So just relying on players born outside the country is not going to do us any good. That's what I'm saying.
It's not going to make a lot of difference.
Absolutely. So look at Morocco now, for example, like I was saying, Morocco won the Under-20 World Cup. in 2 years' time, a good number of these players will definitely be stepping up into the national team. So players that were born outside the shores of Morocco will definitely look at these ones back home and say, okay, we are coming back to compete. I mean, if you won the Under-20 World Cup, it says a lot about the quality of talent that they have at that point. So definitely we will be seeing these guys that won the Under-20 World Cup in the next 2 or 3, the next 2 AFCON at least, a good number of them will be part of that team. That's exactly what, and then it means that the next generation of Moroccan players will definitely be stepping up the Under-17, Under-20. So between now and another 10 years, you most likely not see Morocco rely on players born outside the shores of their country again, because that project is beginning to kick off now. Let's also look at what France did. When France started the Clairefontaine in 88, it took them 10 years, 1998, to finally win their first World Cup. A good number of the players that won this first World Cup, many of them are not even natural French players. The likes of Zidane were actually Algerian French, right? So many of them actually came and they were part of the team. The Makaleles of this world, the Patrick Vieiras, all of these guys actually were part of the first the first generation of players that actually tested the Clairefontaine to become world champions in 10 years. So exactly what we are witnessing now, Morocco definitely will get to that particular point where you look at these players, and yes, a lot of them were born outside, but trust me, they have a good number of players also in that particular team, in this particular Moroccan team, that also passed through the Morocco Mohammed VI Academy project. And a good number of them will continue to come out of that particular project. And there's going to come a time where players born outside Morocco will struggle to actually make make it back into the Moroccan project. Again, one of the things that made Zinedine Zidane struggle to break into the Algerian national team, right, was exactly this project, the Algerians had back in the days, where they were, having the likes of Rabamaja, Belloumi. These guys were top players in Africa at the point. Zidane came and the coach told him, we have a lot of players like you. And he went back, and of course, France gave him the opportunity, and the story, like they say, the story is what it is today. But for Morocco, exactly what's going to also happen, time will come, players born outside the shores of Morocco will struggle to break into that Moroccan national team, because now they already have, world champion at the Under-20 level. And who knows, in another couple of years, they definitely have champions again, and then you see many of their players will start playing at top class in Europe. And what else would they be looking for? That's exactly what it is. So for Gennaro to come out and say this, yes, it's beautiful on paper, but you are not the one who is supposed to actually even try to think about moving a project like that. No, it's supposed to be the administration looking at, okay, let's do this, as a short-term measure, while we set up a project that will kick off.
It seems they bought into the project, because under Amaju Pinnick, there was a time where the under-17, under-20, and under-23 were neglected to focus on players born abroad. And of course, during that system, we saw the likes of Leon Balogun, Bruce Ekong, Calvin Bassey, and co. all came into the team. So the age grade teams were not doing well. It's just that maybe they didn't get the top-notch players. If they had gotten players like Olise, Berechese, and Saka, would have been a different kettle of fish. Our team would have been filled with foreign-based born players.
Yeah, let's be very honest. So at 2018, who was Saka? At 2018, who was Berechese? At 2018, who was Olise? These are the questions. The truth is, Gertrude most likely will not even be looking at these players at that time.
There were a lot of other players too they were also looking at the time. And of course, we also remember that I think there was a Simi Wankwo that was invited to the World Cup. That was Shola Ameobi too was also invited.
Come on, Shola Ameobi is a player who's rejected Nigeria. These are not the kind of players.
So eventually, was invited.
Exactly what I was saying. These are not the kind of players who want to even be seen in our national team. Exactly what we are also having the same situation we're having with Shemi. What's his name? This Chelsea centre back.
Adarabioyo or something.
Adarabioyo, right? The exactly same situation. Adarabioyo refused to play for Super Eagles. Now he's actually saying, okay, he might be actually reconsidering because he wants to be part of the AFCON. This is exactly what it means for a nation to be disrespected. See, if you say, okay, if the administration say, okay, let's say in 5 years, we want to look at foreign-born Nigerians to put ourselves, as one of the competitive nation in the world. And then in that 5 years, we also set up an academy that will make sure we have the best, that will make sure we have the world champions at the under-20 level, right? Then we can now say, okay, this is a project. Now, in 5 years, we know that we have players that can actually step up. We know the next generation will definitely take over from them. And then from there, that will be, the exact pipeline that we'll be running the project through. But we don't have that. So just relying on these players, I mean, if you take out this set of players, foreign-born Nigerians, what's the guarantee that the next generation of foreign-born Nigerians abroad are also going to be elite players? This thing doesn't happen all of the time.
Because we see players like even Nusa, Anthony, who is doing well, the Alabas of this world, and of course a lot of other Nigerian players even playing for the Canada team.
Exactly what I was saying, Jerry. Your country as itself, the country itself needs to put herself in a place where they'll be very, very attractive for these top players to come and play. I mean, I cannot be playing for, say, for example, Bayern Munich, for example, and you tell me to come play for Nigeria.
Look at Kani Chukwuemeka. And refused to play for Swagger and he's playing for Austria.
Exactly, and I look at the welfare and I look at how players have been treated. Some of these guys speak to themselves at club level. They understand, they get to hear how is it going. I mean, we saw this in the news. Some of them even have family back home that will tell them, hey, man, if you know what's good for you, I think it's better you play, try a luck, in a country that really, really, treats you well and they've given their all to you. So all of this kind of, welfare and, the fact that many of them actually were not born here and they don't have, any close relation with the nation. So all of these things will definitely play out. But for me, right, yes, like I said, yes, it might actually sound very interesting on paper that, okay, the fancy or the idea of seeing all of these guys play for Nigeria is one thing. But then what is exactly the long-term project? The difference between, people who are successful and people who are, whose success seems like a flash in the pan is that those ones who are successful eternally are those ones who actually understand, delayed gratification and long-term weight, long-term gain. These other countries understand it, and that's why they set up a project. It might not give you results, immediately, but even if it takes 10 years, when the project eventually kick off, trust me, you'll be unstoppable. France won the first World Cup in 98. 20 years later, they won it again in 2018. They got to another final again in 2022. And come on, Jerry, we're also here again, and they are arguably one of the favorite. Many of these players actually started from Clermont. It says a lot about what it means to actually be foresight, to understand what vision means, and of course, put the right project. England also started a project in 2012. They got to back-to-back Euros, and now they're also one of the top teams going in this particular World Cup. They might also get to the finals. And looking back, you also see a lot of talents coming out. Even in the Premier League, young English players. It says a lot about the future of English football. Right. So this is exactly where the likes of Brazil and of course Italy are lacking, and that's exactly where Nigeria is also lacking. It's not like we don't have the talent, but the idea, the fact that the fact that you have the talent is not enough. You have to set up the right funnel, the right pipeline to ensure that top talent stay healthy, across their career, and then of course help the nation to place itself where they desire to be.
Yeah, saying the foundation should be laid first before they can talk about integrating players from abroad, attracting them to be a part of the Nigerian project, because it looks like the project is more like a quick fix. It's no long-term project, no sustainability, no hope. When you retire, what are you going to get?
Absolutely.
What are you getting instantly? And what does the future hold for you when you even retire playing for the Super Eagles? We've seen a lot of retired Super Eagles players lamenting and regretting playing for the national team.
I mean, case in point was Taribo West, who actually said he would never
allow his son to play for
Nigeria. It says a lot about the mentality of these guys. And like I said, these guys get to listen to them. So they talk, they speak. What happens to Tijani Babangida, how his club side, Ayas actually took care of him. And then,
after that accident last year.
These conversations will definitely go. People who are actually born abroad, Nigerians who are actually born in Holland, will definitely sit with him and ask him questions, get to, speak with people who actually are close to him, exactly what the situation back home. All of these things will definitely come into. So we need to actually fix our home very well first, become attractive, and then, trust me, the best of players who want to be part of the Super Eagles, Jerry, you cannot set a foundation for a two-story building and then start building a skyscraper.
Yeah, because even as Morocco is right now, any player in the world would definitely want to play
for that Moroccan
side. And the fact that they see the project, they see what Morocco is doing, they'll surely be interested in playing for Morocco if they don't get the option to play for their French Le Bleu. Anyway, talking about the head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Rachel, who also doubles as the coach of the under-23 team of Nigeria, has received a list of players eligible to represent the team at the next Olympic Games qualifiers. And Rachel is tasked with ensuring that Nigeria make it to the football event of the Olympic for the first time in 10 years, and is leaving no stone unturned in the quest. And of course, his idea is to build a core from players playing in lowly rated European leagues and from teams based in Nigeria. And he has already started with the foreign-based players. And sources says his scout have identified over 40 players eligible for the team from leagues in Europe, and about 30 have also been scouted locally for the same purpose. And the list, we understand, includes some players who have been involved with the Super Eagles as recently as the Unity Cup tournament in London, and which the team won by beating Jamaica 3-0 in the final. And of course, that's a stroke of business if you want to look at it as far as this one is concerned. The under-23 side, the man has already set the ball in motion. Scouts have already scouted players. I hope those are not NFF scouts. I hope those are neutral scouts who will pick players for him that will do him justice in terms of what he wants to play. Because we saw what happened at the Chan, where players were picked for him and eventually almost cost him his job going to the AFCON.
Absolutely, Jerry. The truth is, when you look at some of these things, sometimes you start asking yourself, interesting questions. Yes, for me, I think the beautiful thing here is that Jerry is actually the one who is actually starting this qualifying series. There's no excuse. There's no reason why we shouldn't go. And a good number of these players, like we were talking about, yesterday, the likes of Femi Aziz, the likes of Chibuike Nwiwu, the likes of, Emmanuel Fernandez, the likes of, Kevin Bassey can also be part of the team as one of the, overage players. Tochukwu Nadi also in the middle of the pack. We have crop of young players that Eritrea already has identified as, Super Eagles player who can actually jump into that particular one and then, sets the tone for the next generation of players. But trust me, it's going to be quite interesting. You know how Olympics football usually is. You see top players even playing, in top leagues that are within this particular age coming into the light. So it's a very good one for Eritrea. This is exactly where we'll be seeing a dream team, the people who will be taking over from the likes of Victor Osimhen and co. And trust me, Jerry, yes, Eritrea now have all it takes. See, if Eritrea fails to actually make it to the Olympics, trust me, I don't think it's fit enough to actually be the coach of the Super Eagles. We failed already to land the AFCON. We failed already to actually land the World Cup. But this is exactly, for me, the biggest prize for him at this point. If he makes it to the Olympic, then, of course, I know definitely we are on for a very big project. But truth be told, Jerry, this job given to Eritrea, I think for the very first time, I'm actually seeing, the NFF actually trying to actually go back to actually what made the Super Eagles an elite team, back in the early 90s and mid 90s, because Bromford Joe was actually doubling as, the coach of the Super Eagles and, of course, the Olympic coach at the time too. So if we get to see stuff like this, it means that, somebody is actually thinking right, because the era of having a different coach for the under-23 and then not really knowing the players as Super Eagles players is not, going to actually be a problem for Eritrea now. So we definitely know that this person who is going to actually handle these boys is definitely the same person who will say, okay, this guy is most likely the man who is going to succeed. So all those players that he said, okay, this man is supposed to succeed in Wobby, this man is supposed to succeed this one is supposed to succeed that. This is the time for him to actually bring them to the front burner, and then let's get to see. Even Benjamin Frederick, this is another opportunity for him to also show what he's got as a Super Eagles player. And trust me, I'm here for it. And of course, I believe a lot of Nigerians want to actually see what Eritrea is going to cook with this particular under-23 side.
All right, I hope the food tastes very good. And of course, let's talk about the FIFA World Cup. And of course, the excitement would definitely not make me hold this recent development as far as the World Cup is concerned. As we speak, the game between DR Congo and England is on, and of course, DR Congo is ahead of England in that game. And of course, just about 25 minutes played in the first 45 minutes of that game. And of course, Sipenga getting the goal for DR Congo. And of course, a beautiful assist coming from Chancel Mbemba. For those who know Chancel Mbemba, is a well-versed player, well-experienced, and of course, he can actually hurt you. But it's not over until it's over, but it's excitement for the DR Congo side. And of course, I'd have loved to see the expression of their biggest fan who has been having challenges making it to the World Cup due to the quarantine and so on and so forth, due to Ebola currently facing DR Congo. So, but that being said, in spite of all the challenges, it looks like DR Congo might cause a major upset against top favourites England.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. The English team that I actually saw, in this tournament, that I've seen in this tournament, actually play as a team.
Okay.
The difference between this English side and that Portuguese side in the very first game against DR Congo is that the Portuguese side didn't actually play as a team. Everybody is actually glory hunting. They want to actually all make the headlines. But that's the difference. And I also want to believe that the Three Lions have actually learned a huge lesson after after playing Ghana. They now understand, what it takes to actually play against an African side, in this particular competition. Also know that, when you play against a low block side, there are definitely, where you're expected to find answers. And of course, not to also forget that the Ghanaian goalkeeper was also quite very brilliant that day. So yes, DR Congo also have, defenders who understand some of these players because they play in the Premier League, like, Wan-Bissaka, Tuanzebe, former Manchester United.
That's another advantage for them to know what Hurricane is going to bring into the
exactly,
table.
but then you cannot, Hurricane is an elite player, and you cannot actually give him any room. So they also understand what they need to do. But then, trust me when I say this, it's going to be quite difficult for DR Congo to hold this English side all 90 minutes. Yes, it's going to be a quite interesting game. I know their game plan coming to this particular game is that they will come for to push the game into penalties and extra time and penalties, and then maybe they'll try to actually get an early goal and hope that England is only able to actually manage to equalize all through the 90 minutes. But I also believe that with the way the likes of Jude Bellingham, Hurricane, and of course the manager also talked about the game against Ghana, what they've actually learned. I think they will definitely get an early goal in this one, and they most likely see off DR Congo. No disrespect to them, but I also believe that England at this point will be very cautious because it's quite very tricky playing against this side. But the biggest disadvantage for England going into this particular tie will be if they go into this particular tie with the mindset of a winner, with the mindset of that we are going to actually win this tie effortlessly, there's going to be a problem for them. But they have to go into this particular tie even with the mindset of an underdog who is ready to actually upturn a major team. They should not actually commonize this DR Congo side. That's exactly what they need to actually do. And if they can actually do that, I think they've got the quality to actually dispatch these guys. Even within the first half, they should have actually sealed the entire game. They also need to actually find a way to score an early goal because the more the games roll into 60 minutes, 70 minutes without a goal, they become more frustrated, and of course an error can actually really cost them a goal in that particular one. And also forget that Jan Wissa is also part of that team, who is also one of someone who's quite very familiar with the English defenders. Again,
playing for Newcastle United, scoring against Portugal. He's inspired in this championship.
Definitely. So, in this particular game like that, he also wants to also make a statement, knowing that, yes, I played, for I know you guys, so I know exactly what to do. So some of these things definitely is going to be one of those key areas that the Three Lions will look at. But overall play, on paper, I think England will definitely do this one 3-0, and that's exactly what I think is most likely going to happen.
All right, and of course, DR Congo, courtesy of Sipenga's goal and the beautiful assist from Chancel Mbemba. They are 1-0 down in that game. And of course, England take on the Democratic Republic of Congo in a game they will have to win if they want to be a part of talking about the round of 16. And of course, two European superpowers have already been ejected from the tournament after Germany and the Netherlands were beaten on penalties in the last 32 by Paraguay and Morocco, respectively. And England wouldn't want to be the next big horse out of the race. And of course, the Three Lions are aiming to end a 60-year wait to collect a major trophy. But their coach, Thomas Tuchel, warned his players that they are facing a team in Atlanta with nothing to lose. Yes, DR Congo has nothing to lose. And of course, the German cautioned, though, that the games so far in round of 32 speak a very clear language. It's narrow margins, and England will rely on their world-class duo of Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane. And as we speak, Jude Bellingham has already been cautioned. He's been yellow-carded in this game. It's really, really a big setback. That means he will be playing with so much caution going forward for the rest minutes of that game.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting. Sipenga, 15 minutes, one goal, DR Congo. I was actually earlier on saying it's going to be 3-0, but that's what football brings now. Now England needs to actually find a way to actually also score that 3 goals. Let it be 3-1. But hey, the Three Lions also have, huge squad in depth. The likes of, Morgan Rogers can step into that particular position and then do the magic. So if Jude Bellingham actually leave the pitch at this point, it's not really going to be a lot of problem for them. They have, the quality. I also want to believe that Thomas Tuchel also have what it takes to actually find a way around, DR Congo. He's a manager who understands how to play a cup competition as well. So he's a Champions League winner. So I think he should be able to find his way around. But it's going to be quite difficult. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier on. My biggest fear is not to concede early. And now they've actually conceded early. DR Congo might just, find a way to actually roll the game all through to extra time and then penalty. Penalties anymore this game. It's going to be a sort of honor for DR Congo to actually even lose to Three Lions via penalty shootout than to be actually whitewashed. And in this case, it doesn't even look like they'll be whitewashed. But then the football, it's still quite very early. England can still score as much as 3 or 4 goals in this one to actually wrap it up. But if they must do it, they need to start doing it in this first half. Because when it gets to the second half, it becomes very tricky. And like I said, DR Congo might not have all of the names, in their disposal. But they've got a team in them, and of course, they've got players who are experienced, who understand some of the language, and of course the behavior, and of course how these English players definitely will step up in games like this. And it's so sad. I mean, we were actually talking about this before the World Cup started. Football is coming on. But at this point, it seems like football is going back home.
All right, like football is going back home. All right, for the benefit of our viewers, I would like to look at the lineup of the England 3 Lions, as well as the lineup of talking about the DR Congo side. And of course, Wissa takes the attack, being the major man in attack. And of course, Filipe Sipenga is actually playing from the left. That's where Jed Spence is actually starting from as the left back in this game. And of course, I made a lot of observation in their first game for England, talking about the pairing of John Stones and Konsa didn't really work. But Gueye has brought some bit of stability alongside Konsa. He starts today in that game for England. And of course, Harry Kane is spearheading the attack with Bellingham all there. Of course, a lot of mix of experience and young talent in that England 3 Lions. But one thing I want to make an observation is about Jordan Pickford. I think Pickford has proven that he has a lot of weaknesses. When they face big sides who can shoot from far, it's very difficult for Pickford. But Pickford is very good one-on-one. But when balls are fired from outside the 18-yard box, if they hit targets, it's mostly difficult for Pickford to actually stop them. And do you think this might be their undoing on the long run in this championship?
So Troy Deeney actually said last week that if England is going to win the World Cup, Pickford should not be in goal. And this is exactly one of the statements he actually made. And maybe we actually begin to see it. I mean, look at the lineup of this particular team.
Strong defense.
Very, very strong
defense.
defense.
Tuanzebe, Wan-Bissaka, and Musako. These guys are no-nonsense defenders.
Absolutely. And now look at the that of the 3 Lions. I ask myself, I mean, with all this due respect, right? O'Reilly, Gueye, Konsa, and Jed Spence, these guys don't know. They don't know what the World Cup is about. Like, this is exactly why I was asking the big question: why is Maguire not in this particular team? They need someone who understands what the stakes is about. I mean, Jed Spence. Yes, you might also want to say, yes, okay, he's actually a good player. But for me, right, I think there are a lot of players.
Just an average player.
Yes, there are a lot of players. Like Trent would have even done better. You want to say, okay, yeah, Trent is just recovering. He might not have all of the best, season with Real Madrid. But his experience and his exposure would definitely, cover up for whatever lapses. I mean, Jed Spence, for all it was in this particular tournament, he will definitely be filled with jitters, and it's going to be actually, telling on him. But unfortunately, Tuchel has actually already made his team, and of course we are here now. This is 1-0 down, and for Jordan Pickford, it's quite sad. But maybe this is exactly where we start looking back and start asking, is it the Premier League, or is it the players that actually come from outside England that's actually making the Premier League, or the English players themselves, that actually making the Premier League, or is it just something that has to do with the media that's actually putting the English player where they actually are not at this point? Because you cannot consecutively have good talent in the league, going to a major championship, all hopes high, everyone is expecting a lot from you, and then you start showing the same, you start giving the same result over and again.
Is it that they don't have options? Because England is rich with goalkeepers apart from Jordan Pickford. Why are the other goalkeepers?
There's a certain De Henderson who, I think is also a very top goalkeeper. Nick Pope is also there. And this Jordan Pickford has shown that at the most, elite moment of games, he's prone to error. He makes some very, schoolboy error. He makes some mistakes that, cost his team. He's actually a very good goalkeeper, on his day, but he's not someone who is quite reliable. And what it takes to actually win championship, we need people who are reliable at every part of the pitch to actually help you succeed. Harry Kane, I see question, the omission of, Harry Maguire. And for me, if I were, the manager of the side, talking about Thomas Tuchel, I think I'll find a way to also ensure that, John Stones continue to actually play. You can actually play three defense.
The dropping of Morgan Gibbs-White till now.
Jerry, you can actually play three. You can actually play 3 backline, right? Play Konsa, Gueye, and of course John Stones, the three of them can actually still play.
And push O'Reilly up.
And then push
front.
O'Reilly up forward. I mean, playing as left
wing
wing
back.
fullback, because he's quite very good with the ball, and of course he will definitely be part of the midfield when they need to defend. And there are so many options you can actually deploy. Jay Spence is a player who is not really got that experience. I mean, we saw him at Tottenham. Tottenham, almost relegated, this season. So I don't know what are the criteria for him, but hey, he speaks his team. I just hope they find a way to actually come out. I believe they can actually, turn the tides around against this particular DR Congo, because they don't really have, pair for pair quality, against the English. But again, it's all about, how the team.
Do you think England is going to pay dearly for dropping their experienced players? Trent Alexander-Arnold was dropped. Harry Maguire was dropped from this team. These players would have added some bit of experience in that back line. Even Kieran Trippier as well, an experienced player. These are three experienced players. Even Kai Walker, at least this.
No. Kai Walker is done already. I can even understand, Kieran Trippier, but Trent should be part of this.
Even Reece James not starting too.
Trent should be part of this team naturally. He should be part of this team.
What about Reece James? Reece James should be starting in this game.
Reece James also, we want to also say, okay, maybe it's because he's injury prone, but then, I mean, if he's fit, why are you not playing him?
Starting?
But the thing is, Jerry, right? If you look at the way the Three Lions set up, right? If you look at the team itself, you start asking yourself a lot of questions. If you look at the midfield, Declan Rice and Anderson. I mean, this is Anderson's breakout season, right?
Yeah.
He's got quality.
Such kind of responsibility.
Exactly, he's got quality, right? But there are
what happened to the likes of Adam Walton, for instance?
Adam Walton, who's been there for like 2 seasons,
we're seeing him.
A certain Jordan Henderson, you took him to the tournament, you have to play him.
Yeah, and Jordan Henderson should not be on the bench.
He might not play the entire 90 minutes. He might not play the tournament, but you have to play him because he understands what it takes to be at this level, right?
And he has leadership qualities.
Exactly. So you need leaders across board. Look at the defense line. Trust me, it's flat. No leader there.
No leader.
Right? You might want to look at Gay, but Gay is not really a top leader at this level, right? Look at the midfield. Declan Rice, you want to give it to him as a leader, but how many? What is his level of experience at this stage? These are the questions. I mean, you ask yourself and you begin to wonder. And major tournaments, look at all the teams that won the World Cup across board. You know that the strength of winning the World Cup usually comes from the midfield.
Yeah.
Your midfield, you need players who have seen it all, who are exposed. You don't bring rookies. Look at 2010, Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Alonso. Look at 2006, Andre Pirlo, Ambrosini. You look at these guys, Gattuso. You go back, you get to see top players, anchoring the midfield.
World Cup, Messi. Before that, with France, Mbappe has come of age.
In 2018,
Kante,
exactly.
Pogba,
You see the
Olivier
players,
Giroud.
everybody in that.
There's a mixture of experience.
These guys were top players, anchoring things in the midfield. Look at that, 2022 Championship winner Valentina. You might not hear the names of these guys, but these guys have top talent. McAllister, Enzo Fernandez showed, he's got quality. Paredes, these guys have been playing, and you've been
even as big as France. Look at Rabiot. Rabiot is still
very much in that team.
Very active.
I mean,
an experienced player has gone to World Cups right
some
now.
coaches, right, will put Rabiot on the bench, right, and still leave N'Golo Kante on the bench and play
less experienced players.
Less experienced players,
maybe
like Ryan Cherky,
because Emery did well. But Deschamps understands.
At this level, yes. I mean, an ex-player in France 98, he understands what it takes to actually go all the way to win major titles. It's a perfect blend of experience, exposure, and raw talents, people who are hungry to actually do the job. And what I see here on the pitch for the Three Lions are people who just want to actually do the job. I mean, Hurricane, yes, he's got the experience. He's played in a couple of World Cups, but he alone. I mean, see, Jerry, if you want to win a World Cup, the most experienced people who have the largest of hearts, right? People who can actually decide what happens. Many of them are usually behind. They definitely see people in front. Yeah. When you have the most experienced player in front, it's usually most times amounts to nothing. That's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what the problem with the Three Lions is.
Yeah, and of course, if you take a look at that DR Congo side, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who plays in the right back, former Manchester United player, and of course, he knows what it means to play against England players. He was born in London and played for England to under-21 level, and Axel Tuanzebe also represented England's youth teams. And of course, it promises to be a very exciting one. It's going to be a very tough one for Harry Kane. Because Tuanzebe and Mbemba would have played against him before. They understand what it means to play against an English side. So it's going to be a very big one. I wish the England team all the best, as well as DR Congo as well. And of course, it's going to be a very clean contested one. Of course, we'll give you updates as far as that game is concerned. All right, there will also be a game between the host nation USA and Bosnia and Herzegovina in a crowded field of sports. Soccer has made great strides in America in recent years, but the USA players know that Wednesday's clash against Bosnia and Herzegovina will be the biggest moment so far in that progression. Of course, up to 30 million Americans are expected to tune in for the game, for the primetime game in the San Francisco Bay Area as Christian Pulisic and his teammates try to achieve the nation's first knockout win in almost a quarter of a century. And of course, for America, you should expect them to beat Bosnia. Yeah, it shouldn't be a very difficult game, but definitely they should not underrate the Bosnia and Herzegovina side.
You really cannot certainly underrate the side that knocked out the Azzurri, Italy, in the route to the World Cup. You don't dare do that. I mean, just imagine they are going to be playing against Italy and you expect them to actually take Italy to the cleaners. It doesn't work that way. They have to really respect them. Yes, they are at home. Yes, the momentum definitely favors them. They actually did very well, coming out of that particular group as a top team. But again, they need to show maximum respect to Bosnia. I mean, if there's a player you don't want to actually give enough space around your penalty area, it's Edin Dzeko. So it's going to be quite an interesting task for the Americans against this particular Bosnia side. But then, yes, you want to say the momentum is tilting towards America getting the very first win in over 30 years. But the truth is, Jerry, I must tell you, it's going to be quite an interesting game. For me, I think it's going to be a close game, and it's going to be actually defined by a very tiny margin.
Yes, definitely. I almost forgot about the man. Talking about Edin Dzeko, that man is something else. And of course, though he's one of the OGs at this championship, he can actually hurt you if you snooze. We're talking about the Bosnian side. They have a lot of experience and young players who want to prove something at this championship. And of course, let's go back to talking about the Lions of Teranga on Gada for the Red Devils clash. And of course, it promises to be another big one. Senegal definitely is going to be a difficult one for Senegal against this. Talking about the Belgium side, who has been underachievers as far as the World Cup is concerned. We had that Doku had to travel back home to witness the birth of his son. I don't know whether he has returned in time for this game, but there's been a lot of criticism about him, and this fixture also promises to be exciting. But I want to tip Senegal to get this one.
Well, it's going to be really interesting. Belgium is actually not that team anymore. Yes, they have, the De Bruyne, but we know the De Bruyne is not the same person
not the De Bruyne
he was. But yes, even as old as he is, he still got that, a bit of flash. And of course, Lisandro Trossard is a player who's actually been showing that he's justifying, why he's actually playing ahead of Martinelli in that Arsenal attack. But it's going to be also a very interesting game. Senegal definitely must have learned their lesson from what happened to them in group stage. They came out of a very tricky group as a third best side. So they've definitely put everything behind them. If you go into this one, I think Senegal will definitely do a very good job. The difference between this Senegal and Morocco, Senegal and Belgium clash is also similar to the Morocco clash that Morocco eventually won. So I think it's going to be the Morocco-Netherlands game that Morocco eventually won. So I think it's going to be quite interesting game for Senegal to actually find a way to actually come around this one. But they need to actually take their chance because, I mean, you look at the quality of, the Belgians, you look at what they have and, individually where these players are actually playing in Europe, you definitely know that it's going to be a very tall order for Senegal. But Senegal need to actually come into this game with a lot of belief. I think they have what it takes to actually hurt the Belgians. But one thing I need to really talk about is the Jeremy Doku incident. I mean, a lot of us have been talking about, he's a father. He needs to be with his wife. It's actually a very proud moment as a parent and all of that. I ask myself, right? Yes, it's beautiful, but I mean, what exactly is his presence? What exactly does his presence bring right there at the hospital with his wife?
Is he going to deliver the baby?
So because if anything goes wrong at the hospital, Jeremy Doku is as useless. It's not useful to the national team. It's also not useful to his family. Yes, you want to say yes, it's the moment you want to cherish. I'm not faulting him for that, but then I think for me, right, he should have actually looked at it and said, okay, my wife might actually be having a baby around this time. It's better for me to be out of the World Cup so that someone else would definitely, feel in that particular spot. But I hope he comes back, and then because Jeremy Doku is going to come in with a lot of firepower. He's going to be of huge value for this Belgian side if if he were present in that particular team. I mean, we saw how they actually struggled to actually qualify from their group. If Jeremy Doku had actually played, it's going to be a lot of relief for the likes of Lukaku and co. But unfortunately, he decided to actually build his wife. But this game against Senegal is going to also be one of those very close games. I think for me, I think Senegal might just shock Belgium the same way we actually saw Morocco did. It might also go to penalties and Senegal might still just win it. But what Senegal needs to do is to ensure that they don't concede the way they actually conceded cheaply against Norway and of course against France. So they need to actually find a way to also score early, and then the way they actually came out in the very last game, come out and then do justice to that game. Score 1 or 2 goals, and I think they have also one of the best defense amongst African teams going to the World Cup. And Belgium don't really look like that team with the huge attacking firepower like we actually saw a couple of World Cup back. So yes, it's going to be a game that they need to be very careful of. But I believe that they have what it takes to actually make it to the next round. I'm talking about Senegal.
I'm talking about Sadio Mane. He has not really hit the ground running in this competition. You see that. I don't know. He has not found his group. What's happening to Sadio Mane?
No, Sadio Mane is also a player who is past his prime. I mean, we have to give it. I mean, himself, De Bruyne, these guys definitely is going to be their last major championship. Luka Modric, Cristiano Ronaldo, even perhaps Lionel Messi. This is exactly what we expect. They're more like inspiration to the team. They're more like let's go. You see me, you definitely have the belief that you also can do it. That's exactly why a lot of them, and that's exactly why people have been asking questions. Like Maguire should be there to inspire these young English boys. But then for some reasons, you decide to actually take out all of the leaders, like Jordan Henderson, put him on the bench. You don't have any real senior leader in the heart of the midfield. It says a lot about the mentality of the team overall. So Sadio Mane, you don't expect him to give. And even Mo Salah is not even giving everything in this particular tournament. It's also very slow at this point. Yes, you also want to say, okay, he's added a goal in this particular tournament, but it's really not the Mo Salah we expect to see in major tournament. But then it's part of what comes with age. It's part of what comes with players in their twilight. And I'm really not forcing him. For me, I think he just needs to enjoy this particular tournament and then go back to retirement.
All right, of course, talking about the tournament, one of the hosts of this competition, Mexico turned on the style at the iconic Azteca Stadium on Tuesday, brushing Ecuador aside the 2-0 to break their World Cup knockout course dating back 40 years. And the round of 32 match was delayed for an hour due to stormy weather. And when it started, the co-hosts flew out of the blocks, mounting wave of attacks after attacks against the Ecuadorians. And of course, in a supercharged atmosphere, Julian Quinones gave Mexico a deserved lead midway through the first half with a thunderous strike and then turned provider for Raul Jimenez. And of course, this is a competition players like Julian Quinones would not forget in a hurry. He's been awesome for the Mexico side. And of course, Raul Jimenez, it looks like he has rediscovered his form on time for the Mexico team. And what a way to break a 40-year course, making it to the round of 16.
I mean, the Azteca Stadium is a stadium that is known to actually inspire greatness. That's exactly the same stadium Pelé lifted this World Cup. That's the same stadium Maradona actually did the leg of God and the hand of God against England. That's the same stadium where, they actually opened their very first game where Raul Jimenez, after a couple of years, concussion is suffered in the league. He scored the very first goal for the national team and then all tears. And of course, that stadium has been inspiration for him. He scored again. And that's exactly what it means to actually live in the moment. And I mean, Mexico is a very fantastic host. The only nation that hosted the World Cup in 3, separate editions. And now they are part of, this exactly made the third one, of course, part of the trial that's actually hosting it. So it's beautiful to actually see them actually do what they did against Ecuador. Ecuador actually showed weakness. I mean, they managed to actually qualify. Casedo actually did all
he scored 2 goals.
Yes,
in the group stages.
And the best forwards. I mean, the top scorer in Saudi Pro League, Quinones, actually also showed just why he's actually the top marksman for Mexico in this particular championship. Raul Jimenez also replicated what he did against South Africa. Not forgetting, these 2 guys actually did the same thing against South Africa. Again, now they are also doing it again against Ecuador. If they must go for this, the coach must find a way to actually ensure that these 2 guys continue to be productive. They're quite very good in the air. They're strong. They're quite also very good, with their feet. I mean, off to next round of 16. Let's get to see, what they definitely will be finding. But for now, they've shown that they are one of the very strongest hosts among the 3 teams that actually qualified. It's also good. Canada is also qualified. Maybe America will definitely join them later this evening. We'll have the 3 hosts also making it round of 16. and then we'll start talking about, their chances of making it to the quarterfinals.
All right, of course, let's start talking about the chances of making it to the quarterfinals, but time not really, our friend, we'll have to wrap it here. And of course, talking about Kylian Mbappe also got the brace. He's really eyeing the top scorer all times slot as far as the World Cup is concerned. I think he really wants to achieve that before this World Cup is over, and it looks like the man that can do it, except Messi stops him in that respect. Of course, Messi has a Cabo Verde, and that will be later tomorrow. Definitely a very interesting game. A lot of football fans will be looking forward to. And of course, we'll have to leave it here. Thanks, Ikechukwu, for being awesome on the show.
Absolutely, Jerry. It's good to be here.
All right, it's always a pleasure. And of course, big thanks to the guys who made sure the program is to your own delight. Talking about the likes of Shegun, Adura, as well as Jeremiah and Hassan, and of course, Ikechukwu. My name is Jerry Apelohai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Do stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
And subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world, the truth.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit Our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you...
Well, tonight we examine the growing momentum ahead of the 2027 general elections as political parties intensify their preparations. Candidates complete key nomination processes and fresh debates emerge over transparency, leadership, and electoral credibility. Well, from Peter Obi's call for INEC to publish candidates' credentials to the Commission's update on parties assessing its nomination portal, the ADC's former submission of the Atiku Amechi ticket, and renewed confidence from APC leaders over President Bola Tinubu's re-election prospects, will unpack the stories shaping Nigeria's political landscape and what they could mean for the road to 2027. Well, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you join us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter, where he appears there in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
We appreciate your presence as always. Now, let's run into it. Mr. Peter Obi has successfully completed his name and details upload to the Independent National Electoral Commission portal and urged the Commission to publish the academic certificates and credentials submitted by all candidates seeking elective office. He said greater transparency will strengthen public trust in Nigeria's electoral process and questioned why such information should not be made publicly available. Obi also reflected on questions in the nomination form about mental fitness and forged certificates, arguing that Nigeria's leaders should focus less on politics and more on addressing insecurity, kidnapping, hunger, corruption, and other national challenges. He called for political leaders across party lines to work together to confront the country's pressing problems rather than prioritizing electoral competition. Well, let's have your broad reaction to this development, talking about the upload. You know, now we've been waiting for the access code since Friday last week, but I think that was on Monday or Tuesday. INEC said it's available, and political parties, we understand that 9 political parties have already collected their own. INEC said it is not our duty, to take the access codes to the parties. It is left for the political parties, to come to INEC office and collect their codes. We understand that Peter Obi has uploaded his own, where he saw the form and raised some questions. Kwakwanso has done his own. Atiku Amechi ticket has also been uploaded on INEC portal by ADC and all of that. So let's have your broad reaction as to the progress we are making in the political process in the lead up to the 2027 general election.
You see, I think INEC has done the right thing the body should do in the circumstance that it has found itself. Because dependency of cases around political parties is not enough reason to hold these candidates in abeyance and ultimately denying them the opportunity to contest elections. What if the deadline for upload expires and then the court says this party can go ahead with elections and field candidates? What happened to candidates that had not uploaded their data into INEC portal? It becomes a problem. And then you will start going back and forth. So for me, it's the right thing to do for INEC to allow these people upload their credentials, upload whatever documents required of them. And then I was just listening to you. You were talking about a psychiatric test, and you were also talking about
mental fitness.
Yes, that's psychiatric test. You know, and which other one?
Certificate forgery.
Certificate forgery.
As a matter of fact, now beyond Peter Obi, when he filled his own form, when he came out, he said he saw some of the questions, the checklist, and it was like, well, are you mentally fit for office? Have you been involved in certificate forgery before?
Is it forgery or
certificate forgery?
Okay.
In INEC, that is the form, the upload form that INEC give. And even before Peter Obi met on that, he had said, well, INEC, we need you to, publish the certificates submitted by candidates. Claims by candidates,
yes.
So that you will verify, Nigerians will verify. I get the point you make when you say, well, I think it is necessary that INEC has done this to the extent that it forecloses, or it doesn't really foreclose the chances of a political party, being on the ballot. If at the end of the day, the court says you are not fit, INEC doesn't lose anything.
Oh, no.
But if INEC had precluded you and the court says, well, you are fit to run, then what happens?
And then are you going to run? Are you going to take back those things you have foreclosed?
And all of that.
So
the worrying thing now is it in the place of, and now INEC is asking candidates, according to Obi, on that list, have you been involved in certificate forgery before? What is the essence of all of that?
You see, I think certificate forgery does not cover the whole essence of this certificate thing. I think we should be talking about alterations.
Okay.
You understand? You could get original certificate from a university. You will recall that our certificates at undergraduate level, when you graduate, and the postgraduate certificate, clearly stated that any alteration to this certificate renders it invalid.
Yes.
You understand? So I think some people may want to exploit that. So sometimes when you want to raise questionnaires in some of these areas, you need to clearly state without ambiguity those things you're supposed to look out for. Well, it is fine. Because honestly, before 2015, I never knew that somebody who would go for political positions without having a particular certificate, which is school cert. Now, it was when we started hearing that even as common as O-level certificates, people forge. People claim school they never attended. People manipulate WAEC officials to issue certificates to the extent that how could you have passed through secondary school without remembering 1, 2, or 3 of your classmates who could say, yes, it was my mate. As I'm talking to you now, I left secondary school in 1981, and we have a platform. That platform, there are over 100 mates in that platform, and we relate. As a matter of fact, our school was 75 years last month.
Okay.
And those who are not able to attend, we were still communicating in the group chat room on what was happening at the ceremonies and all that. So if tomorrow comes and somebody says, if I want to contest as governor of Ondo State, and somebody says, no, you forged certificate, I won't need to even waste time. All I need to do is just put it in my chat room and say, fellow Aquinarians, I've just been told that I never attended Aquinas or I never passed out of Aquinas. Same thing, my certificate in the university. Same thing, my certificate in NIJ. All true. Even my primary school certificate, that building is no longer there. But I have the testimonial and I have the certificate. And I left primary school at 1976. So if somebody who is probably in his 40s is now claiming, as a matter of fact, the law does not even allow you, if you are 40 and above, to use 40 and above, to use sworn affidavit as your age declaration.
40 or below, or 40 and above.
40 and below in your 30s, in your 40s.
Yes, 40 and below. So because it presupposes that at the time of your
because
birth, there will
MPC had already been established,
and there will have been a birth registry.
Yes, so you are supposed to present a certificate. Okay. All these things should be part of what INEC should do for us to scrutinize those who are leading us.
Now, exactly.
If somebody at some point is accused of not attending a school and is claiming that he attended that school, then how much of trust can we repose in that person, in public office?
I think basically that is what INEC is trying to do. As I speak with you now, we understand that the former Minister of Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, was arrested at the Abuja airport today by the DSS, Directorate of State Services, and handed over to ICPC, on issues bordering on alleged certificate forgery, where he said he graduated from University of Nigeria in Nsukka at a certain time. But information records show that he attended, but maybe he didn't graduate and all of that. And so at this point that INEC is trying to create this kind of, more like a gatekeeper, what does it tell you about? And the Electoral Act clearly says, it should be a pre-election matter, meaning that if we are in the same party and we are contesting the same position, and I feel strongly that your certificate is not correct or not, I can approach the courts, because I have the locals, to approach the court. Beyond now, you cannot do it. So in the light that INEC is doing this thing before election period, what does that tell you?
It was stated at 6 months to election.
No, I'm not aware about the 6 months, but it's pre-election matter.
Yes.
Pre-election matter. So if INEC is doing all of that now, what is INEC trying to tell Nigerians?
No, INEC is just simply saying that the new sheriff will not accommodate those who have forged certificates to go into politics, because politics should be serious business, and that's why you have charlatans in political offices. Those people who don't even have the capacity to research into issues, that they just jump on the train and say nay and say hi. That's what they do. Because ordinarily, if you had gone even at the level of ordinary national diploma, you would have been exposed to certain areas that would expand your mental faculty to the extent that you can interrogate issues, objectively. Even if you have not studied Philosophy 101, at least you have a fair idea, because the questions at tertiary institutions are not just direct questions. There are questions that you need to interrogate issues, and then you have to apply theories. That's when your brain is expanded to the extent to be able to accommodate issues. But what we have now, a lot of people, even governors, their tenses are terrible. Their rationality is suspect. The logic they bring into argument is so warped, and yet they claim they are graduates. Some of them claim they are master's degree holder. In fact, until recently, some of them bear doctor, which is just ordinary, honorary, and then they fly with these things to the extent that you mistake them for PhD holders. So I think it's a way, for me, I see it as
to create
a notch higher.
A notch higher.
Yes.
Now, let's return to the issue of these presidential candidates. I mean, it's not only the president.
Yeah.
Because in 2023, the president had a running battle, up until, in the lead up to the election, and even after that, whether he attended CSU, whether he attended a certain government college in Ibadan, or
it started in 1999.
1992, when he even contested as senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, up until 1999. At some point, he had to face an inquiry before the Lagos State House of Assembly when Mamurawa was the speaker, and he was cleared and all of that. And the Supreme Court cleared him too. Now, because anytime people talk about certificate forgery, it centers around the presidency. The current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, going back and forth. And so a lot of Nigerians have also been asking, I've asked that question too. If the president's certificate is in doubt, and in generic terms, does it look like if the president were delivering on the promises that he made as a leader, in his campaign promises, and there is light at home, there is water at home, the roads are functional, the economy is working. Will it matter to Nigerians, whether it has a degree or a school certificate? What do you think?
Those who function maximally in history, not all of them were graduates, university graduates. As a matter of fact, inventors, most of them dropped out of school. Bill Gates never finished his degree. And I think this guy that is also an IT icon, forgotten his
Mark
name.
Zuckerberg.
Okay. Never finished.
So many of them.
So many of them.
I mean, Virgin Islands.
So
Virgin
for me, it's not directly proportional.
No, but the point
capacity
is that these people don't have questions around their certificates.
Yes, that's what I'm coming to that.
Okay.
That certificate is not directly proportional to your capacity at leadership. Sometimes it helps, but it's not absolute. But then, that does not mean that your certificate should be suspected to have been either forged or non-existent. You understand?
Yes, I do.
Because it is a way of gauging your mental capability. And that leads me to this psychiatric test, which is just an euphemism. I mean, the euphemism in that form is mental capacity. It's psychiatric test. Now, there are basic things you look out for when you want to do this kind of test. The threshold of his ability to soak anger, the ability to think rationally, if he has bipolar personality, is a threshold of neurosis compared to psychosis and all that. There are so many parameters to give somebody that is mentally certified to be okay to run an office. For instance, in the course of interrogation, in the course of carrying out those tests, it could be discovered that somebody who is aspiring to an office is naturally a klepto.
Okay.
And so, it will be discovered. And a klepto simply means somebody who has obsessive, innate propensity to steal, particularly those things he may not necessarily require.
Okay.
So that person, how can you stop that person from pilfering when he gets into office?
Now, let's turn to INEC. Now, INEC asking this question, is there a possibility that INEC could stop someone? I mean, INEC says, well, have you been involved in certificate forgery before? Do you expect any candidate to say, yes, I have been?
Who would have done that?
INEC says, I mean, mental fitness. Have you been mentally evaluated and found to be unfit before? I mean, nobody...
The man will say, I didn't pull off my shirt in the market square.
Okay,
so I'm not mad.
And so, it's not just about the president. There's this issue around Peter Obi, In public, it's been acclaimed by certain people. I've not heard Peter Obi himself say that, that he made a third class. But from records submitted by Peter Obi, it shows that he made a 2-2 and not a third class. And so on social media, people are saying, Obi too is guilty of certificate forgery because, and again, they said his name Obi Onwobuase Gregory Peter and Onwobuase Obi Peter Gregory and all of those things, NYC certificate. And so what is INEC trying to achieve? I'll return to that issue of what does INEC want to achieve in this issue of trying to verify candidates' certificates?
You see, the basic Rubicon you have to cross is O-level for any political office in Nigeria. And sometimes I ask myself, why do you have to bother yourself by parading PhD, masters that you have not earned? Yeah, that you have not earned. To what end?
And put yourself into trouble.
Put yourself into trouble, unnecessary trouble. So, for me, and then Peter Obi, the difference between his supposed third class, and the supposed 2-2. The point is, sometimes there could be error. It happened to me.
Okay.
My son, initially, they wanted to take his records to Senate, and the record shows 2-1. So he had almost given up. Just at the nick of time, he went to the school and he was having a conversation with his lecturer that supervised this project. And the man said, congratulations, you are one of my shining boys. Because 5 of them made first class in that department. Say, you are good. The boy said, no, sir. I had 2-1. He said, no, it cannot be true. Let's go to the records. And they went to record, and where he scored A in 2 courses, those courses were never recorded. So they quickly had to go to exams and record, clarify it, and that was how he was able to make first class. So it could be the reason for this discrepancies.
Well, his own discrepancies.
I'm not
being exact.
Yes, I'm not being exact, but I'm just asserting again that there could be some.
Before we leave this,
errors.
The issue of Peter Obi is that I have not heard. Maybe he has said that he made a third class. I've not heard. People have been implying that he made a third class, but according to records, from what I saw online,
I saw online that he made 2-2.
He made 2-2, and so in all of that,
let us even agree without conceding.
Before we leave this conversation,
third class. That we have seen many people that had made for a third class that are even better, that they did better than those who made first class. An example is
and all of that.
Ganifa made third class, and if you are counting the number of lawyers living and dead in this country today, you won't count more than 50 before you mention Ganifa.
Anyway, let's see what INEC does with the list and all of that. Let's move on. Well, the same INEC says 9 registered political parties have collected access codes to upload their candidates' particulars for the presidential and national assembly elections ahead of the 2027 general election. The INEC National Commissioner in charge of voter education and publicity, Malam Muhammad Haruna, made this known to the News Agency of Nigeria and media on Tuesday in Abuja. As of close of work on Monday, 9 political parties have collected the access code for the national elections, he said. According to Haruna, the 9 political parties are Accord Party, Action Alliance, AA, African Democratic Congress, ADC, All Progressives Congress, APC, Labour Party, LP, National Democratic Congress, NDC, National Democratic Party, NDP, People's Redemption Party, PRP, and Social Democratic Party, PDP, he said. He explained that it was the responsibility of the political parties participating in an election to approach the commission to collect the code rather than INEC taking it to the individual party secretariats. We mentioned 9 political parties. One is missing. Which one comes to mind immediately?
According to that list,
PDP is not there.
PDP is not there, yes.
And so PDP isn't one of the 9 parties. I know there is still
time. And who will show up?
But it does.
Who will show up for PDP?
Does it speak to any chance that the party might still be having or enmeshed in unreconcilable or irreconcilable differences to the extent that, well, none of the factions is able to approach INEC to say, can I have the codes to upload for my party? What do you see in all of this?
I think it's just showing us clearly that all is not still well with PDP. Now, there are 2 factions holding each other's jugula. Who now goes to INEC to approach INEC for the code? Is it the Wike faction or the Turaki faction? And the bedlam is still there. They are still jostling for the takeover of the party secretariat at Wadata. Now, all these things are happening. And of course, perhaps, funny enough, these 2 factions have candidates. So which one is going to be valid at the end of the day? Is it the Wike faction candidate or the Turaki faction candidate? What will happen is, for the PDP, except those who are not really going out to contest to win, would hold on to that party.
Okay, now the more interesting part of this thing is that last week when Wike was being interviewed, Wike said something. Wike said, well, he was asked who is the authentic, which one is the authentic faction of the PDP? Wike, he laughed it off and said, let us wait until INEC releases the access codes to its portal to upload candidates' names and all of that. And so last week passed, it was slated to happen on Friday, but it didn't happen. And so on Monday, that's the day before yesterday, the access codes were released. And as I speak with you, I am not aware, it's not been said in the media or I've not heard publicly that PDP has collected. I was expecting that Wike would be quick and his group, to go to INEC
To beat the other faction.
To beat the other faction. But that hasn't happened. So what does that tell you?
Well, one thing is, maybe they are still finding ways of making sure that other candidates come in. You know, the window is still open till, I think, July 19.
July 8.
July 8, yes. So, there is still time. Today is...
Okay, July
January.
19 for the State's House of Assembly. But for 9th, National Assembly.
National Assembly, that's what I'm saying. So, altogether, they still have the July 19th for the closure. And so, they may not... Maybe it's still assuring. But each faction is still assuring will be candidates.
If you consider Wike's antecedents, one was expecting that if he doesn't go, he will send someone from his group, to quickly run to INEC, because he was cocksure, that INEC was going to release the access codes to him. Now, if you look back at what happened 2 weeks ago, precisely the Ekiti state elections, PDP fielded a candidate in the election, Oluyede. And yes. Curiously, belongs to the Tani Muturaki Shein Makinde-led faction. So what does that tell you? And he was given that position by an appeal court judgment. And so if you look at the plethora of court cases, against the PDP, for and against them, BOT and Wabara, INEC versus Shein Makinde, Turaki versus Wike, and all of that. The Ekiti election, is it instructive in any way?
It is instructive, and it just shows that these two factions are jostling for the soul of PDP. And I just have pity for anybody that is picking PDP ticket at this time, because it's neither here nor there.
Oluyede scored 40,000 votes.
First where has he taken it?
To Ekiti State.
And where has he taken him?
No, I'm just telling you that, PDP must also spring surprises.
You see, either we like it or not, of all the political parties, there are just two parties that I know that would make impact at the grassroots.
Okay, which is?
PDP.
Okay, PDP.
PDP and NDC.
Okay, in the opposition camp.
In the opposition camp.
How about ADC? Why do you rule out ADC?
ADC is not going to make impact. The focus of ADC is presidential.
Okay, presidential election.
That's the focus. Because the owner of that party is only angling for national recognition.
I'd like for you to take that again. The owner of that party. Who owns that party?
Atiku.
Atiku Abubakar?
Yes, it's the new owner.
Okay, the new owner.
The new owner. You see, when people were migrating from PDP, when they stopped at SDP, I said this place will not contain them. Because you have strong people in SDP that will not allow them to fester. But immediately after a month or so, they jumped off the ship and landed in ADC. And it took time for Atiku to come. And you recall that I always say the John the Baptist are the forerunners, that the Jesus of that party will come. And as soon as he landed, everybody knew that he's the new sheriff in town in that party. And those who could not accommodate his political shenanigans in that party, they moved on. Example is Kwankwaso and Nobi. So, all he wants is, and there was no way anybody could have wrestled that ticket from Atiku in ADC. So, for me, anybody that is taking the ticket of PDP today is riding on a roller coaster.
PDP or ADC?
PDP.
PDP, okay.
And what happened to candidates that won election in Zamfara in 2023?
Okay.
Maybe they are lot at the end of the day. So even if they win.
Okay, now that we are talking about ADC, something quite interesting about ADC happened. That was between Monday and yesterday. The ADC announced that it has uploaded the nomination details of its presidential candidates, Atiku Abubakar. And guess who? Vice presidential candidate Rotimi Amechi, to the nomination portal of INEC. The party described the move as a major milestone in its preparation for the 2027 general elections. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said the successful submission demonstrates the party's commitment to presenting Nigerians with a credible alternative focused on competence, national unity, and renewal. The announcement signals that the party is progressing with the formal nomination process ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Well, Dele, after several denials, Amechi's details have been uploaded to INEC portal as vice presidential candidate in ADC, running mate to Atiku Abubakar. I mean, can a party submit a man's name against his will? There's been this back and forth between Amechi and the party, and Atiku Abubakar has been mute. He's been silent on this issue of who you are running mate. As I speak, I'm not aware that he has publicly unveiled his running mate. And so, in all of these shenanigans, the party has uploaded Amechi's name. It's like, does it look like shaving a man's head in his absence? Because Amechi said, I've not been approached. Even if they approach me, I will not accept.
You see, can I paint a scenario
Go
to
ahead,
illustrate this? You remember what happened when Alamisia had trouble with Obasanjo? They were searching for Jonathan everywhere. And the impression was that he was not ready to take his boss job. But at the end of the day, he took it, got to the presidency as vice president, became acting president, and eventually the president of Nigeria.
Contested an election and won it.
And won. So now, Amechi, what other thing would have Amechi take from that party? Because that's the next highest office after that of the president. Where else would he have gone to clinch vice presidential ticket? Except maybe he goes to one of these parties in ICU where he can just cherry pick and then even make himself presidential candidate. But he doesn't have the muzzle. He doesn't have the clout. Even in the River State, his structure has been decimated over the years since he left power.
If he doesn't have the muzzle and he doesn't have the clout, why is ADC insistent, on having him as their running mate? This same man who people say does not have clout and muscle, was the person that delivered Muhammadu Buhari on 2 occasions as the chairman of Buhari campaign organization in 2015 and in 2019. So what happened to his clout? Former Minister of Transportation, former Speaker of the House
Don't forget that.
of Assembly
when he did that job in 2015, he was still the governor.
Okay.
So he had the resources of the state to back him up. When I mean resources, not only money. Civil servants can be sent to do jobs for him and all that, even pro bono. So then he has that authority. But in 2019,
he was minister.
He was already a minister, so he could also do the job.
Okay.
But right now, he's neither a minister or a governor.
But in all of that,
but the point is,
in the absence of this, before we go to who else, in the absence of this, the Atiku Abubakar campaign organization is also saying that it will be headed by the same Rotimi Amechi. So what does that
How
tell
can
you?
a vice presidential candidate hold the position of DG of the campaign organization of that political
Well,
party?
it could be a novel setup.
Well, I don't know how it's going to be possible because he has to be on the campaign train with his principal.
Okay.
And so, is it while he's moving from one state to the other, and the period of campaign is so short that they have to be on the road almost like every other day for campaigns.
Now, but before you talk about who else, if not Amechi, looking
Yes,
down
who else in that party,
before you
as
talk
it is
about
today.
that, before you talk about that, I'd like to ask you, why is it difficult for Atiku Abubakar? Why do you think? I know you don't speak for Abubakar, but you could hazard a guess. Why is it difficult for him to come out openly and say, "This is my running mate"? Does it look like he might be using Amechi as a placeholder while he goes a shopping for probably a more suitable alternative to him?
Yeah, your guess is good. And perhaps maybe there is an understanding between him and Amechi. And that's why maybe that's why Amechi is posturing as somebody who will not take that position. So eventually, if they find somebody else who is ready and willing to take that position, then it will be justified that
Okay,
after all,
it will save Amechi's face.
yes,
After all,
I never wanted it. I was not party to when they submitted my names and all that. So it could be his own easy way out of getting entangled in that web.
Okay, now let's talk about who else, if not Amechi, looking down south. Apparently, since the candidate is from the north, there is no way the running mate will be from the north. So down south, south, southeast, southwest, who comes to mind?
I've not seen anybody that is of political strength and an heavyweight that is left in ADC. Is it Aregbesola?
Now, does that tell you why Atiku is insisting and ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, everybody is insisting it has to be Amechi?
And that's why I
said,
it
is difficult for you
who
to...
else?
Okay.
Who else could have taken that position in that political party? Apart from David Mark, Aregbesola, who else is of note at the national space? Yes, you could be a senator in the past, but there are senators that went to that Senate 2-3 times that we don't get to know anything about them.
Now, how much of that speaks to Atiku Abubakar's electoral value nationwide? I mean, if it is difficult for him to
get a viable
running mate, somebody that could mobilize for him in the South, and in all of this, so at least in 2023, he had options. The party chose Wike for him. He set up a committee that chose Wike. But he said, no, I want Ifeanyi Okowa. And Okowa ran. But this time, he's even delegated to the party, and the party is saying, well, this is the only person that we... How much of that speaks to Atiku Abubakar's electoral value in 2027?
You see, one of the issues surrounding Atiku's candidacy in the next election is the fact that Atiku sees himself as too good. You recall that there was a time he was saying, I've married people from each of the geopolitical zones. So other political zones are my in-laws. That is to the extent that which is experiencing grandeur of delusion as far as national politics is concerned. And he feels that he's holding tight to the north. That until now was monolithic. But no longer monolithic in the true sense of it. Now, everybody is holding on to his enclave, particularly in the North Central.
In the North Central.
You understand?
Right, okay.
So, the fabled monolithic North has been deconstructed.
And apparently nobody can claim to have a stronghold.
Yes.
Over it.
So where is it drawing its strength from?
Okay, as we coast home now, let's talk about something that is interesting. A prominent APC stakeholder, James Atani, has predicted that President Bola Tinubu will win the 2027 presidential election, arguing that the administration has delivered on key promises, including reducing nationwide academic staff union of university strikes. Tinubu has declared his intention to seek a second term and is expected to face strong opposition from Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Similarly, Adams Oshomola expressed confidence that Tinubu will secure re-election comfortably, arguing that the opposition has not presented convincing alternative solutions to Nigeria's challenges. Now, in all of this, do you think that the president or the APC, the president in this case, has delivered on his promises to merit a return to office? If you look at economic indices, security indices, education, health, and all of that, briefly, because we are practically out of time.
At the macro level, from the data that are made available, it appears that he is moving on and is scoring some goals around that. But at the micro level, we have not seen the trickle effect of the macro indices. So, for me, 24 hours is too long a day in politics. Anything could happen. Until 4 months to the last presidential election, nobody factored Peter Obi as a force to reckon with. Now imagine if he had the opportunity of staying longer before that election. By now, we may be singing a different song. So we cannot tell what is likely to be the result of the presidential election in 2027 until when we get to the bridge.
Okay.
We can now comfortably cross.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo. I'll take that as a concluding thought, and I appreciate your presence on my show, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demduto. I'll see you tomorrow 8 o'clock on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening and bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where passion.
Hello. A very good evening to you, Nigeria, and a happy new month. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, concerns over electoral credibility return to the spotlight as INEC declares that the era of ballot box snatching and result manipulation is over, while the arrest of a former minister over alleged certificate forgery raises fresh questions about candidate integrity and political accountability. We also examine the devastating impact of flooding in Lagos and calls for compensation for victims and renewed scrutiny of infrastructure projects blamed for worsening the crisis. In addition, we'll look at the federal government's efforts to curb consumer exploitation in the petroleum and cooking gas sectors amid persistent complaints over high energy costs. And finally, we discuss the federal government's proposed reforms to the National Youth Service Corps and what they could mean for the future of national service in Nigeria. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. As preparations for the 2027 general elections gather momentum, electoral integrity has once again become a major subject of national debate. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the era of ballot box snatching and manual manipulation of election results is gone. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amupiton, assured Nigerians that current technological safeguards are robust enough to protect every vote cast in the 2027 general elections. He disclosed that innovations such as electronic accreditation, result transmission systems, and enhanced monitoring mechanisms have significantly reduced opportunities for manipulation. Meanwhile, the DSS has arrested former Minister Uche Naji over allegations relating to certificate forgery, reigniting discussions about candidate screening, verification processes, and the role of institutions in protecting the integrity of public office. The development comes at a time when many Nigerians are demanding greater transparency from political parties and electoral bodies ahead of the next election cycle. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Dr. Tony Ochiaga, who is a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we'll also be having join us later. We'll have Lekia Kristen. He is a social justice crusader and, of course, a public affairs analyst as well. And let me start with you, Dr. Tony. Let me start. Okay, glad to have you join us, Lekia Kristen. I didn't know you were on already. You can unmute your device so that we can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Udrafi. I'm sure there's a mix-up somewhere.
Oh, there's a mix-up, yes, but I don't think... Okay, no worry, we'll solve that outside the board. But let me talk to Dr. Tony. Dr. Tony, you know, INEC says ballot box snatching and result manipulation are now impossible. Is, you know, when you look at, of course, the past election that we just had, the Ekiti election, would you really say that this confidence is justified, you know, given the controversies that we've had in our recent elections?
Well, good evening again, and thank you for having me. INEC is an independent body.
Okay, before Dr. Tony, can I, before you speak, I would like you to let the technical people there know that they need to adjust your camera a little bit so that we can see you properly. They need to, yes, that is better. Thank you very much. You can go ahead, sir.
Well, as I was saying, INEC is an independent body charged with the responsibility of conducting elections in Nigeria. They do everything. They do all the registration of parties. They do all integrity of election conduct in Nigeria. And it's expected that INEC should give us quality, free, fair elections. Well, from what we see, INEC has not, or once, even given us a free, fair, and credible election. They have not. So when they say the era of ballot snatching is over, ballot snatching is over. Ballot snatching is over, yes, but there are other areas, other strategies that are employed that are even worse than ballot snatching. We had the 2023 election. When we had the 2023 election, there was so much assurance from the INEC chairman, so much. But when we went into the election proper, every other thing went through. Every other thing went through. Every other thing went through. When it came to uploading the presidential election results, they told us there was a glitch. There's a glitch. That glitch is the reason for where we are today.
Okay, so from what you're saying that you actually don't believe what you don't believe in these what INEC is saying basically. And you mentioned that aside from even if ballot snatching has reduced, which we all know that has reduced, but you're saying there are other issues that are more would I say more important or more serious than ballot snatching. But would you really want to talk more about that? Because you mentioned and there are more issues that are more serious than ballot box snatching?
Why did I say so? Ballot snatching is physical. Every day you bring thugs, they bring all manner of persons, to come carry ballot boxes, disrupt election, and at the end of the day, we get result. Now, why do I say that there are other strategies that they bring to bear in our election? The glitch not worse than ballot snatching? In as much as ballot snatching is bad, the glitch in itself is also bad. Who brought the glitch? Who introduced the glitch? So with all the confidence reposed in INEC to do right, to give us free, fair, and credible election, why should the glitch be there? So all of this now brings lots of doubt into the system. We begin to wonder, where do we go from even where we are? There is doubt. So they should do well to make us believe.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studio. Dr. Anosike, you, of course, you've heard what INEC is saying, but really, Nigeria, one of the things that Dr. Sotoni is saying is that we have actually moved beyond ballot snatching to other more serious issues. But has Nigeria's, electoral challenge, hasn't it shifted from ballot box snatching to, voter apathy, misinformation, and vote buying, which seems to be, when you look at it, more serious challenges than actually the physical snatching of boxes?
Well, believe INEC, you will believe anything. Believe INEC, you believe that an elephant you believe that elephant can grow wings, understand? And you see it on the air, that in the air. So for me, he just doing the things that his predecessor said, understand? Saying good things to the civils, understand? I've told you, I don't believe him and I will never believe him. But in this, there will be no snatching of ballot boxes. I don't know who is advising him. Understand? If he really knows what INEC stands for, he should focus on it, because you don't talk what is beyond your control. Understand? And snatching of ballot boxes is beyond their control. Unless INEC have thugs that snatch ballot boxes, then they will say, because they come from us, we'll no more send them out again to go and snatch. Understand me? But to the best of my knowledge, INEC don't have touts. They don't have thugs that go to snatch ballot boxes. So he cannot be saying what is beyond his control. It is politicians, understand, that send touts to go and snatch ballot boxes. So he should focus on his own, understand, how to conduct free, fair election following due process. Understand? That's an election that will be transparent, not just on the election day, but from the beginning. Understand me? But from the beginning, like one, publishing the credentials, understand, of the aspirants, of the candidates. Let us know their qualifications, schools attended, and other things, so that Nigerians can make a judgment based on their qualifications. Somebody who has WAEC, put he has WAEC. Somebody who has a primary 6, put that he has primary 6. Somebody who has a BSc, put that he has a BSc. Somebody who doesn't have certificate, let Nigeria know that that person don't have certificate. So the process must be transparent. Understand me? And most of the elections are rigged before the day of the election. Understand me? Most of the elections are just like Ekiti. Ekiti was rigged before the day of the election. So let the process be transparent, be credible for us to see. Understand? But if you believe INEC, you can believe anything. One, I've never believed him, and I will not believe him, following the experience of Mahmoud, Yakub, and what is the other guy, Festus Okoye. Understand? All the wonderful promises that they made to us. Understand me? Just like before 24 states, including FCT. Understand me? All those things, at the end of the day, what happened? They conducted an election, Nicodemously declared results 4 a.m., which has not happened there in the country, because they know that what they are going to declare is evil. So they did it when good people were sleeping. Understand? So if you trust this man, you will also be disappointed. So I don't believe him. My advice to the candidates is, let them begin to prepare their own alternative measures. Just like part autonomy, so that they are going to keep their own situation room, their own IREV. Understand me? So that they can also be monitoring results, so that INEC will not be the only source of Nigerians knowing how the election will go. So personally, I don't believe him, and I will never believe him.
Okay, you don't believe him and you will never believe him. Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Gabriel. Mr. Gabriel, you know, when you... Are you with us? Mr. Gabriel, are you still with us? Okay, he seems to be out. Dr. Tony, let me come back to you. You know, saying what, or hearing rather, what Dr. Nosike, you know, has talked about, and then when you look at what INEC is saying, when you put that side by side, how effective really, and of course, looking back at our past elections, how effective have electoral technologies been in improving our election credibility?
The electoral technology, you know, have never been without their glitch. You remember in 2015, 2015, when they came up with the beavers, Jonathan was not captured. That was a glitch. But for somebody like Jonathan, it's possible that some others would have liked to say this election should be cancelled. But he allowed it, moved on. We moved on, and what it produced, you know, gave us something that was even didn't meet the expectation of Nigerians. That is part of electoral technology glitch. In addition to that, everything we had been told, like my colleague was saying, my brother was saying, Yakub gave us wonderful assurance that this election will produce the best for Nigerians. That the election will produce the best for Nigerians. What did we get? It was not a question of ballot snatching. Not at all. But what we saw was, you know, technological ballot snatching. that didn't give us what we expected from that election. Here we are again. Here we are again. The question of, this election will go well, they will promise us here, they will promise us there. What they tell us is that, and they know what they are doing, they are telling us that this election will be free, fair, and credible. They employ technology to assure us that it will never fail. Now, when at the end of the day, it will fail, INEC is not living up to their billing. INEC is not living up to their promises. It's time we, as Nigerians, begin to get the benefit of the humongous amount that is being put into running election in this country. INEC should begin to give us reason to appreciate them. But as I speak to you today, I doubt INEC. I doubt what INEC can do, and I want to talk for myself. I doubt what INEC can do. And I know that my feeling represents even this position of so many Nigerians. They don't have trust. The INEC trust has deficit, serious deficit, because we have seen them one time, we have seen them. This time, let them show us that they are an independent organization. Let them show us that they are going to do the best for us. They are not giving us the best. After all, look at the call that P2B has made. It is not just that the man is talking. It's a function of the past experience, our experiences of the past. That is what it is. They should publish, in fact, even when our candidates are invited to come and debate, some people will just ignore the debate. They won't come out. At the end of the day, they are still there. INEC should also have penalty for persons who disobey the rules, because the law says they, INEC, are the principal persons responsible, the principal agency responsible for the conduct of election in Nigeria. They should give us reason to believe them. If it comes to discipline, they should show us that they also have the capacity. But the thing is is selective discipline. Do we go with selective discipline, or we know that this is this, it must produce result? If you find yourself on campus, for instance, you are a student, you go to class, or you don't go to class, at the end of your year on campus, you will come out with what you have put into the system.
Okay. We seem to be having network issues with him, Dr. Anosike. Anosike, he was really saying, like you said, was actually supportive of your views that he doesn't trust INEC. Well, Dr. Anosike, let's look at this. What should INEC do, really, in your own opinion, to guarantee credible elections?
One, it is not part of the plan for them to organize credible election. Understand me? It is not part of it, because since 2015, INEC has been using a script written for them. Understand me? They have been using a script written for them from outside. So even calling them that INEC is even that's a mistake. Understand me? When somebody is being manipulated or being influenced from outside, you are no more independent. Understand? That's why, and with what we have seen with the conduct of Professor Joash, that's Amopito, he is not transparent as a person. He is not credible as a person, and such a person cannot be trusted. Understand me? If you see his acts, how fast he went in Labour Party issue with Junior Sabure and Nadi Osman. What he had done with PDP, Turaki faction and the Nyesom Wike faction. What he had done with ADC, understand? You see that there's no honor in him. Understand me? So that's why I say the candidates should also be preparing plan B. Understand? In case if this man again acts his script. Understand? In case if he acts his script for what can be done for INEC to organize a credible election, not under not under Tinubu's or AP's watch. It cannot happen under their watch. So I don't like wasting my time. I don't like theorizing.
You don't like theorizing, but
no. Read all the textbook about how to conduct election. You are just wasting time because they are not going to make use of it.
Okay, before I come back to you, okay, let me talk to Dr. Tony. Dr. Tony, you know, you were saying that you expect better from INEC, but I want to ask you, you know, what do you think, or what do you think that, what would INEC do, or what should INEC put in place for you to guarantee, basically, credible elections?
INEC knows our duty. What we expect from INEC is transparency. That's what we expect from INEC, transparency. To assure every Nigerian that what we are doing here will produce the final result of the election. A situation where the court gives us the final result of our elections is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And we hope that when they begin to do that, we will know that they have also established high level of transparency in the conduct of elections in Nigeria. The 1993 presidential election, that is adjudged to be the best in Nigeria. They didn't go to court, but today everybody is in sync with that result, that MKO Abiola won that election. That is transparency. They should give us transparency that will also make us believe in them, that what they are doing is correct. P2B has made a call on them that he is a politician. We are not. Publish the qualifications of everybody who is a presidential candidate. Let us know the primary schools they attended. Let us know the secondary schools they attended. Let us know their universities they attended. If they have even additional qualifications, all the qualifications they have should be put on the table. Let us see them and see those who are going to lose. A man cannot put himself out for, public service. Want to have a secret. What secret? It's no longer transparent. That is what, that is where we are today. Because some people have secrets and others have no secrets. Whatever is the case, let every politician come out. Every politician should come out with what they have. Make us promises that can be kept And at the end of the day, when they win, we will see them producing the necessary promises, making well the promises they have made Nigerians.
Okay, talking about ensuring that you are transparent, or the people who are contesting these elections, or election officials rather, try to ensure that they are transparent in their certifications and all of that. Let's look at this this issue with Uche Nnaji. I'm sure you remember this Uche Nnaji's case, and how it looks like he was that particular case was swept under the carpet when he was alleged of when he was alleged that he forged the certificate. And now we've seen that DSS has picked him up. And what do you make of that?
Well, DSS has picked him up. If DSS has picked him up, I think DSS is doing their job. But we have also had cases in Nigeria. That is what we are talking about. Let us allow balance to prevail. Let's allow balance to prevail. If Mr. A is found wanting in a particular area, and at the exposure of the area that is not in tandem with the provisions of our constitution, it should apply to Mr. B. It should apply to Mr. A and Mr. B. That's what we're saying. We are not saying Uche Nnaji, what he has done is a criminal thing. If he has done a criminal thing and DSS came on him to arrest him, what happened to other cases? Let them take a cue from now and begin to also do the same thing. Transparency, the key. That's what we are saying. Because you take him, you go to court, or you do something. The judiciary, by all means, is one of the basic factors responsible for foreign investors coming into Nigeria, because they are assured by the transparency of the judiciary that, look, at the end of the day, if you have any issue, these people are upright, they are transparent, they will give you good judgment. If we are not sure of what our judiciary can produce, how are we sure that investors will not be afraid of what we do? Because a Nigerian can collaborate as it were, and they will deny a foreign investor what he has done in Nigeria, his investment in Nigeria, which is not the best for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tony. Dr. Nosike, let me hear your view about this Uche Nnaji case. Do you think that this could actually, boost public confidence on some of these institutions, when you see things like this happen?
Before I talk about Uche Nnaji, let me talk about your credible election.
Did you say my credible election?
Your credible
election. Why is it my credible election?
Joash Amopeto is in his 50s.
Okay.
And he will not want to retire now. Understand me? He will also want to be an ambassador after being INEC chairman. Understand me? So a precedent has been set. Do this thing, and at the end of the day, you get this. Understand me? Maurice Iwu never gets any other thing after being appointed INEC chairman. Understand me? Obasanjo did not send him anywhere. Whatever he is doing, he was doing it in his field, in his professional field, because he was a professor in the university before being appointed INEC national chairman. So after finishing that, Obasanjo did not give him any appointment for conducting an election that made him president. Understand me? Atahiru Jega the same thing. So it is only in this government we are now seeing INEC chairman being rewarded, understand, for doing their work. So Amopito will want to become an ambassador after the 2027 general election, because he has conducted the 2023. It's just 2027 that remains for him, and he will not want to retire after 2027. Understand me? So, but it is Nigerians that can force him to do the right thing.
Okay.
Because there are elections that are tagged too big to rig. When Nigerian masses come out to vote massively, there's no way INEC can manipulate 5 million votes in excess. Understand? Maybe the ruling party got 10 million votes. Understand? The party in opposition gets 15 million votes. There's nothing that, even if Sheyi Tinubu is the chairman of INEC, even if Oluremi Tinubu is the chairman of INEC, there's nothing that he can do. So that's why that election are being rigged, is because it's Nigerians that causes it, because they don't come out to vote. Understand me? Then on the issue of Uche Nnaji, no thanks to DSS, because the arrest is politically manipulated.
Okay.
Understand me? Uche Nnaji is now the governorship candidate of PDP in Enugu State. Are you aware of it? So when he turned in his resignation, Tinubu told him, "I wish you well in your future endeavors." Tinubu never see any criminal act in what he did. He wished him well. Understand? When he became a criminal is when he defected from APC to PDP. Understand me? So we are not talking about his certificate. His certificate, the forgery, is just a deception. The forgery, if he had remained in APC, this thing would not have happened. Understand me? If he had remained in APC, this would not have happened. But he had been nursing this governorship that ambition. That was what arose investigation of his certificate. Understand? And it started from Enugu. So for me, DSS is simply being biased. DSS is simply doing pick and choose. Mind you, I'm not supporting forgery. I am not supporting forgery. I will not support forgery, but there should be whatever DSS is doing should be holistic. It should not be partisan. It is not only those that are in the opposition that are committing crimes. Understand me? So for me, I'm not in support of forgery, but his arrest is politically motivated. If he has remained in APC, he would have been a good boy to the DSS, to the EFCC, to the ICPC. Understand me? So the only crime why they move against him is because he defected from APC to PDP and now trying to constitute a problem to the governor of Enugu State.
Well, it's actually very, very good that you put that out there, that you're not supporting forgery, because I was going to ask you that question when you were talking about it. But let's move on to our next conversation. Let's bring it down to the state where we are. The Lagos state government has appealed for calm, assuring residents that efforts are ongoing to manage the flood situation and reduce the impact of flooding in the state.
That's the Lagos that Tinubu built.
This is following concerns over the floodings that have occurred in many parts of the state, and the scale of damage suffered by residents, businesses and commuters. Meanwhile, the Lagos State governorship candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Funsho Doherty, has called on the Lagos State government to compensate residents and business owners affected by the recent flooding across the state. Doherty said there is a need for an independent investigation to ascertain whether environmental failures linked to major infrastructure projects, including the Lagos Coastal Road project, may have contributed to worsening drainage and flooding challenges. The recurring nature of flooding in Nigeria's commercial capital has also raised broader questions about urban planning, environmental management, and climate resilience. I wondered, from the back end, for this the picture or the video of that flooding to be played, but I'm sure you've seen it out there, Dr. Nosike, and then I'm sure Dr. Tony also, you have seen it. Many parts of the state have experienced floodings in recent days. Let me come to Dr. Tony first. I know you're not in Lagos, but for flooding issues such as this, would you attribute, what would you attribute as a cause? Would it be the failure of government or the responsibility of residents, really?
It's both. Yes, it is both the government and the people, because it's not devoid of the blockage of drains, or government to also do why the thing that is the reason for calling them government. Government naturally is supposed to do for the people what they cannot do for themselves, but they wish to do what they want to do, but they cannot do for themselves. That is why government engages in infrastructural development like roads. Government is supposed to, provide us with light. Government is supposed to give us pipe-borne water. Government is supposed to make our environment safe. Flooding is a big task, too big to be rested on the shoulder of the citizens. It is one, blockage of drains, yes. In the past, this blockage of drains have also always been there. Government had a way of attending to them. What programs do you have? What roadmap does government have towards ameliorating or completely eradicating the flooding? Is it today we started hearing about flooding? It's been a long story. But all things being equal, government being there in Lagos, from time to time, environmental issues will come up and they need attention. That attention should come from government. And the enlightenment to the people to say, please don't build on drains, don't block the drains, will also come from government. Enlightenment. The people should be enlightened. The government is not suffering what is happening now. No, they are not. Even though they are suffering, the people should know that flooding is not good for the environment. They need to help the government of the day. They need to be enlightened to appreciate that, look, we don't throw dirt, to block our drains. With that, government from time to time need to also look at the circumstances responsible for where we are today and keep monitoring the people, ensuring that they don't throw drains in the gutters, they don't build on waterways. That is the only way they can ensure that these drains, this flooding will go down, and work out modalities proper. There are experts in Nigeria. There are experts